Chapter 553. Yeah, long time no see. Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and although his expression was calm, his eyes contained traces of excitement mixed within. Xueqi, I truly never imagined that we would meet again here. After a long time, Duan Lingtian faintly sighed. Xueqi. The red-clothed young man that appeared now wasn't someone else. It was precisely the friend that Duan Lingtian had made all those years ago in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian still remembered that the first time he met Xueqi was at the Iron Blood Army's campsite in Iron Blood City. At that time, Xueqi could be said to be the strongest young genius beneath him. Later on, Xueqi entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy with him, and they formed a deep friendship. After that, Xueqi was forced to leave by the Su clan's Grand Elder, and there was no news of him since then. Never had Duan Lingtian imagined that, when he met Xueqi again, it would actually be in the Imperial Palace of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, the current Xueqi actually possessed such a shocking cultivation. This was something that Duan Lingtian had never imagined. Duan Lingtian was able to guess it. Xueqi surely had a great fortuitous encounter in these past few years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be such a great change. Xueqi. When they saw Duan Lingtian and the red-clothed young man being extremely familiar and seemed to have a good relationship, the people present were astounded. At the same time, they found out the name of the red-clothed young man. So it turned out that this young expert's name was Xueqi. Xueqi? Have all of you heard of this figure? I don't know him. I've never heard of him before today. When did such a figure appear in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Not only does Saber Young Master know him, even Duan Lingtian knows him. Duan Lingtian seems to be extremely familiar with him. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussion. Subsequently, the people present saw this in astonishment. Swish! With a raise of his hand, a gold bill with a value of 10,000 appeared in Xueqi's hand. Along with Xueqi raising his hand, the gold bill flashed out to descend where Duan Lingtian stood. What's Xueqi doing? The crowd was stunned. Why did Xueqi give Duan Lingtian money? Haha, Duan Lingtian smiled and took the gold notes. He put them away and sighed. Xueqi, so many years have passed. I didn't expect you to still remember. At that time, Xueqi was pressured by the Su clan's Grand Elder. Before he left, he had borrowed 1,000,000 taels of silver from him. 1,000,000 taels of silver was equivalent to 10,000 taels of gold. Now, Xueqi had returned what he owed back then. Of course I remember. Xueqi smiled as he spoke, and there seemed to be slight excitement in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Have you been well all these years? All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. What about you? I'm fine. Xueqi nodded, and then he sighed. I guess that I might be able to encounter you in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace today. As expected. Duan Lingtian smiled. Your appearance is somewhat out of my expectations. Duan Lingtian, this is? Qi Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in bewilderment. Qi Ming's question was also the question of everyone present. For a time, numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, frowned slightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. How does this Duan Lingtian know this fellow, Xueqi? In the eyes of Long Yun, Xueqi had always been arrogant. Even if it was him, Xueqi would presumably be disdainful. But before Duan Lingtian, this cold-faced Xueqi seemed to have become a completely different person. Vice Dean Qi, this is my friend, and he's from the same kingdom as me. Duan Lingtian said to Qi Ming. So that's how it is. Qi Ming came to a sudden understanding, and a bright light flashed within his eyes as he said with a smile. I never imagined that besides you and the 5 great young masters, there's such a genius figure within the territory of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're too kind. Xueqi nodded to Qi Ming, and his face returned to its cold appearance. This Xueqi is actually a genius that came from the same kingdom as Duan Lingtian? Looks like there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons within the territory of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Yeah, this person's natural talent feels to not be inferior to the 5 great young masters. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion. Of course, many people had extremely unsightly expressions. These people were precisely Chai Jin and the others that were intending to compete for the final position. However, the appearance of Long Yun and Su Li caused them to feel a wave of powerlessness in their hearts. Damn it! Zhang Heng's expression was extremely gloomy. It's actually the friend of Duan Lingtian. Isn't he intentionally causing trouble at a time like this? There's also that saber young master, Long Yun. He didn't appear any time, but just happened to appear at a time like this. Originally, Zhang Heng had hope in his heart that he would be able to obtain a position. But after Su Li and Long Yun appeared, he knew that he was bound to have no fate with those 5 positions. I never expected that saber young master would rush over in time. I presume there ought to be something to see in today's genius competition. Besides that, this Su Li is only slightly younger than Duan Lingtian amongst the crowd of void-prying stage martial artists. Most importantly, he's the senior brother of Saber Young Master. I can discern that Saber Young Master seems to be slightly afraid of this Su Li obviously. He's afraid of Su Li's strength. This Su Li isn't simple. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian, Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master would be able to firmly occupy 4 positions. Now with the addition of this variable, Saber Young Master and Su Li, I'm afraid there will be some changes. Only like this would it be interesting. Those young geniuses of the various powers below the void-prying stage wished for the world to be in chaos. To them, no matter if Saber Young Master and Su Li made an appearance today, they had no fate with those 5 positions. Now that Saber Young Master and Su Li had made an appearance, it was exactly what they wanted, and it caused them to be even happier. Because in this way, the genius competition today would surely be even more interesting. This was something they were happy to see. Revered Elder Qi. Suddenly, Prince Sheng took a step forward and looked at Qi Ming as he said with a low voice, "This Saber Young Master and Su Li haven't passed through the threshold of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and I'm afraid it's slightly inappropriate to directly participate in the genius competition now, right?" Prince Shang's words caused Chai Jin and the others to heave a sigh of relief. On the other hand, those young geniuses that wanted to watch the show frowned and were slightly worried. They were really worried that the imperial family would expel Saber Young Master and Su Li and not allow them to participate in the genius competition. In that way, they would undoubtedly be slightly disappointed. For a time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Qi Ming. "Qin Xiai, what do you think?" Qi Ming looked at the old man by his side and asked. This old man had come with Qi Ming, and he'd always stood silently by Qi Ming's side with his eyes closed in meditation and didn't speak. Now, Qi Ming's question caused the old man to slowly open his eyes. The old man glanced indifferently at Prince Shang before saying, "The Dragon and Phoenix Academy is actually only a formality. The genius competition this time is intended to unearth the most outstanding young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and fight on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This is the original intention of the genius competition as well. So long as the 2 of them have the ability to seize those 5 positions, I presume even His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't say anything." The old man's words were reasonable. It caused most of the people present to sigh with admiration. Prince Sheng frowned. "Revered Elder Chen, shouldn't we ask my imperial brother's opinion on this matter?" "There's no need." Practically at the instant Prince Sheng finished speaking, a sonorous voice sounded out abruptly from afar. Everyone present saw it. In the distant sky, a middle-aged man in dragon robes was flying over. Behind the middle-aged man in dragon robes was an old man that followed like a shadow, and the old man emitted an unfathomable aura as he stood there. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. His spiritual force detected the cultivations of the 2 people at the first possible moment. The middle-aged man in dragon robes in the lead was a 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. The old man behind him was instead in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Presumably, he was one of the 5 great revered elders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. As for the middle-aged man in dragon robes, "Your Majesty!" Everyone present bowed to the middle-aged man in dragon robes, and many people even bowed and bent their knees to the point their heads almost touched the ground. Only Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Luo Rong stood ramrod straight, and they stood like cranes amongst chickens. The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian sized up the middle-aged man in dragon robes before him, and flowing lights flickered within his eyes. He was still slightly curious towards the Emperor of a dignified imperial kingdom. In terms of strength, that person from the Crimson Sky Kingdom is greatly inferior to this person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was only an ordinary void-prying stage martial artist, whereas the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was instead a formidable existence at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Audacious! Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Prince Shang who glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and Su Li, and he said with a cold voice. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, why aren't you bowing when you see His Majesty the Emperor? Could it be that the two of you think that His Majesty doesn't have the qualifications to make the two of you bow? Needless to say, Prince Shang was indeed ruthless when he placed such a crime on Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian frowned, and then he said indifferently, Prince Shang, His Majesty hasn't said anything yet you're shouting loudly here. Aren't you slightly looking down on His Majesty? You! Prince Shang's face sank as he shouted out angrily. Duan Lingtian, don't try to change the topic. I'm changing the topic. Duan Lingtian started laughing and wanted to continue refuting. Right at this moment, Luo Rong, who stood at the side, spoke out. Prince Shang, I think Brother Lingtian is right. His Majesty the Emperor hasn't said anything. What are you getting anxious for? Are you trying to use your position to avenge a private grudge? Because Duan Lingtian had instructed him beforehand. So, Luo Rong didn't address Duan Lingtian as master before outsiders. Luo Rong speaking out to protect Duan Lingtian caused Prince Shang to be slightly surprised. He was fearful and reverent towards Luo Rong. Now, he didn't dare say anything. Guild Master Luo. Chapter 554. Your Majesty, you're too kind. Luo Rong casually nodded. Even if he was facing the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he was still composed. Whereas the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom wasn't displeased in the slightest. Even he had to be slightly fearful of the old man's identity. Subsequently, the gaze of the Emperor descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, all those years ago when you defeated Saber Young Master during the martial competition of the 5 great sects and won first place, causing your name to spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I started paying attention to you. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his face was still calm like an ancient well without ripples. It was as if the person that stood before him wasn't the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but an ordinary person. Not only was the Emperor not enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction, he nodded with satisfaction instead. Neither servile nor overbearing, it was indeed extraordinary. In next to no time, the Emperor's gaze descended onto Su Li, and he lightly smiled. Although I've never heard of you in the past, since you're Duan Lingtian's friend and the senior brother of Saber Young Master, I presume you're not a simple figure. Today, the arrival of you and Saber Young Master has caused the genius competition to become much more interesting. Even I was drawn over by the two of you. Originally, as far as the Emperor was concerned, of the 5 positions, Duan Lingtian, Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master would surely occupy one each. The remaining one would instead be born from the others. In other words, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were practically unshakable existences. So, he was slightly disinterested towards the genius competition. But now, because of the appearance of Saber Young Master and Su Li, it caused him to seem as if he could see the following exciting scenes. 4 of the 5 great young masters, coupled with Duan Lingtian and Su Li, 6 people competing for the 5 positions. Amongst the 6 people, every single one of them was a genius in the martial Dao that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The battle between the 6 of them would surely be extremely exciting. Even he was very interested in it. The Emperor had just finished speaking. Looks like His Majesty the Emperor wants Saber Young Master and Su Li to participate in the genius competition as well. His Majesty is truly wise. He knows how to choose the most outstanding 5 people. Looks like it's extremely likely that a young expert from an empire will appear in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom this time. The people present deliberately lowered their voices and whispered to each other. Your Majesty. Right at this moment, the Supreme Elder of the Black Fiend sect, Xueqi, respectfully bowed to the Emperor. The Emperor glanced at Xueqi. Who are you? Xueqi hastily said, Your Majesty, I'm the Supreme Elder of the Black Fiend sect, Xueqi. What's the matter? The Emperor asked with a hint of impatience in his tone. As the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he controlled the strongest power, the Imperial family. Not to mention a second-rate sect like the Black Fiend sect, even the 3 great sects that had merged together, the current Azure Forest Trisect. He didn't care about it at all. The strength of the Imperial family was supreme in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Otherwise, it would not be sufficient to rule the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In this world where the strong were respected, even the royal family had to have enough strength to rule over a kingdom, empire, or dynasty. Otherwise, it would have been overthrown long ago. Your Majesty, I still have some matters to attend to in the Black Fiend sect, so I want to take my disciples and leave first. Xueqi said. Obviously, when he saw the appearance of Saber Young Master and Xueqi now, Xueqi didn't place his hopes on Cai Jin any longer. He was extremely clear about Cai Jin's strength. It was impossible for Cai Jin to compare to Duan Tian, Xueqi, and the other 4 of the 5 great young masters. Go on. The Emperor nodded indifferently. To him, the members of the Black Fiend sect were dispensable. Yes. Xueqi nodded respectfully and instructed Cai Jin to carry Sun Rue's corpse before hastily leaving the imperial palace. His figure seemed to be lonely and in a sorry state. The Black Fiend sect's Cai Jin had officially withdrawn from the genius competition. Once Cai Jin left, the remaining Ji Feng and the others were slightly restless. I withdraw. Ji Feng knew his limits and retreated to the side. I withdraw as well. Sima Yang followed closely behind. Although the 2 of them had broken through to the first level of the void prying stage now, they hadn't completely comprehended force. Therefore, they were very self-aware and withdrew from the competition. As far as they were concerned, if they were to stay, it would purely be looking for abuse and discomfort. I withdraw. The young prince of Prince Shang's estate, Zhang Hang, spoke with a gloomy expression. For a time, besides Duan Lingtian's group of 6, only Flute Fairy remained. Flute Fairy didn't speak, but she'd instead retreated to the side. She'd used her actions to explain everything. She withdrew as well. Brother, will you return? Flute Fairy looked up into the sky with slight anticipation when she saw Saber Young Master had appeared. But, up until Qi Ming announced the start of the genius competition, she didn't see Zither Young Master's figure. Today's genius competition will decide on the strongest 5 people amongst the 6 of you, and they'll obtain 5 quotas to head to the Darkstone Empire. Qi Ming looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 6 and said slowly, This is your chance to make a name for yourself in the Darkstone Empire. I hope all of you don't miss it. Subsequently, Qi Ming started announcing the rules. Every single one of the 6 of you will face 5 battles. Now, all of you can draw lots and obtain a lot that belongs to you. As Qi Ming spoke, a box with a small gap appeared in his hand. The small gap on this box only allowed an adult's arm to stretch in. It was precisely the lottery box. There are lots 1 to 6 within it. The person that draws lot 1 can choose any one of the people after lot 1 as their first target and undergo the first battle of the genius competition. Besides being unable to choose the person that drew lot 1 and the person that drew lot 1 challenged, the person that drew lot 2 can choose any one of the remaining 3 people. Besides being unable to choose the person that drew lot 2 and the person that drew lot 2 challenged, the person that drew lot 3 can choose any one of the remaining 3 people. The people behind you will be deduced in this way. The specific rules are that you can't challenge the 2 people that have fought in the previous battle, and leave room for those 2 people to rest. Qi Ming slowly finished speaking. These rules weren't complicated. Duan Lingtian's group of 6 quickly understood. Subsequently, it was time to draw lots. Duan Lingtian drew lot 3. Chen Xiaoshui drew lot 1. Zhang Yan drew lot number 2. Long Yun drew lot number 4. Luo Zhan drew lot 5. Xueqi drew lot number 6. The first battle was started by the person that drew lot 1, Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui. Under the numerous gazes, Chen Xiaoshui's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and the others. His gaze didn't stop on Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan. In the end, Chen Xiaoshui chose his target. I challenge the person that drew lot 2, Flame Young Master. Chen Xiaoshui's gaze descended onto Zhang Yan, and his body was filled with battle intent. Flame Young Master was ranked second amongst the 5 great young masters. Besides Luo Zhan, he was the other person that was ranked before him amongst the 4 of the 5 great young masters present. Humph. Sword Young Master, wanting to step on me to rise isn't an easy matter. Zhang Yan grunted coldly as he spoke. Whether it's an easy matter or not, you'll only know after you try. Chen Xiaoshui glanced indifferently at Zhang Yan as he spoke with a calm tone. Since you want to seek humiliation, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Yan took a step forward, and the origin energy on his body raged as he stood out to stand in confrontation with Chen Xiaoshui. For a time, the gazes of everyone present descended onto the 2 of them. Sword Young Master against Flame Young Master. Most people held their breaths. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy on Zhang Yan's body skyrocketing, 6,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. 4th level of the void prying stage? Duan Lingtian frowned. He still remembered that half a month ago, he'd once used his spiritual force to detect Zhang Yan's cultivation. At that time, Zhang Yan was only at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. It had only been half a month and Zhang Yan had broken through? Duan Lingtian was able to notice that even the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Imperial Father of Flame Young Master, had a surprised expression now. Obviously, he just found out that his son had broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage. 4th level of the void prying stage. Luo Zhan's face went slightly serious, and his heart shook. Sword Young Master is in danger. Sword Young Master, I'll let you know that even if you've comprehended half-step advanced sword force and I haven't comprehended half-step advanced water force, I'm similarly able to crush a 3rd level void prying stage martial artist like you with a cultivation at the 4th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Yan's words were extremely arrogant. Obviously, he knew Chen Xiaoshui's ability very well. 3rd level of the void prying stage? Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaoshui started laughing when he heard Zhang Yan. Whoosh! Along with Chen Xiaoshui laughing, the origin energy on his body raged. 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky as well. Sword Young Master has broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage as well. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. This fellow, Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan were slightly dazed when they saw this scene. They never imagined that Sword Young Master had actually broken through as well. He was still at the 3rd level of the void prying stage yesterday. Could it be that he broke through overnight? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. He still remembered that his spiritual force had imperceptibly flashed past Chen Xiaoshui yesterday, and he confirmed that Chen Xiaoshui was still a 3rd level void prying stage martial artist. It had only been a single night, yet Chen Xiaoshui had already broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage. It was shocking. You've actually broken through as well. Zhang Yan's face went grim. Sword Young Master breaking through meant that he was unable to suppress Sword Young Master in terms of origin energy any longer. Not only that, Sword Young Master had comprehended half-step advanced sword force long ago. In terms of comprehension towards force, he was inferior to Sword Young Master. Whoosh! No matter how unsightly Zhang Yan's expression was, Sword Young Master had made the first move in the end. His figure flashed out like the wind, and he arrived before Zhang Yan in the blink of an eye. Swish! His sword stabbed out menacingly as if it had the help of the gods. Humph! Zhang Yan grunted angrily, and he'd already made a decision in his heart. He wanted to use a grade 5 spirit weapon to defeat Sword Young Master. As far as he was concerned. Chapter 555. Along with a spirit weapon glove appearing out of thin air on Zhang Yan's right hand, origin energy raged within it. In the sky, 2,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air at the side of the 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Swish! Instantly, Zhang Yan pointed out with his finger, and the condensed origin energy finger force shot out. A piercing howl exploded out. In the surroundings of the origin energy finger force, there was a strand of strange aura. That was the aura of elementary force. Meanwhile, another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above Zhang Yan. This finger force contained the strength of 8,400 ancient mammoths. Bang! Zhang Yan's finger force instantly annihilated the origin energy on the spirit sword in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand. Terrifying energy gushed into the sword. Instantly, Chen Xiaoshuai's hand that held the sword trembled, and the web between his thumb and index finger split open and dripped with fresh blood. Even if he'd comprehended half-step advanced sword force, the spirit sword in his hand was only a grade 6 spirit sword after all. Compared to the grade 5 spirit weapon in Zhang Yan's hand, it lacked an entire 10% amplification. When the origin energy of a 4th-level void-prying stage martial artist exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths. Whereas a 10% amplification was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient mammoths. Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, relied on a grade 5 spirit weapon, elementary force, and his strength to surpass Sword Young Master's ability. Of course, all of this was because Zhang Yan had an advantage in terms of spirit weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Sword Young Master that lost. Sword Young Master, thank you for letting me win. Zhang Yan smiled indifferently. As far as he was concerned, unless Chen Xiaoshuai possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chen Xiaoshuai to be a match for him. Chen Xiaoshuai had a grim expression, and although he was unwilling, he intended to withdraw. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to lend his sword to Chen Xiaoshuai. Sword Young Master. With a raise of his hand, a spirit sword flew out from Luo Rong's hand and flashed directly towards Chen Xiaoshuai. Chen Xiaoshuai stretched out his hand to catch it, then looked at Luo Rong with a bewildered expression. Guild Master Luo, this is? This grade 5 spirit sword is the second work of mine after I became a grade 5 weapons craftsman. I'll give it to you. Luo Rong's tone was casual as if he was giving away something of no importance. Grade 5 weapons craftsman? Luo Rong's words caused an uproar as expected. Except for Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan, who had already known about it, the others except for Su Li, who was relatively calm, were all dumbfounded. Ro. President Luo, you're a grade 5 weapons craftsman now? The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor lost his composure as he asked. Luo Rong nodded. I broke through not long ago. Congratulations, President Luo. Hearing Luo Rong's confirmation, the emperor hurriedly congratulated him. Congratulations, President Luo. The others followed suit and congratulated him. A grade 5 weapons craftsman that belonged to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had finally been born. Some people looked at Luo Rong with burning eyes, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. They were well aware of what it meant to be a 5th-grade blacksmith. So long as a grade 5 weapons craftsman was willing, he could refine numerous grade 5 spirit weapons. Thank you, President Luo. Chen Xiaoshuai's eyes lit up, and when he realized that Luo Rong had given him a grade 5 spirit sword, his mood surged. As for Zhang Yan, his expression changed greatly. Whoosh! Zhang Yan's figure moved like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards Chen Xiaoshuai. Swish! Another origin energy point force whistled out. A piercing howl sounded out. This point force had exhausted the strength in his entire body. Obviously, Zhang Yan wanted to catch Chen Xiaoshuai off guard and heavily injure him before he could react. Only in this way would he have a chance to obtain victory. Otherwise, the Sword Young Master who possessed a grade 5 spirit sword to rely on was absolutely not someone he could go against now. A wisp of worry flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes when he saw this scene. Humph! At practically the instant Zhang Yan attacked, Chen Xiaoshuai grunted lightly and moved instantly. Swoosh! His figure was the first to flash to the side. Whereas Zhang Yan's origin energy point force flashed past his sleeve and left behind a hole on it. The force of the origin energy point force didn't reduce in the slightest as it fiercely smashed onto the ground, causing the limestone tiles on the ground to shatter into pieces, causing stone fragments to flutter in the air. Zhang Yan's reaction was extremely swift, and at practically the instant Chen Xiaoshuai dodged, he pointed out once more. Swish! The origin energy point force flashed out once more. It seemed as if it wouldn't stop until it suppressed Chen Xiaoshui. Zhang Yan, I'll let you have a taste of the might of a grade 5 spirit weapon as well. Chen Xiaoshui shouted out coldly, and the grade 5 spirit sword in his hand instantly struck out. Instantly, 2,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him. This amplification strength even surpassed the amplification strength of Zhang Yan's grade 5 spirit weapon, coupled with the half-step advanced sword force he'd comprehended. Not to mention his strength and the amplification strength of his spirit weapon. Merely in terms of force, he was stronger than Zhang Yan by the strength of 300 ancient mammoths. Now, when the amplification strength of his spirit weapon was added with a difference of the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, the strength of the sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand was an entire 400 ancient mammoths more than the strength of Chen Xiaoshui's finger. A difference of 400 ancient mammoths. This difference was like a chasm. The battle experience of both of them were almost on par. The difference in strength caused this battle to have no suspense. Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui, relied on his strength that surpassed Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, to defeat Zhang Yan, turning defeat into victory. The might of the grade 5 spirit sword was clearly visible. I've lost. Zhang Yan was slightly dazed, whereas the attention of the other people wasn't on the outcome of this battle. Besides Duan Lingtian, Luo Rong, and Luo Zhan, including the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the gazes of everyone else descended onto the grade 5 spirit sword in Chen Xiaoshui's hand in unison. Sword Young Master's grade 5 spirit sword seems to be able to amplify strength by 49%. Someone suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. This voice caused everyone that was dazed to return to their senses. A grade 5 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 49% is undoubtedly a top-grade grade 5 spirit weapon. This grade 5 spirit sword was refined by Guild Master Luo? Even if it's the grade 5 weapons craftsman of the Darkstone Empire or Darkon Dynasty, they might not be able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon that possesses such a strong amplification strength. Guild Master Luo's attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement are truly terrifying. He's only just become a grade 5 weapons craftsman, yet he's able to refine such an outstanding grade 5 spirit sword. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Luo Rong as expected. This was a weapons craftsman that was able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 49%. Guild Master Luo. Even the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had slightly lost his composure now. When he felt the numerous respectful gazes from the surroundings, Luo Rong inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian, and he had a complicated gaze. Who would have imagined that? The reason he was able to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman in such a short period of time, and had great confidence in being able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 49%. All of this was due to this young man's contribution. Before this young man, the respect of the surrounding people, he was undeserving of it. Guild Master Luo, our He clan wishes to ask you to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon for us. In the future, if Guild Master Luo has any orders, our He clan will surely not hesitate to go through water or tread on fire. Our Tong clan as well. And our Wu clan as well. For a time, the drill grounds were completely bustling with noise and excitement. For the sake of making Luo Rong refine a grade 5 spirit weapon for them, the various powers were willing to pay an extremely great price. But Luo Rong utterly looked down upon them. As the Guild Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, would he lack lackeys? Everyone. Suddenly Luo Rong spoke out. So long as you're able to find any one of these 2 medicinal materials, I'm willing to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon as thanks. As Luo Rong spoke, he raised his hand. Along with Luo Rong's origin energy, numerous milky white threads formed in the air, and in the end, they weaved into 2 diagrams. The first diagram was an oval-shaped leaf. The surroundings of the leaf had a distinct outline, and it was extremely similar to the wings of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. This is the phoenix wing herb, an extremely rare medicinal material. Luo Rong introduced. Subsequently, Luo Rong introduced the second medicinal material. This is the ageless root, and it's similar to the sharp claw of the phoenix of legend. The other diagram was in the shape of a tree root and was similar to the claw of a phoenix. Guildmaster Luo, so long as we find any one of these two medicinal materials, are you really willing to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon for us? A patriarch of a reputable clan in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom asked with slight excitement. Of course Luo Rong, keep my word. Luo Rong nodded. Instantly, the gazes of many people present lit up. Guildmaster Luo, may I know why you're looking for these two medicinal materials? The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom asked curiously. The others looked at Luo Rong as well. Even the dignified Guildmaster of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild was unable to find these two medicinal materials, and they were obviously not ordinary things. I was only entrusted with it by someone. Luo Rong spoke indifferently. Entrusted with it by someone? Many people were dumbstruck when they heard Luo Rong. Who possessed such great honor to make the dignified Guildmaster of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild not hesitate to use a grade 5 spirit weapon as the price to exchange for those two medicinal materials? Presently, even Luo Zhan had a bewildered expression. He didn't know about this matter. Presently, only Duan Ling Tian maintained his composure amongst the people present, and he had a carefree expression. Because the phoenix wing herb and ageless root were precisely what he'd asked Luo Rong to help him find. The phoenix wing herb and ageless root were precisely the two auxiliary medicinal catalysts required to refine the rebirth pill. But now that Luo Rong spoke of this matter here, it was slightly unexpected to him. With a quick thought, he guessed Luo Rong's intentions. Today, Luo Rong had made such a promise before the members of the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It probably wouldn't be long before this matter would spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, there would be a group of people in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that would madly search for these two medicinal materials for the sake of obtaining a grade 5 spirit weapon. As expected, the older the wiser. Duan Ling Tian was sincerely convinced. Next, because the possessor of lot number 2 has just been challenged, it's the turn of the possessor of lot number 3. Qi Ming's voice sounded out abruptly. The possessor of lot number 2 was precisely Zhang Yan, and he just fought with Chen Xiao Shuai. Whereas the possessor of lot number 3 was precisely Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stood out and became the center of attention. Who will Duan Ling Tian challenge? Chapter 556. Duan Ling Tian stood there and became the center of attention. Everyone was curious who Duan Ling Tian would choose as his opponent. Finally, Duan Ling Tian's gaze swept past Su Li, Long Yun, and Luo Zhan one by one. Luo Zhan. In the end, his gaze stopped on Luo Zhan. Duan Ling Tian is challenging Luo Zhan? Many people were dumbstruck. Never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian would challenge Luo Zhan. Especially the group of young geniuses from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. They knew of the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan was friends with Duan Ling Tian. Unlike the shock of the others, Luo Zhan wasn't surprised in the slightest. Along with numerous gazes moving from Duan Ling Tian to Luo Zhan. I admit defeat. Luo Zhan spoke indifferently with a calm expression. It was as if winning or losing was nothing to him. In fact, so long as anyone was able to win a battle in the genius competition this time, they would be able to obtain a position to head to the Darkstone Empire. After all, there were only 6 people competing for 5 positions. Most of the people present were slightly surprised when they saw Luo Zhan admit defeat. These people were the people that thought that the reason the Black Fiend's sex Sun Rue had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian was because Sun Rue had gone mad. Some other people that knew of Duan Ling Tian's ability didn't feel surprised. As far as they were concerned, even the 6th level void prying stage Sun Rue had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian. It was impossible for the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, to be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Since it's like this, then the possessor of lot number 3, Duan Ling Tian, is considered to have won this battle. Qi Ming nodded, and then he said, "Now, the possessor of lot number 4, please enter the arena. You can choose anyone. Any one of them." Qi Ming's words were extremely clear. The possessor of lot number 4 could challenge Duan Ling Tian or Luo Zhan. After all, the two of them hadn't fought and didn't exhaust their strength. The possessor of lot number 4 was precisely the saber young master, Long Yun. Long Yun stepped out. His gaze that was fierce like a blade practically didn't look at anyone else, and it directly descended onto Duan Lingtian as he said with a grim voice, "Duan Lingtian, you should return what you owed me all those years ago." Duan Lingtian smiled and shrugged as he said indifferently, "If you're confident, then feel free to bring it on." Humph, deliberately mystifying things. Long Yun's gaze was slightly cold as he stepped out with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. At the instant he stepped out, the origin energy on his body raged and emitted a peerlessly fierce aura. At this moment, Long Yun's S of the Lingtian Yun by Duan Lingtian whoosh. Long Shui's attentions of Lingtian Yun Lingtian's by S Lingtian S 5th level. Long Lingtian Yun was shocked was Yun of Long Lingtian. No one had imagined that the saber young master, Long Yun, had actually already broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage now. He was an existence that was ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters. The expressions of the other 3 of the 5 great young masters including Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master sank. Never had they imagined that the saber young master that was suppressed beneath them in the past had actually surpassed them now. Especially Flame Young Master Zhang Yan. As the number 2 amongst the 5 great young masters, he was first defeated by the Sword Young Master that was ranked at the 4th, and now he saw the Saber Young Master reveal a cultivation at the 5th level of the void prying stage. Shame and indignation arose in his heart. Zither Young Master, Zi Shang, has a mysterious and unfathomable master. His current accomplishments won't be inferior to me. Could it be that I'm bound to be in existence at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters? Zhang Yan shook his head ceaselessly, unwilling to believe that all this was true. He was the 3rd prince of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a genius favored by the heavens. The person with the strongest natural talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. He shouldered the honor of the imperial family. He wasn't someone that anyone could step on. Unknowingly, Zhang Yan's fists were tightly clenched together, and strands of light blue-colored energy flickered on his body. Suddenly, the blue-colored energy trembled and underwent a slight change. It was precisely this slight change that caused Zhang Yan to abruptly awaken, and his eyes lit up with a dazzling bright light. My force has stepped into the half-step advanced stage? Zhang Yan's heart shook, and he revealed an expression of wild joy. But unfortunately, the attention of most people was currently on the saber young master, Long Yun. Very few people noticed the 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed in the sky above Zhang Yan. Half-step advanced force? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. His acute spiritual force allowed him to notice the change in Zhang Yan at the first possible moment. This flame young master has some ability, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the fact that Saber Young Master was a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist, he wasn't surprised. Early on when Saber Young Master had just appeared, his spiritual force had already detected Saber Young Master's current cultivation. A spirit saber suddenly appeared in Saber Young Master's hand, and his origin energy skyrocketed. In the sky above him, 9,600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and accumulated force while waiting to attack. At practically the exact same moment, a dim light flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His spiritual force fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. 1,000 illusions. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian executed his soul skill. Saber Young Master has actually broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Looks like Duan Lingtian is going to suffer. Yeah, unless Saber Young Master has gone mad like the Black Fiend sect's Sun Rue. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian will lose for sure. Humph. Duan Lingtian was only lucky in the battle with Sun Rue. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussion. Of course, there were also people that knew of Duan Lingtian's ability, and they felt that there was no suspense in this battle. Saber Young Master breaking through to the 5th level of the void prying stage is truly shocking. But, encountering Duan Lingtian can only be considered as his own misfortune. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shui looked at each other as they spoke via voice transmission. I truly never imagined that amongst us 5 great young masters, it was actually him who's ranked at the end that was the first to break through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Chen Xiao Shuai's gaze was extremely complicated. Duan Ling Tian, along with Saber Young Master, Long Yun, shouting out explosively. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged towards Duan Ling Tian menacingly. OM. Along with the spirit saber in his hand spinning out, it transformed into a demonic lotus, and strands of peerlessly fierce aura appeared on it. It was the aura of force. Right at this moment, 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Long Yun. Half-step advanced saber force. In practically an instant, the 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just appeared fused into one with the other 9,000+ ancient mammoth silhouettes. They transformed into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Obviously, Long Yun's current saber strike contained the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Half-step advanced saber force. At practically the instant Long Yun attacked, the pupils of the people that saw through the saber force Long Yun executed couldn't help but constrict. Not only does this Saber Young Master's cultivation surpass Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master, even his comprehension of force isn't inferior to them. I originally thought that Saber Young Master had a fortuitous encounter, and might have obtained something like a spirit fruit to possess such a shocking cultivation. His comprehension of force ought to be far inferior to Crazy Young Master and the others. Now it would seem that I've underestimated Saber Young Master. A few years ago, Saber Young Master had once lost at the hands of Duan Ling Tian. Today, he ought to be able to wash away his shame. Many people sighed with emotion. But in next to no time, their expressions went grim. They became dumbstruck. The pupils of everyone present constricted in practically an instant. Heavens! What did we see? The saber in Long Yun's hand carried the might to split apart a mountain, and was about to descend onto Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment. Swoosh! Long Yun abruptly changed direction with his saber in hand, and his figure flashed towards the other side. OM. The origin energy on the grade 6 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand skyrocketed abruptly, and when looked at from afar, the entire spirit saber seemed to have expanded and transformed into an enormous saber. Demonic Lotus Blade Technique. The enormous saber left his hand and transformed into an enormous lotus flower that flashed out to collide with a stone block at the side of the drill grounds. Instantly, the stone block was directly minced into pieces, and only stone fragments that covered the sky remained. The people present were completely dumbstruck when they saw the scene before them, and they were speechless. Within their field of vision, the Saber Young Master, Long Yun, was no different than the Black Fiend Sect's Sun Rue from before. Both of them took the initiative to move aside Duan Ling Tian and attack the empty space at the side. Could it be that Saber Young Master has gone mad as well? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The surrounding people looked at each other with astounded expressions. Everything before their eyes caused them to have the feeling as if they were dreaming. Never mind that the Black Fiend Sect's Sun Rue had gone mad. Now, Saber Young Master had gone mad as well? Was there such a coincidence in this world? I remember now. Suddenly, a student from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy exclaimed in shock. After successfully drawing the gazes of many people, he said with a terrified expression, "According to my knowledge, Flute Fairy had once said that Duan Ling Tian knew demonic techniques 1 year ago. At that time, Flute Fairy seemed to have lost herself in Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique, and was unable to extricate herself. But, at that time, we all thought that Flute Fairy was cooperating with Duan Ling Tian to put on a show, and we didn't take it seriously. Now that I think about it, perhaps all of this is related to each other." As soon as this person finished speaking, it caused the numerous students from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to resonate. I remember now as well. Demonic technique. Duan Ling Tian has surely used demonic techniques. This demonic technique is too terrifying. Even Sun Rue, a dignified 6th-level void-prying stage existence, was actually unable to escape. Even a 6th-level void-prying stage existence was affected by Duan Ling Tian's technique. Saber Young Master is only at the 5th level of the void-prying stage, so it's naturally difficult for him to escape. Under the gazes of the group of people, Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides and easily stood behind Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian casually swung up his arm. Swoosh! His arm smashed out, and he only used less than half of his strength to fiercely blast Saber Young Master, who wasn't on guard at all flying. Subsequently, Long Yun fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he was covered in dirt. Meanwhile, he recovered from his shock. Chapter 557. No. Impossible. Donling Tenyu. Weren't you heavily injured by me to the point you didn't have the strength to continue fighting? How could you be fine? Everything before his eyes caused Long Yun to not dare believe it, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. Now, he even suspected that he was dreaming. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Yun with a calm expression and said indifferently, "Saber young master, we haven't seen each other for a few years, yet you've only improved so little?" Duan Lingtian's words infuriated Long Yun. "Duan Lingtian, let me see how you block another strike of mine." Because Duan Lingtian had held back, Long Yun didn't suffer any injuries, and he stood up as if he'd transformed into a demon beast that pounced towards Duan Lingtian once more. Thousand illusions! Duan Lingtian had a calm expression, and dim lights flickered in the depths of his gaze. He constructed an illusory space once more and enveloped Long Yun within it. Long Yun was once again lost within it. Bang! Duan Lingtian smashed out with his arm once more, and this time, he used quite a bit of strength to cause Long Yun to temporarily lose the strength to continue fighting. Long Yun lay on the ground and struggled for a while before barely standing up. The gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian once more contained slight terror. "Donling Tenyu, what exactly did you do?" Long Yun's voice contained traces of trembling mixed within. When he thought of the successive scenes that had occurred earlier, he had a feeling as if he'd been possessed. If it wasn't for him being possessed, would he be played around with in the palm of Duan Lingtian's hand like this? Earlier, he'd obviously already heavily injured Duan Lingtian twice in succession, causing Duan Lingtian to lose the strength to continue fighting. But when he recovered from his shock, he instead noticed that Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. This was difficult for him to accept. "Long Yun, you should rejoice. That day, my 7-star sword sect was annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect, and you weren't amongst them. Otherwise, you'd surely die today." Duan Lingtian stared at Long Yun as his eyes flickered with frightening cold lights. It caused Long Yun to feel a chill run down his spine and feel a wave of panic. Duan Lingtian's demonic technique is too terrifying. Yeah, it's simply impossible to guard against. The surrounding crowd of spectators all revealed expressions of fear. Demonic technique? Interesting. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor revealed a light smile. "If Duan Lingtian doesn't die, then he'll surely be a great calamity to my Prince Shang's estate." The depths of Prince Shang's eyes was filled extreme killing intent. Sun Heng, who stood beside him, gnashed his teeth. "Why is this Duan Lingtian so strong? The heavens! Duan Lingtian Lingtian. T-test. Why? T-ta Lingtian, long, Teet long Duantan Lingtian." Suli silently looked at Duan Lingtian, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As Duan Lingtian's friend, when he saw Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments, he felt happy for Duan Lingtian. Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Ming. Duan Lingtian is victorious in this battle. The possessor of lot number 5 will enter the arena in the next battle. Qi Ming announced. The possessor of lot number 5, Luo Zhan, entered the arena. Crazy young master is entering the arena. I wonder who he'll choose. The surrounding crowd of spectators looked curiously at Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan's gaze flashed past Chen Xiaoshui, Zhang Yan, and Su Li. In the end, his gaze locked onto Su Li. Luo Zhan's eyes were filled with battle intent. Su Li, an unknown figure. Before today, he didn't even know that there was such a figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, the sword chi Su Li inadvertently emitted caused him to realize that Su Li wasn't simple. At least, Su Li wasn't inferior to Sword Young Master and Flame Young Master. Su Li walked out in large strides to stand in confrontation with Luo Zhan, and he nodded indifferently to Luo Zhan. His face was still cold. This fellow, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw this scene. Su Li was still the same as before. He liked to act cool. At this moment, he felt as if he'd returned to the days in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy a few years ago. I truly never imagined that Su Li's departure all those years ago would actually cause him to possess such a shocking cultivation. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Meanwhile, Luo Zhan had already made a move in the drill grounds. His strength at the 4th level of the void prying stage exploded out completely, and his half-step advanced fire force followed like a shadow. There was also a grade 5 spirit spear. Swoosh! Luo Zhan's spear stabbed out like a W-worm leaving its lair, and it pierced the airflow to the point it transformed into ripples that swept out like ripples. This spear flashed directly towards Su Li. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled. In the end, it condensed into over 9,400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out along with the spear. Su Li didn't have the slightest reaction when faced with Luo Zhan's spear that approached menacingly. He stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Could it be that Su Li has been scared silly? Right when similar thoughts arose in the hearts of many people, Luo Zhan's spear was about to descend onto Su Li. Right at this moment, Su Li moved. Whoosh! Su Li abruptly raised his hand and pressed 2 fingers together to form a sword finger, and his origin energy raged out. Su Li's origin energy was thick and vast. Along with the origin energy on Su Li's sword finger condensing into a 3-foot-long blade, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 6th level of the void prying stage. Instantly, besides Duan Lingtian and Long Yun's expressions that remained unchanged, the expressions of everyone present went grim. Su Li's age looked to be around 27. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the void prying stage. This natural talent simply completely surpassed the 5 great young masters of their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Swish! With a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy on Su Li's sword finger shot out violently. At the same time, strands of extremely sharp and strange aura leaped about on the 3-foot-long blade. As soon as this aura appeared, it caused the airflow in the sky to tremble. Whereas in the sky, another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Advanced sword force. This time, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked. He'd detected Su Li's cultivation with his spiritual force long ago. But the sword force Su Li had comprehended was something he didn't know in the slightest before this. Never had he imagined it. Many years later, when he saw Su Li once again, Su Li wasn't just a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. He'd even comprehended advanced sword force. Swish! After the sword condensed from origin energy in Su Li's hand contained advanced sword force, it contained the strength of an ancient horned dragon. It completely crushed the strength of Luo Zhan's grade 5 spirit spear. Bang! The sword in Su Li's hand touched the grade 5 spirit spear in Luo Zhan's hand, and it easily blasted Luo Zhan back and injured him. The scene was deathly silent. Luo Zhan stared blankly at the grade 5 spirit spear in his hand, and his face was covered in bitterness. He never imagined that it would be such an outcome when he utilized the grade 5 spirit spear his grandfather refined for the first time. Of course, he knew that this was an unchangeable fact. Even if he possessed a grade 4 or grade 3 spirit weapon, he might not be a match for Su Li. Su Li didn't use a spirit weapon. Merely his origin energy and advanced sword force was sufficient to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon. If he utilized a spirit weapon, Su Li's strength would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. In terms of strength, Su Li far surpassed him. Thank you for letting me win. Su Li nodded to Luo Zhan before withdrawing. Presently, the gazes of practically everyone present had descended onto Su Li. They never imagined that this unknown young man actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Su Li's natural talent is simply almost comparable to Duan Lingtian. Birds of a feather flock together as expected. Not only is this Su Li a friend of Duan Lingtian, he's also a freak like Duan Lingtian. A wave of discussion sounded out from the surrounding crowd. Su Li, I never imagined that you've actually comprehended advanced sword force. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Su Li. Su Li replied with a smile, and his eyes emitted battle intent. Duan Lingtian, I wasn't a match for you many years ago. But the current me isn't the past me any longer. Although Su Li didn't say it clearly, his words revealed the intention of challenging Duan Lingtian. Su Li, you might not be a match for me. Duan Ling Tian smiled. As far as he was concerned, with his current 6th level void prying stage spiritual force, once he executed his soul skill, 1000 illusions, Su Li would surely be struck. After all, Su Li wasn't an inscription master. I'll only know after I try. Su Li smiled confidently. Friends of the past were once again standing on the same stage and competing against each other. I'll wait and see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The first round ended. After resting for a short moment, the second round began. Qi Ming looked at Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui, and continued. Now, it's the turn of the possessor of lot number 1 to issue a challenge. You can challenge any one of them. Chen Xiaoshui walked into the arena with large strides, and his gaze directly descended onto crazy young master, Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan. Chen Xiaoshui's eyes emitted raging battle intent. Before last night, he hadn't broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage, and he knew that he was far from being a match for Luo Zhan. Today, he who'd broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage had the confidence to battle Luo Zhan. Of course, it was only confidence. The battle between Sword Young Master and Crazy Young Master was undoubtedly an extremely brilliant battle between dragons and tigers. Both of them were similarly one of the 5 great young masters. Similarly 4th level void prying stage martial artists. Both of them had comprehended half-step advanced force. Their combat experience was almost the same. In the end, it was Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, who relied on the advantage of the half-step advanced fire force that belonged to the force of nature that barely defeated Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui. Luo Zhan, once I comprehend advanced sword force, I'll surely defeat you. Even though Chen Xiaoshui lost at Luo Zhan's hands, he wasn't discouraged and instead spoke ruthlessly. Luo Zhan nodded when he heard this. Slight pressure appeared in his heart. As a sword cultivator, Chen Xiaoshui was extremely persistent towards the sword. In the past, Chen Xiaoshui's speed of comprehension towards sword force had far surpassed his speed of comprehension towards fire force. Chen Xiaoshui would most likely be able to comprehend advanced force before him. At that time, unless he'd comprehended advanced fire force as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Chen Xiaoshui, the possessor of lot number 2. After Luo Zhan obtained victory, Qi Ming looked at Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan entered the arena. Right at this moment, a wave of whispers sounded out, and it caused Zhang Yan's expression to be livid and unsightly to the extreme. This Flame Young Master's strength is undoubtedly at the bottom amongst the 6 of them. He actually dares enter the arena now. Isn't he afraid of losing face? Exactly, what 3rd prince? He really gives face to the imperial family. Chapter 558. Zhang Yan, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 3rd prince. The Flame Young Master of the 5 great young masters was ranked 2nd. In the past, he had gathered all the glory in his body. But today, he had become the target of ridicule. Imperial father, soon Zhang Yan saw it. His imperial father, the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, didn't seem to have any feelings when he heard those words that ridiculed him. His face was calm, neither happy nor angry. Could it be that Imperial Father also thinks that I'm inferior to them? Are you looking down on me too? Zhang Yan's heart trembled as a bitter smile appeared on his face. Soon, Zhang Yan's gaze became resolute. The current me is no longer the me of the past. Zhang Yan straightened his back, his gaze was like lightning, and his entire body was brimming with energy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Yan's gaze focused on the purple-clothed youth in the distance. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian? This Zhang Yan wants to challenge Duan Ling Tian? Is he crazy? Even Saber Young Master, an existence at the 5th level of the void prying stage, lost at the hands of Duan Ling Tian. He actually dares challenge Duan Ling Tian? Humph. You're courting death. No one was optimistic about Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was not swayed by the mocking voices around him. His gaze was incomparably resolute. He chose to challenge Duan Ling Tian after a period of careful consideration. Presently, the opponents he could choose were only Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun. The other 2. Because he'd lost to Sword Young Master earlier, according to the rules, he couldn't challenge Sword Young Master again. As for Crazy Young Master, he had just fought with Sword Young Master and could not challenge him in this round. Therefore, he only had 3 choices left. Amongst these 3 choices, the one he was least willing to face was Su Li. Before today, this mysterious red-clothed young man had been completely unknown. But the strength he displayed just now was inexplicably shocking. Forget about his cultivation being at the 6th level of the void prying stage. In addition, he'd actually comprehended advanced sword force. Secondly, he wasn't willing to face the saber young master, Long Yun. He was ranked last among the 5 great young masters. In the past, he really didn't take Long Yun seriously, let alone think that Long Yun would surpass him one day. But in the battle between Long Yun and Duan Tian earlier, he revealed a cultivation at the 5th level of the void prying stage and the half-step advanced saber force. Let him realize. The strength of this saber young master, Long Yun, had already completely surpassed him. The current Long Yun was not someone he could match. Even if he had comprehended half-step advanced force, it was still impossible. Therefore, he chose Duan Tian. Even though Duan Tian had once killed the Black Fiend Sect's 6th level void prying stage martial artist, Sun Rue, and defeated the 5th level void prying stage saber young master, Long Yun. However, during this process, Duan Tian did not defeat them with his own strength. Instead, he relied on that bizarre demonic technique. Demonic technique. I want to see if this Duan Tian's demonic technique can work on me. Zhang Yan's eyes sparkled. He'd chosen Duan Tian precisely because he had the mentality of being lucky. He felt that Duan Tian's demonic technique might not work on him. As far as he was concerned, if he were to go against Su Li and Long Yun, he would lose without a doubt. If he were to go against Duan Tian, perhaps he would have a trace of hope. Even though the hope wasn't great. But it was better than nothing. Whoosh! Duan Tian stepped out and stood in confrontation with Zhang Yan with a calm expression. Zhang Yan challenging him had exceeded his expectations. With a quick thought, he guessed Zhang Yan's thoughts. Duan Tian, let me see. If that demonic technique of yours is really so bizarre. Zhang Yan shouted out with a grim voice, and his figure flashed like the wind as he flashed directly towards Duan Tian. In the sky, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Since you want to experience it, then I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Tian's eyes flashed, and a dim light flashed within the depths of his gaze. 1,000 illusions. At this instant, Duan Tian utilized his soul skill once more. At the same time his feet moved. Whirlwind. He moved to the side. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Yan pounced towards the place Duan Tian stood earlier and gave rise to a wave of piercingly cold howls of the wind. But Duan Tian had already left since long ago. Duan Tian, die! Zhang Yan shouted out explosively as he pointed out with his finger, and an origin energy finger shot out. The surroundings of the origin energy finger was coiled with strands of blue-colored energy, and it was precisely the half-step advanced water force he'd just comprehended not long ago. In the sky above Zhang Yan, the strength of another 500 ancient mammoths had appeared beside the ancient mammoth silhouettes that were amplified by the Grade 5 spirit weapon. Everyone present was indescribably shocked. Flame Young Master has actually comprehended half-step advanced water force? When he fought Sword Young Master earlier, he only executed elementary water force. What's going on? Looks like Flame Young Master has just comprehended half-step advanced water force. In next to no time, everyone saw it again. Even though Zhang Yan had comprehended half-step advanced water force, before Duan Tian, he was like a headless fly that bumped about everywhere. He was unable to touch Duan Tian in the slightest. Demonic technique. The pupils of most people couldn't help but constrict. It's time to end this. Duan Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as his figure flashed like the wind, and he arrived behind Zhang Yan in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! His arm swung out like a violent python swinging its tail, and it moved menacingly. Bang! Duan Tian swung out his arm and smashed it right onto Zhang Yan's back, blasting Zhang Yan flying. Zhang Yan fell to the ground in a sorry state, and his face was covered in dirt and grime. When he recovered from his shock and saw Duan Lingtian, who was completely unharmed, his face went pale. No. Impossible. Impossible. Now, Zhang Yan could understand the feelings of Sun Rue and Long Yun. Earlier, he'd obviously heavily injured Duan Lingtian. But in the blink of an eye, an enormous force came from behind him and blasted him flying. Only now did he notice that everything from before was fake. It was all a dream. The possessor of lot number 3, Duan Lingtian, is victorious, Qi Ming announced. Where did Duan Lingtian learn this demonic technique from? It's truly shocking. Yeah, if I knew Duan Lingtian's demonic technique, then wouldn't I be able to do whatever I wanted? Duan Lingtian's demonic technique ought to have some sort of restriction. Otherwise, he'd probably have killed his way to the Azure Forest Trisect long ago to take revenge for the 7-Star Sword Sect. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Squeak squeak, suddenly, the little gold mouse that was sleeping on Duan Lingtian's shoulder had woken up, and she sized up the surroundings with interest. In next to no time, it was the turn of the possessor of lot number 4 to issue a challenge. The possessor of lot number 4, Long Yun. Long Yun's gaze locked onto Chen Xiaoshui. Sword young master. I admit defeat. Chen Xiaoshui wasn't surprised in the slightest when he saw Long Yun challenging him, and he shrugged as he spoke indifferently. Perhaps, the past Long Yun wasn't a match for him. But the current Long Yun had already surpassed him. He knew his own limitations. Lot number 5. Along with Qi Ming speaking, Luo Zhan entered the arena. Luo Zhan had already fought Chen Xiaoshui, and he'd once admitted defeat before Duan Lingtian. Therefore he could only choose from 3 people. Luo Zhan's gaze flashed past Long Yun and Su Li before finally locking onto Zhang Yan. Flame young master. The gloominess on Zhang Yan's face was swept away when he was challenged by Luo Zhan, and he walked out in large strides. He knew. This battle was his chance to prove himself. Luo Zhan, I'll defeat you. Zhang Yan looked at Luo Zhan, and the battle intent in his eyes soared as he shouted out in a grim voice. That will depend on if you have the ability. Luo Zhan's expression became slightly serious, yet he wasn't courteous in the slightest. After he knew Zhang Yan had comprehended half-step advanced water force, he was more or less slightly afraid of Zhang Yan. Since the ancient times, water countered fire. This was an iron law. If it was elementary water force, then his half-step advanced fire force wouldn't be afraid. But half-step advanced water force just happened to be his nemesis. Fortunately, the amplification of the Grade 5 Spirit Spear grandfather refined for me surpasses the Grade 5 Spirit weapon in Zhang Yan's possession. Otherwise, I might not be a match for Zhang Yan. Luo Zhan thought in his heart and felt slightly fortunate. He and Zhang Yan. In terms of age, there wasn't much of a difference. In terms of combat experience they were on par. In terms of cultivation they were the same. In terms of force, because water countered fire, he was slightly inferior. In terms of spirit weapons, he had the advantage. As you wish. Zhang Yan shouted out explosively as his figure shook like the wind, and the howling of the wind sounded out. Luo Zhan's gaze squinted as the origin energy beneath his feet raged, and he started moving as well. Luo Zhan, do you dare receive a finger strike of mine? Accompanied by Zhang Yan's figure that shook like the wind, Zhang Yan's voice sounded out abruptly, and it contained enormous confidence mixed within. Why wouldn't I dare? Luo Zhan stopped moving, the spirit spear in his hand became taut, and origin energy flowed on the spear as if it had transformed into numerous milky white little snakes. Whereas in the surroundings of these little snakes, there were strands of fiery red-colored energy that were ceaselessly leaping and roiling about. Half-step advanced fire force. Right at this moment, Zhang Yan's figure flashed out to charge towards Luo Zhan, and he pointed out with his finger. Swish! The finger force condensed from origin energy tore through the sky, and it carried along strands of raging blue-colored energy as it pointed towards Luo Zhan. Bring it on! Luo Zhan shouted out in shock, and the spirit spear in his hand abruptly stabbed out to accurately intercept Zhang Yan's origin energy finger force. Swoosh! The spirit spear struck out like a WYRM leaving its lair, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. Bang! The spirit spear fiercely blasted onto the Origin Energy Finger Force, and it shattered the Origin Energy Finger Force. Whereas the Origin Energy and half-step advanced fire force on the spirit spear were completely exhausted because of this. Luo Zhan's hand that held the spear trembled, and his body trembled as he retreated 3 steps. On the other hand, Zhang Yan wasn't any better. He similarly retreated 3 steps, and his face flushed slightly red. Again. Zhang Yan's gaze abruptly went cold, and his figure flashed out. Swish! 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 Numerous extremely swift Origin Energy Finger Forces were like the spikes that flew out from the body of a hedgehog, and they swept towards Luo Zhan. Luo Zhan stood with his spear held horizontally, and he was like an invincible god of war. When facing the numerous finger forces of Zhang Yan, Luo Zhan moved. Swoosh! 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 Every time the spear in Luo Zhan's hand flashed out, it seemed as if it possessed the assistance of the gods, and it accurately moved to intercept the numerous Origin Energy Finger Forces of Zhang Yan. Bang! 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 Ear-piercing sounds of collisions sounded out without end. In a short moment, Luo Zhan and Zhang Yan had exchanged over 100 moves. They were evenly matched, and neither was superior. After this, Zhang Yan comprehended half-step advanced water force. He's actually able to fight Luo Zhan to a type. Chapter 559. It wasn't only Duanling Tian that was surprised. The others were surprised as well. I truly never imagined that Flame Young Master would comprehend half-step advanced water force in a hurry, and he's even able to fight Crazy Young Master to a tie. If the current Flame Young Master were to battle Sword Young Master, he might not lose. Yeah, the force Flame Young Master comprehended is the force of nature. Besides being able to increase one's attack, it's able to increase one's speed as well. Whereas Sword Young Master's sword force is instead only able to increase one's attack. The former's force possesses both attack and speed, whereas the latter's force is only able to increase one's attack. With Flame Young Master's current speed of fusing half-step advanced water force into his body, it's sufficient to be in an invincible position before Sword Young Master. Those people that ridiculed Zhang Yan earlier had now changed the topic to praise Zhang Yan. After a short moment, Zhang Yan and Luo Zhan exchanged another few tens of moves. They were still in a tie. In the end, Qiming said, "If this continues, then even if both of you exhaust your strengths, it would be difficult to determine a victor. This battle can be considered to be a tie." A tie? Luo Zhan and Zhang Yan frowned. Although they were unwilling, they knew that this was the best outcome. Both of them had no objections. Number 6. Subsequently, Qiming looked at Su Li. Su Li was the possessor of lot number 6. After Su Li left the arena, his gaze descended onto Chen Xiaoshui. Sword Young Master. I admit defeat. Chen Xiaoshui had a complicated gaze as he spoke frankly. When Su Li had just appeared, he still had the thought of competing with Su Li in his heart. But when he witnessed Su Li's true strength, he completely lost his temper. 6th level of the Void Prying Stage. Advanced Sword Force. No matter which achievement it was all an achievement that was difficult for him to attain. Su Li's strength had exceeded his imagination. Perhaps, only Duanling Tian would be able to defeat Su Li if he utilized his demonic technique. Chen Xiaoshui thought in his heart as he looked at Duanling Tian. As far as he was concerned, even though Su Li was in existence at the 6th level of the Void Prying Stage, it ought to be difficult for him to counterattack before Duanling Tian's demonic technique. After all, the Black Fiend Sex Sun Rue was in existence at the 6th level of the Void Prying Stage. He had also fallen under Duanling Tian's witchcraft. Duanling Tian's witchcraft was unpredictable and impossible to guard against. The second round came to an end. Next up was the third round. Owner of number 1, Chen Xiaoshui. He had defeated Zhang Yan. Defeated by Luo Zhan. He admitted defeat in front of Long Yun and Su Li. Now he could only challenge Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Chen Xiaoshui glanced at Duanling Tian, then looked at Qiming. Vice Dean Qi. I'm not a match for Duanling Tian. I admit defeat. Qiming nodded, and then he announced. The owner of lot number 1, Chen Xiao, has obtained a spot. Today's battle of the geniuses was mainly decided between the 6 of them. The rule was that as long as one won a battle, one would be able to obtain one of the slots. Chen Xiao had once defeated Zhang Yan and obtained a victory. Number 2. Qi Ming's gaze then landed on Zhang Yan. Whereas Zhang Yan could only choose Long Yun and Su Li. He chose Long Yun, then admitted defeat. After that, it was Duan Lingtian's turn, the owner of lot number 3. Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments: Sword Young Master admitted defeat. Crazy Young Master admitted defeat. Flame Young Master lost. Saber Young Master lost. So Duan Lingtian only had one choice left: Su Li. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Su Li took a step forward and stood out. His gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a rare smile. Duan Lingtian, let me have a proper battle with you today. Su Li, you might not be a match for me. Duan Lingtian smiled. As far as he was concerned, since Su Li wasn't an inscription master, Su Li would surely be unable to resist the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, executed by him with his 6th level void prying stage spiritual force. I just happened to want to experience your ability. Su Li's eyes had awe-inspiring battle intent as he spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Instantly, a dim light flickered in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 Illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into his soul brand, and he executed his soul skill. An illusory space constructed out of thin air enveloped Su Li within it. Right at this moment, whoosh! Along with a sword appearing in Su Li's hand, origin energy raged and roiled on his body. At the same time, strands of a peerlessly sharp and fierce aura suffused out from the sword in his hand. Advanced sword force. At this moment, Su Li's entire body seemed to have fused into one with the sword in his hand. The advanced sword force on his body shot into the sky. Right when Su Li took a step forward and intended to make a move, Duan Lingtian's expression abruptly went grim. Because he noticed that the illusory space had actually shattered into pieces. It shattered? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian had a dumbstruck expression when he saw the illusory space vanish without a trace. 1,000 Illusions! 1,000 Illusions! Subsequently, Duan Lingtian tested it a few more times, but the outcome was that the illusory space still shattered successively. Of course, the successive defeats allowed him to find the reason. Advanced force is actually able to counter my illusory space. Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart. This was a great discovery. My spiritual force isn't strong enough and is unable to go against advanced force. Perhaps, only when my spiritual force advances a step further would I be able to resist this advanced force. Looks like not only is my soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, unable to deal with a 6th level void prying stage inscription master, it's similarly unable to deal with a 6th level void prying stage martial artist that has comprehended advanced force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian? Su Li noticed Duan Lingtian was slightly absent-minded, and he reminded. He wasn't willing to have an unfair advantage. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses when he heard Su Li's voice, and he smiled lightly. I admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly left the arena under the numerous gazes of disbelief. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat? Why did he admit defeat? After all, even the Black Fiend Sect's elder son Rue, an existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, was killed by his demonic technique. A 6th level void prying stage martial artist ought to be unable to escape Duan Lingtian's demonic technique. Looks like it's Duan Lingtian who admitted defeat voluntarily. It ought to be so. The surrounding crowd of spectators thought that Duan Lingtian had admitted defeat voluntarily. After all, everyone present knew that Su Li was Duan Lingtian's friend, and it was even a friend that had a deep relationship with him. Duan Lingtian. Su Li frowned, as he thought that Duan Lingtian intentionally let him win. Su Li, don't listen to their nonsense. If I had the confidence, it would be impossible for me not to battle you. Today, I indeed don't have the slightest confidence. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and shook his head as he spoke via voice transmission. But perhaps I'm inferior to you today, but you might not be a match for me in the future. Duan Lingtian's eyes shot out bright lights. As far as he was concerned, so long as his spiritual force advanced a step further, the illusory space he executed would surely be able to resist Duan Lingtian's advanced force. I really look forward to it. Su Li nodded with a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with desire. Battle intent. Along with Duan Lingtian admitting defeat. The result of the Battle of Geniuses was soon out. Su Li won 5 battles and was ranked first. Duan Lingtian won 4 battles and lost 1 battle and was ranked second. Long Yun won 3 battles and lost 2 battles and was ranked third. Luo Zhan won 1 battle and tied 1 battle and lost 3 battles and was ranked fourth. Chen Xiaoshui won 1 battle and lost 4 battles and was ranked fifth. Zhang Yan tied 1 battle and lost 4 battles and was ranked sixth. Imperial Father. Zhang Yan was extremely dissatisfied with this result, and he looked at the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as he said, I want to battle that sword young master, Chen Xiaoshui. The reason I lost to him earlier was because I hadn't comprehended half-step advanced water force. You mean you can defeat him now? The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom glanced indifferently at Zhang Yan and asked. Yes. Zhang Yan had a confident expression. The gaze of the Emperor descended onto Chen Xiaoshui. Sword young master, according to the rules of the genius competition, his request doesn't conform to the rules. Are you willing to agree to this request of his? If you're unwilling, then it's fine. For a time, the gazes of everyone present descended onto the sword young master. Most people felt that the sword young master, Chen Xiaoshui, wouldn't agree to this unreasonable request. Only Duan Lingtian seemed to be lost in thought as he looked at Chen Xiaoshui, who was deep in thought. I agree. Finally, Chen Xiaoshui nodded. He agreed. Instantly, the surrounding spectators were dumbstruck. Is there something wrong with this sword young master's head? Many people were slightly speechless as they spoke. Haha. Sword young master, you're finally like a man. Zhang Yan was slightly perturbed earlier, but now that he saw Chen Xiaoshui agree, he instantly laughed loudly in excitement. As far as he was concerned, so long as he defeated the sword young master and trampled on him, he would be able to obtain 5 positions. One of the positions, whereas the sword young master would be eliminated. Flame young master. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Zhang Yan and said indifferently, I can agree to your challenge, but I have a condition. If you agree, then I'll fight you. If you don't agree, then take it as I never agreed to it. What condition? Zhang Yan frowned as he asked. Chen Xiaoshui said, the condition is, you can only obtain the position that belongs to me by defeating me. If you lose, or if you fight me to a tie, then that position is still mine. I thought you would speak of some condition. I can agree to this condition. If I'm unable to defeat you, then I wouldn't have the face to occupy a position. Zhang Yan spoke as a matter of course, and his tone was filled with confidence. In next to no time, Chen Xiaoshui and Zhang Yan started fighting. Chen Xiaoshui seemed to have been prepared since long ago, and he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. On the other hand, Zhang Yan instead utilized half-step advanced water force to execute his movement technique and flashed out. His speed was so swift that it wasn't something Chen Xiaoshui could compare to. But in next to no time, Zhang Yan was dumbstruck. Because he noticed that from the beginning until the end, Chen Xiaoshui had no intention of chasing after him. Gradually, Zhang Yan lost his patience. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Zhang Yan pointed out with his finger and flashed towards Chen Xiaoshui, and a piercing howl abruptly sounded out. On the other hand, Chen Xiaoshui had finally made a move. The sword light flashed like a bolt of lightning that was swift to the extreme, and it instantly caught up to Zhang Yan's origin energy finger force and shattered it. In terms of attack, because Chen Xiaoshui had the advantage of a spirit weapon, he surpassed Zhang Yan. Chapter 560. So that's how it is. When he saw Zhang Yan impatiently executing an attack at Chen Xiaoshui and Chen Xiaoshui smoothly blocking it, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he came to a sudden understanding. In terms of attack, Chen Xiaoshui was slightly superior to Zhang Yan. In terms of speed, Chen Shaoshui was inferior to Zhang Yan. So, Chen Shaoshui chose to defend and not attack. Because he knew that if he attacked blindly, it would give Zhang Yan an opportunity to take advantage of. So Sword Young Master has such thoughts. In this way, Sword Young Master will surely be in an invincible position. In next to no time, many people guessed Chen Shaoshui's intentions. Zhang Yan reacted to it, and his face went grim as he looked at Chen Shaoshui and shouted out angrily. Sword Young Master, could it be that you don't even have the courage to attack me? Obviously, Zhang Yan wanted to use reverse psychology. However, Chen Shaoshui paid no attention to him and had a calm expression. Zhang Yan's expression was exceedingly gloomy. After waiting for a while and noticing it was impossible for Chen Shaoshui to take the initiative to launch an attack, Zhang Yan launched an attack once more. If this continued, it could only be a tie, and he would be eliminated. Only now did he realize. Sword Young Master had calculated all this since long ago. Swish, 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 swish. Numerous material origin energy finger forces tore through the sky as they shot out. They swept towards Chen Shaoshui. Every single time, the sword in Chen Shaoshui's hand was able to shatter Zhang Yan's origin energy point forces in time. Chen Shaoshui's movement technique was only slow. The speed of the sword in his hand wasn't slow in the slightest. Sword force was unable to increase the speed of his figure. But the speed of the sword could be increased. In the end, the battle between Chen Shaoshui and Zhang Yan ended in a tie. According to Chen Shaoshui's conditions earlier, Zhang Yan narrowly missed out on the 5 positions. Humph. The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom glanced indifferently at Zhang Yan and grunted in a low voice. Zhang Yan's body trembled when he heard this. He knew. He disappointed his imperial father. The 5 of you gather at the Imperial Palace 3 days from now and depart to the Darkstone Empire. The gaze of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor passed by Duan Ling Tian's group of 5. Duan Ling Tian's group of 5s nodded and agreed. Subsequently, the gaze of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor descended onto Luo Rong. Guildmaster Luo, I'll be taking my leave first. Take care, Your Majesty. Luo Rong nodded. After the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom left, the curtains to the genius competition fell. Zhang Yan dragged his lonely back and walked step by step into the depths of the palace. There was a palace that belonged to him. For the first time, he didn't pester the flute fairy or Zi Yan. The others dispersed. When Duan Ling Tian left, he could feel the burning gazes of the 2 people behind him on his back. These 2 gazes were filled with killing intent. The owners of those gazes were Prince Shang and his son. Royal Father, are we just going to let this Duan Ling Tian head to the Darkstone Empire? Zhang Heng's face was filled with unwillingness. Don't worry. He won't be able to reach the Darkstone Empire. Prince Shang's eyes were filled with extreme killing intent. It's impossible for someone who humiliated my Prince Shang's residence to live. Father, do you have a plan? Hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes lit up, and the haze on his face was swept away. Prince Shang nodded. And now, outside the palace. In the spacious carriage that left, there were 5 people sitting in it. There were only 3 people in the carriage. Duan Ling Tian, Luo Rong, and Luo Zhan. Yet at this moment, there were 2 more people. Chen Shaoshui, Su Li. Su Li, exactly what fortuitous encounter did you obtain in these past few years? You actually possess such a shocking cultivation. Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Li and asked via voice transmission. Su Li replied via voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, not long after I left Paladin Academy that day, I brought my parents along and left our original residence. After that, I entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom by myself to wander about, and I just happened to encounter my current master. As he finished speaking, Su Li's eyes were filled with respect. Evidently, he respected his master very much. Master. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. There's someone in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that's capable of fostering a genius in the martial Dao like Su Li? Yes. Su Li nodded. Your master is a member of the Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Ling Tian frowned and asked. This time, the voice transmission was mixed with a bit of gloominess. The reason Duan Lingtian guessed like this was because of Duan Lingtian. It was also because Su Li had addressed Long Yun as junior brother long earlier. Whereas Long Yun was a member of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and a member of the current Azure Forest Trisect. Azure Forest Trisect? A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Su Li's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian. My master isn't related to the Azure Forest Trisect in the slightest. Besides that, Long Yun's master isn't a member of the Azure Forest Trisect as well. Not a member of the Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to face Su Li, this good friend of his. Do you know the origins of that master of yours? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Su Li shook his head. I don't know, master has always been extremely mysterious. But according to what he said, he ought to have come from a distant place. Right. He has a senior brother that's lifelong sworn enemy of his, and that senior brother is the master of Long Yun. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He remembered. Today, Long Yun and Su Li had arrived at the Imperial Palace one after the other. Long Yun seemed to have mentioned something about Martial Uncle Sword, whereas Su Li seemed to have mentioned something about Martial Uncle Saber. Su Li didn't know anything about the origins of his master and Long Yun's master. It was even to the extent that he didn't even know how formidable his master's strength was. I only know that master seemed to have wandered here, whereas that Martial Uncle Saber instead followed master all the way here. Su Li continued. They're sworn enemies? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. How do you know? Su Li couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Duan Lingtian smiled as a matter of course. From the beginning until the end, you and Long Yun had quite a bit of enmity towards each other. Besides that, since that Martial Uncle Saber of yours pestered your master to come to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I presume it's not very likely that he's a senior brother with a good relationship. Their relationship is indeed not very good. That Martial Uncle Saber has always refused to admit defeat before my master. It's even to the extent that he would look for my master to battle every once in a while. When he spoke up to hear, the corners of Su Li's mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. But unfortunately, that Martial Uncle Saber lost every single time. Subsequently, Su Li said, as for Long Yun, he's a disciple that Martial Uncle Saber took later on. Martial Uncle Saber knows that it's extremely difficult for him to defeat my master in this lifetime. So he had the intention of fostering a disciple that can surpass me. Martial Uncle Saber is extremely eager to be strong, and he must surpass my master in some aspect before he'll stop. Su Li finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head. He thought in his heart, looks like Su Li's master isn't simple. He's able to make Su Li undergo such a great change in a short few years. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, even an expert that stood at the peak of the Darkhan dynasty might not be able to accomplish this. In other words, it was extremely likely that Su Li's master was from the foreign lands, whereas Long Yun's master was extremely likely to be from the foreign lands as well. Duan Lingtian, I haven't returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom for a period of time as well. Are Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu doing well? Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. This time, he didn't condense his voice using origin energy. His voice entered into the ears of everyone within the carriage. They're fine. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. I returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 years ago and met them. That's good. Su Li nodded, and his gaze was slightly distant. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 years have passed. I presume their changes aren't small. Time really passes quickly. Yeah, time waits for no man. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed. All of you are so young, yet you're sighing about how time waits for no man. How should an old man like me feel? Luo Rong shook his head and laughed bitterly when he heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, tell us about your past. Chen Xiao Shuai's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. He'd always been someone that was familiar with others. Through Duan Lingtian's introduction, he could be considered to have gotten acquainted with Su Li and made friends with Su Li. Duan Lingtian smiled and casually spoke of some matters of the past. Most of it was related to Su Li leaving that day. In other words, Suli's strength was far inferior to you when he left that day? Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Suli, how did you survive these past few years? How could he have such a terrifying cultivation and comprehension of the advanced sword force? Chen Xiaoshui looked at Suli with a dumbstruck expression. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian and Suli's strengths in the past ought to be similar. Who would have imagined that? At that time, Suli's strength was actually far inferior to Duan Lingtian. Although Luo Rong didn't speak, his pair of muddy eyes still imperceptibly flashed with a bright light. Suli's improvement caused him to feel that it was slightly inconceivable. I was just lucky. Suli smiled lightly and didn't intend to speak of it in detail. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui were sensible people and didn't ask any further. Luck is a part of strength as well. Right at this moment, Luo Rong interjected. Suli, if you don't find a place to stay these few days, then stay at the Weapons Craftsmen Association's headquarters as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Suli and suggested. Suli looked at Luo Rong when he heard this. I have no problem. I just don't know if I'll be disturbing guild leader Luo. You won't be disturbing. Luo Rong hurriedly shook his head. He didn't dare slight someone that Duan Lingtian invited. Just like this, Suli temporarily stayed on the 5th floor of the Alchemist Association's headquarters. The 5th floor that originally only had Luo Rong staying on was bustling with noise and excitement for a time. The next day, Duan Lingtian stayed in his room and cultivated in meditation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM Transformation. Duan Lingtian's mind was immersed in cultivation and was isolated from the world. Master. Only when a voice transmission sounded out from outside his room and entered Duan Lingtian's ears did he recover from his shock. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the Weapons Craftsmen Association's guild leader, Luo Rong. Master, there's news of the thing you're looking for. Luo Rong's voice transmission sounded out once more. What? Luo Rong's voice transmission caused Duan Lingtian, who just awoken from cultivation and was still slightly dazed, to shudder and instantly sober up. Is it the Phoenix Wing Herb or the Ageless Root? Duan Lingtian revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and asked with slight excitement. He was able to guess. Chapter 561. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened the door and looked excitedly at the old man outside the door. It seems to be the Phoenix Wing Herb, Luo Rong said. Phoenix Wing Herb? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he asked with an anxious tone. Where's the Phoenix Wing Herb now? Luo Rong continued. It was the Imperial City's Sima clan's second elder that personally came to tell me. He said he saw the Phoenix Wing Herb at Blackwind Ridge. Presently, he's already rushed to Blackwind Ridge, and there'll be news tomorrow at the latest. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Luo Rong. Master, besides telling you about this matter, I came to find you to ask for your guidance. As Luo Rong spoke up to hear, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation. What? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That Sima clan's second elder is skilled in using whips. I've never refined a whip before, so I don't know how to start. Luo Rong was slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. It's only a small matter. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Luo Rong quickly completed the first whip-type spirit weapon he'd refined in his lifetime. It was capable of amplifying strength by 49%. Duan Lingtian was rather excited when he found out there was news of the Phoenix Wing Herb, and he didn't continue cultivating. Together with Su Li, he walked around the Imperial City. Another day passed. Duan Lingtian obtained the Phoenix Wing Herb as he wished. The Phoenix Wing Herb was completely jade green, and the horns around it were extremely similar to the wings of the divine beast, Phoenix. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian could confirm that this was the Phoenix Wing Herb, a genuine Phoenix Wing Herb. I've obtained the Phoenix Wing Herb, and only the Ageless Root remains. As for the other medicinal materials, they can be easily gathered. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. So long as he found the Ageless Root, he would be able to refine the Rebirth Pill. The Rebirth Pill would be a turning point for him. Once I consume the rebirth pill, my cultivation might be able to surpass Xueqi in one go. Duan Ling Tian was very confident in the efficacy of the nirvana pill. It should be noted that even Emperor Wu of the samsara cycle had broken through 3 levels after fully absorbing the medicinal power of the rebirth pill when he had stepped into the Emperor Wu realm. Of course, digesting the medicinal power of the nirvana pill required a process. Back then, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had spent several years to completely absorb the medicinal power of the nirvana pill. With my current cultivation, if I want to completely digest the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, I'm afraid it will take at least 10 years, or even longer, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, no matter what, the rebirth pill was a pleasant surprise. It was enough to help him soar into the sky. Ageless root. Ageless root. Once I arrive at the Darkstone Empire, I'll surely think of a way to find the ageless root. Duan Lingtian's gaze was exceedingly firm. After he obtained the phoenix wing herb, Duan Lingtian cultivated even more diligently. Another day passed. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian, Luo Zhan, and Xueqi left the headquarters of the Weapons Craftsman Guild together. As for the sword young master, Chen Xiaoshui, he'd been staying in the Spring Night Pavilion these past few days. According to him, he was about to leave soon and had to properly enjoy himself for a few days. The 3 of them sat in a carriage and rushed to the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were just about to enter the Imperial Palace when they heard a familiar voice sound out from behind them. Duan Lingtian was the first to turn around to look. The person that had arrived was precisely the sword young master, Chen Xiaoshui. Aren't you afraid of exhausting your body? Luo Zhan shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, my body is extremely good. Chen Xiaoshui spoke complacently. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Chen Xiaoshui, and the 4 of them walked into the Imperial Palace together. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 gathered together with the saber young master, Long Yun, under the lead of the Imperial Palace guards. When Long Yun faced Duan Lingtian's group of 4, he revealed intense hostility towards Duan Lingtian and Xueqi. Duan Lingtian and Xueqi could both be said to be lifelong enemies of his. Duan Lingtian had defeated him twice and caused him to feel extreme humiliation. Xueqi was the person his master wanted him to defeat, and was the motivation for him to ceaselessly advance. In this lifetime, he was bound to surpass the 2 of them as his goal and work hard to advance. Duan Lingtian, Xueqi. There'll come a day when I trample all of you beneath my feet. Long Yun silently swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Long Yun's hostility, yet he didn't mind. He didn't take Long Yun seriously at all. In the past now he didn't. As for Xueqi, he glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Yun before withdrawing his gaze and closing his eyes to rest. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures appeared one after another before Duan Lingtian's group of 5. An old man and a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the old man. The old man was precisely the former vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. As for the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to him. Vice Dean Qi, Prince Shang. But Duan Lingtian paying no attention to him didn't mean that the others paid no attention to him. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was precisely Prince Shang. Prince Shang's face sank slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian paying no attention to him, and his eyes emitted icy coldness. After a short moment, the coldness dispersed, and Prince Shang's expression recovered its calm. This Prince Shang isn't simple. Duan Lingtian noticed the change in Prince Shang's expression, and his heart jerked as he couldn't help but arouse vigilance. Very good. Everyone is present. After Qi Ming nodded to Duan Lingtian, he glanced indifferently at the others. This trip to the Darkstone Empire will be led by me and Prince Shang. Let's go. As soon as Qi Ming finished speaking, he soared up into the sky. Prince Shang followed suit and soared up into the sky to walk side by side with Qi Ming. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 followed up. 7 figures transformed into 7 flowing lights in the blink of an eye that left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace. All the way north. That place was precisely the direction of the Darkstone Empire. At this moment, the The experts of the Azure Forest Trisect ought to have already left, right? Prince Shang's gaze squinted as he thought to himself. This time, he'd asked the Emperor for permission to head to the Darkstone Empire with Qi Ming's group of 6. Whereas the reason he'd accepted this strenuous and thankless task was naturally not so simple. All this he'd done was for the sake of taking Duan Lingtian's life. If Duan Lingtian didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He'd already reached an agreement with the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he would join forces with the experts sent over by the Azure Forest Trisect to annihilate Duan Lingtian. Time silently flowed by. Half a month later, when he saw the border between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Darkstone Empire was right before his eyes, Prince Shang's face sank. Why haven't the members of the Azure Forest Trisect arrived? Presently, the agreed time between him and the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had passed long ago. But the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect still hadn't come. Prince Shang realized he might have been stood up by the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Darkstone Empire. As he looked at the area ahead that belonged to the Darkstone Empire, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed slight recollection. He'd once been to the Darkstone Empire that day. He'd even stayed in the Darkstone Empire for a period of time. Branch sect of the Azure Forest Trisect. The original demonic Lotus Blade sect. Today, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge was in chaos, and blood flowed into rivers. That demon beast has come again. Suddenly, an Azure Forest Trisect disciple raised his head to look up into the sky and shouted out in terror. Right at this moment, the black dot in the sky grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into a rock. The rock's body was enormous, and when it spread out its wings, it was like a cloud that covered the sky. Its eyes emitted a terrifying sheen that didn't contain the slightest emotion. Swoosh! The rock seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended into the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Everywhere it passed, shrill cries rose and fell. Blood sprayed into the sky and sprayed onto the ground. Flee! Flee! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! No! No! Waves of heart-wrenching shrill cries sounded out ceaselessly. For a time, the entire demonic Lotus Blade Gorge seemed to have transformed into purgatory on earth. The rock swooped down, and its sharp claws were tainted with fresh blood. However, its pair of eyes revealed a frightening cold light, causing people to tremble in fear. Animal, don't flee! Abruptly, a grim shout sounded out from high above in the sky. Numerous figures tore through the sky and chased after the rock that was slaughtering in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. As they looked at the corpses that covered the ground within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, their expressions were extremely unsightly. The rock slightly turned its head when it saw them arrive, and it glanced at them with contempt. Subsequently, swoosh! The rock charged into the sky and flapped its wings before vanishing in the horizon in the blink of an eye. It caused the people behind it to be unable to catch up. Damn it! This rock is even more terrifying than the 7-star sword sect's Chen Xian. The Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, looked at the direction the rock left with an extremely unsightly expression. He didn't chase after it, because he knew that he was unable to catch up. The rock was the sect-guarding demon beast of the former 7-star sword sect, and in terms of speed, there were few people that were able to compare to it. This rock relies on 6th-level wind concept and coupled with the rock clan being adept in speed. If a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist wants to catch up to it, then the martial artist has to comprehend 7th-level wind concept or 8th-level concept of nature. The eyes of the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader were filled with icy coldness. No one in our Azure Forest Trisect is able to catch up to this rock in speed. If this continues, then the disciples of our Azure Forest Trisect will sooner or later be completely slaughtered by it. The sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Xueqi, had an extremely gloomy expression. The only thing we can do now is to protect the disciples of the sect properly. We can't chase after it. Otherwise, once it turns around, the blood of our Azure Forest Trisect disciples will flow into rivers. Cold lights flickered within Lu Yuan's eyes. Although he felt aggrieved in his heart, he had no other choice. If our Azure Forest Trisect is able to produce a 7th-level void initiation stage expert, then why would we be afraid of this rock? When we annihilated the 7-star sword sect that day, we ought to have killed this rock at the first possible moment. In that way, we wouldn't be in such a passive position as we are now. The expressions of the other guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect were extremely unsightly as well. I've remembered. Suddenly, a wave of shocked shouts sounded out within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Chapter 562. What this Azure Forest Trisect disciple said caused the expressions of the other Azure Forest Trisect disciples to go grim. The 7-star sword sect guardian demon beast? Are you sure? Many Azure Forest Trisect disciples looked at the person that shouted out in shock. Of course. At that time, I was present when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated by our Azure Forest Trisect. It's absolutely not wrong. The latter hurriedly nodded, and his eyes revealed slight terror. I still remember that Duan Ling Tian was rescued by it that day. Its speed is something that practically no one in our Azure Forest Trisect is able to compare to. Earlier, the 3 sect leaders and several guardian elders chased after it, but they couldn't even touch a single one of its wings. Not only that, it even killed so many of our senior brothers. The bodies of some Azure Forest Trisect disciples lightly trembled. I want to leave the sect. I don't want to be an Azure Forest Trisect disciple anymore. I want to leave the sect too. Instantly, the crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples within the gorge seethed with excitement, and all of them wanted to leave the Azure Forest Trisect. In their opinion, so long as they cut off their relationship with the Azure Forest Trisect, they wouldn't have to worry about that grand rock coming to their door and slaughtering them. No one in the Azure Forest Trisect could compare to the speed of that grand rock. In other words, if the rock wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as entering an unstoppable state. The commotion from the demonic Lotus Flower Gorge caused the expressions of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect to go grim. They didn't expect this. The demon rock from the 7-star sword sect had actually caused such great terror to arise in their Azure Forest Trisect. Soon after, the 3 of them descended from the sky, calming the people's hearts. One could imagine. If they didn't do anything, then it wouldn't be long before only they and the group of elders remained in the Azure Forest Trisect. Even though the strengths of these Azure Forest Trisect disciples were ordinary, they were the foundation and hope of the Azure Forest Trisect. The future of the Azure Forest Trisect still depended on these disciples. If these disciples were to leave, then the Azure Forest Trisect would surely cease to exist 100 years later. Because of the sudden attack of the Grand Rock, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had completely thrown the agreement between them and Prince Shang to the back of their minds. Now, their house was on fire and they were busy putting out the fire. He was in no mood to care about anything else. Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian's group flew past the skies of Phoenix Nest City. It wasn't long before they arrived near the inscription formation that enveloped the Soul Cleanse pool in the past. Zhao Ming. When Duan Lingtian thought of the 2 old men trapped in the inscription formation, his face couldn't help but darken, and his eyes revealed a cold killing intent. As long as he had enough strength, he would definitely enter the inscription pattern formation again and torture Zhao Ming to death. In the past, he did not know what Zhao Ming had done when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. Therefore, he did not hate Zhao Ming that much. However, now that he knew that Zhao Ming was the main culprit behind the deaths of Elder Xian and the sect leader Linghu Jinhong, he knew that Zhao Ming was the culprit behind the deaths of Elder Xian and sect leader Linghu Jinhong. He wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. That member of the Azure Forest Trisect actually dared deceive me. Prince Shang, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, had an ashen face. He finally realized it would probably be impossible for the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to come. The strengths of the 5 young men in Duan Lingtian's group were ordinary, but Qi Ming and Prince Shang were both existences at the Void Initiation stage. Especially Qi Ming, his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he even possessed a Grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. So, this entire journey was extremely calm. To Void Initiation stage martial artists, the journey from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Darkstone Empire wasn't considered to be far. However, Qi Ming and Prince Shang had to take care of these young men instead. So, their group only arrived nearby the Darkstone Empire's imperial city after 3 months. The Darkstone Empire's imperial city is ahead. Qi Ming took the lead to descend from the sky, and he looked down from afar at a tiny black dot ahead. Along with Duan Lingtian's group moving forward, the tiny black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into a vast city. This city was simple and ancient, and it emitted an extraordinary aura. It was like a demon beast that lay dormant there, and it ceaselessly swallowed carriages and carriages. Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Duan Lingtian looked at the city before him as flowing lights flickered within his eyes. He knew this was the place he was going to stay at next. The Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire would begin 9 months from now. At that time, the people that were outstanding in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire would be able to obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkhan dynasty, and even the various empires to compete with each other. In the Darkhan dynasty, the participants to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be decided and directly participate in it. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by a formidable power in the foreign lands. The people that were outstanding in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would presumably obtain the favor of that formidable power. That power is my current target. I'll use it as a stepping stone to enter the foreign lands and wait for an opportunity to take the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu during his second lifetime. Duan Lingtian made plans for his future in his heart. Before this, I must stand out in the Darkhan dynasty and seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how much I think. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about. Descend. Along with Qi Ming taking the lead to descend from the sky, Duan Lingtian and the others followed. They strode into the imperial city together. After entering the imperial city, Duan Lingtian and the others had a meal. Qi Ming went to buy a spacious courtyard house. There's still 9 months of time before the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. All of you stay in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city during this period of time and cultivate properly and strive to break through. Qi Ming said to Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 nodded in agreement. Duan Lingtian, perhaps I'll be a step ahead of you and break through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Then let's wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to the room Qi Ming allocated to him. Duan Lingtian's room was situated at the center of 2 rooms. One of the rooms was Su Li's. The other room was Qi Ming's. Vice Dean Qi is really considerate. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his face contained slight emotion mixed within. He was able to discern that Qi Ming's allocation was done intentionally. Presumably, Qi Ming had long since noticed Prince Shang's enmity towards him. Squeak squeak, suddenly, the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder awoke, and her jade-green eyes opened wide as she sized up the room before her. Big brother Lingtian, where are we? You little fellow. We've already arrived at the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Duan Lingtian smiled. Big brother Lingtian, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. The little gold mouse looked pitifully at Duan Lingtian. I didn't see you awake when we were eating earlier. You're hungry now, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked out of the room before notifying Qi Ming before leaving the courtyard house. He found a nearby restaurant and ordered a table of fried meat for the little gold mouse. Whereas within the courtyard house, a figure was just intending to leave. Prince Shang. The aged figure followed closely behind like a shadow. Revered Elder Qi, Prince Shang frowned slightly when he saw the old man, and his expression was unsightly. He knew that the old man had discerned his intentions. He was bound to be unable to follow Duan Lingtian and execute Duan Lingtian in secret. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about all this. After feeding the little gold mouse, he brought the little gold mouse to walk around the nearby area before returning to the courtyard house. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Lightning WYRM Transformation. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and silently cultivated. 1 month later. Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly interested in the auction held by the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House? On the way, Su Li asked Duan Lingtian who was by his side. Xueqi, don't you think it's too boring for us to always stay in the courtyard house and cultivate? Supposedly, the auction held by the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House is only held once a year, and there are many precious items every single time. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain the thing you need from it. Xueqi nodded, and there was slight anticipation in his eyes. On the other side, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui were similarly slightly expectant. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House was dazzling, and it caused Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to be unable to refrain from being shocked when they walked in. A single room actually costs 100,000 gold. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial family is simply robbing. Within the room, Chen Xiaoshui couldn't help but shake his head. Luo Zhan said with a smile. You're probably feeling heartache. If this money is used for you to go to the Spring Night Pavilion, it can be used for an extremely long period of time, right? Chen Xiaoshui was seen through, and he was slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtian sat at the side and silently tasted the fragrant tea on the table, and his gaze passed through the window to look at the auction hall. Presently, there were more and more people in the auction hall. Not long after, the auction began. At the beginning, the things auctioned in the auction were practically all spirit weapons and medicinal pills, and Duan Lingtian didn't take a fancy to a single one of them. Only later on did the auction take out some rare materials. Only now did Duan Lingtian make a bid. Before the curtains to the auction came to an end, Duan Lingtian had won many materials from the auction. So long as it was something he took a fancy to, he'd practically directly bid for it. Unknowingly, the gold in Duan Lingtian's possession had decreased by an entire 100 million gold. This caused Su Li's group of 3 to be unable to refrain from being astounded. Duan Lingtian, I originally thought that amongst the 4 of us, the person with the most gold and silver ought to be Luo Zhan. I never imagined that you'd conceal your strength so deeply. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. Looks like if I have no money to use in the future, I'm entirely capable of directly borrowing from you. You can borrow, but you have to pay interest. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Chen Xiaoshui angrily rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Even though Su Li was surprised, yet he didn't say anything. In the past, Duan Lingtian had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and he'd long since gotten used to it. As far as he was concerned, any matter that caused shock to occur to Duan Lingtian was extremely normal. As for Luo Zhan, after his surprise, he felt that it was natural. Only he knew of Duan Lingtian's background and knew that Duan Lingtian was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Would a grade 4 weapons craftsman lack gold and silver? The answer was no. Luo Zhan believed it. So long as Duan Lingtian was willing to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon and put it up for auction in the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City, it would absolutely be able to fetch a sky-high price. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Normally, only the weapons craftsmen of the dynasties were able to refine it. Chapter 563. Grade 4 Spirit Weapon. To a certain extent, it wasn't something that could be measured in gold and silver. If it was really exchanged for gold and silver, it would surely be an enormous amount that was difficult to imagine. So as far as Luo Zhan was concerned, Duan Lingtian didn't lack money. How could Luo Zhan know that practically none of the wealth in Duan Lingtian's possession was obtained by exchanging spirit weapons? These wealth were all earned by him using various methods. The things auctioned by the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House are truly disappointing. Duan Lingtian looked out of the window and shook his head at the middle-aged man that stood on the auction platform that presided over the auction. Of course, the reason Duan Lingtian had such thoughts, it was entirely because he looked down upon many of the precious things that were auctioned earlier. For example, the grade 5 spirit weapon and the bottle of void strengthening pills with 80% purity, as well as some miscellaneous items. To others those were precious things, but to him, they weren't worth mentioning. So long as he was willing, he could refine an even better grade 5 spirit weapon and a void strengthening pill with an even higher purity. As for the other things, he didn't need them. When one stood at a different position, one's mentality would naturally be different. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the final item of our Imperial Auction House this time. This is a demon beast egg, and it contains a trace of the aura of advanced lightning force. The middle-aged man that presided over the auction introduced. Presently, a plate had appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. On the plate was an egg that was the size of an infant's fist. On the surface of the egg, there was faint violet-colored energy that flickered. In other words, the demon beast that laid this demon beast egg was most probably an existence that had comprehended advanced lightning force. The middle-aged man continued. Advanced lightning force? As soon as the middle-aged man mentioned the words advanced lightning force, Qin Wentian's eyes lit up. Most of the people in the auction hall couldn't help but become excited. After they finished hearing the middle-aged man, the gazes of many people lit up. A demon beast egg left behind by a demon beast that had comprehended advanced lightning force. I'm determined to obtain it. Right at this moment, a resolute voice sounded out from a room upstairs. Humph. Then let's see if you have the wealth. A disdainful voice came from another private room. Since this demon beast egg carries advanced lightning force. In other words, the demon beast within the demon beast egg in the future is extremely likely to grow into a demon beast that has comprehended advanced lightning force. A voice rang out from another private room. There was a hint of excitement in the voice. Duan Lingtian discovered. One by one, the guests in the private rooms spoke out. They were determined to get the demonic beast egg. What kind of demonic beast egg is that? Duan Lingtian looked at the demon beast egg, and his eyes contained slight curiosity mixed within. His mental power swept out, wanting to find out what was going on. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed another spiritual force that was probing the demon beast egg as well. The strength of this spiritual power was on par with his. It was also a 6th-level void-prying stage spiritual force. There's a second inscriptionist here? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He was only able to notice that spiritual force, yet he had no way of knowing where it came from. I wonder if it's the spiritual force of the person in the room or the person in the hall. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But when he saw that spiritual force didn't have the intention of making things difficult for him, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to it. Even if that spiritual force wanted to make things difficult for him, he wasn't afraid. His spiritual force wasn't inferior to the spiritual force of the spiritual force. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the demon beast egg, his gaze couldn't help but squint. Because he noticed that the vitality within the demon beast egg was swiftly draining away, and only a trace of it remained now. In the blink of an eye, that tiny bit of life force had completely disappeared. The advanced lightning force that flickered on the demon beast egg was completely restrained. The demon beast egg had become simple and unadorned. What's going on? This scene caused many guests present to be unable to refrain from being stunned. There were also some people with unique discerning gazes that cried out in shock. This demon beast egg has already lost its vitality. It's already a dead egg. Dead egg. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. A living demon beast egg had suddenly become a dead egg, and it caused everyone to be dumbstruck. It's really dead? It seems to have lost its vitality. So long as a demon beast egg still has a trace of vitality, its outer appearance would have traces of force. Exactly. If the force suddenly vanishes, then there's only one possibility. The demon beast is dead. A demon beast egg that was originally priceless is now worthless. What a pity. The auction hall was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Duan Lingtian, is the demon beast within that demon beast egg really dead? Luo Zhan asked Duan Lingtian curiously. He blindly believed in Duan Lingtian. Subconsciously, he felt that Duan Lingtian was omnipotent. Yes, it just died. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just died? Su Li and Chen Xiaoshui couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Fortunately, it's dead now. Otherwise, if it died after someone bid for it, then it would have really cheated that person. Chen Xiaoshui sighed with emotion. Meanwhile, the expression of the middle-aged man on the auction platform went grim. After a short moment, 2 old men walked up from the backstage. After they inspected the demon beast egg for a while, they couldn't help but shake their heads. The final auction item of the Imperial Auction House is actually a dead egg. This matter will surely become the laughing stock of the Imperial Auction House. A demon beast egg that was originally priceless has now become a useless thing. Truly a pity. Many people in the auction hall shook their heads and sighed with emotion. Moreover, the voices that sounded out from the various rooms earlier went silent and didn't sound out again. Guests. The middle-aged man on the auction platform took a deep breath and said apologetically, "A slight accident has occurred in the final auction item of today. We never imagined that the demon beast within it would actually be so weak. However, we've still decided to auction off this demon beast egg. The original starting price of this demon beast egg was 10 million gold. Now, the starting price is 1 million gold. 1 million gold." The middle-aged man's words caused everyone in the auction hall to be unable to refrain from feeling disdain. A dead egg, a completely useless egg, 1 million gold? Only an idiot would buy it. If this demon beast egg wasn't a dead egg, then perhaps it could be sold for a sky-high price. But the demon beast within it was dead now, and this demon beast egg was bound to become a useless thing. Even holding it would be too cumbersome. Even spending 1 million gold to buy it? Presently, even Duan Ling Tian, who sat in the room, couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that the imperial auction house had gone mad for money. 1 million gold. A dead egg? Lo Cheng shook his head. Right when Su Li and Chen Xiao Shui felt that it wasn't too likely for anyone to bid. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder suddenly cried out, "Big brother Ling Tian." Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian heard the little gold mouse's voice. "What's wrong?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "Big brother Ling Tian, I want that demon beast egg." The little gold mouse's gaze descended outside the window onto the middle-aged man's hand on the auction platform. The middle-aged man's hand was precisely holding the demon beast egg that had completely lost all signs of life. "Little gold, the demon beast within that demon beast egg is already dead." Duan Ling Tian was afraid that the little gold mouse didn't know of this fact. "I know." The little gold mouse nodded like a human and continued to speak via voice transmission. "Big brother Ling Tian, I want it." Duan Ling Tian noticed. Presently, the little gold mouse was staring at him with a pair of jade green eyes. The little gold mouse's gaze was filled with anticipation. "All right, I'll just bid for it." Duan Ling Tian rubbed the little gold mouse's head with a doting expression. It was only 1 million gold. Buying this dead egg would be like buying a toy for this little fellow. 1 million gold. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian directly spoke out under the disbelieving gazes of Luo Zhan and the others. Duan Ling Tian's voice resounded out in the auction hall, causing everyone in the hall to be dumbstruck. They only recovered from their shock after a short moment. There's really someone willing to spend 1 million gold to buy a demon beast egg that has lost all signs of life? Truly a fool with a lot of money. The world of the rich isn't something we can imagine. The group of people whispered in discussion. The gazes of even more people couldn't help but look towards the window of Duan Ling Tian's room. But unfortunately, because of the angle, they weren't able to see anything. Are there any other guests that want to increase the price? Right at this moment, at the same time that the middle-aged man on the auction platform heaved a sigh of relief, he asked in a loud voice. Someone spending 1 million gold to buy a demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life had similarly exceeded his expectations. Now, he didn't think that someone would continue to increase the price. He was only asking out of habit. If there are no other guests that increase the price, then I'll start counting down. 1 million gold going once, 1 million gold going twice, 1 million gold going thrice. Sold. The middle-aged man said word by word. Congratulations to the guest in box 7 for winning this demonic beast egg with 1 million taels of gold. The middle-aged man looked towards the room where Duan Ling Tian was and said in a loud voice. Seeing that the demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life had an owner. Once again, there was a burst of discussion in the auction hall. A demon beast egg that has lost all signs of life is simply useless. I don't know who actually spent 1 million gold to buy such a useless thing. That's right. This demon beast egg is probably no different from an ordinary egg now. There's still a difference between it and an egg. At least I still dare to eat an egg. If this demon beast egg were to fall into my hands, I would definitely throw it away. No matter how the people outside discussed, Duan Ling Tian still won the demon beast egg. Duan Lingtian, you. Luo Zhan and the other two looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was absolutely not the kind of person who was a fool with a lot of money. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder and thought in his heart. What does little gold want with that demon beast egg? Thump, thump. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. The people from the auction house had brought over the demon beast egg. Chapter 564. Duan Lingtian had just obtained the demon beast egg. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as it pounced over, and it seized the demon beast egg away with a speed that left no time for covering one's ears. You little fellow, are you afraid I won't give it to you? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse that held the demon beast egg as if it had obtained a precious treasure, and he spoke angrily. Meanwhile, the gazes of Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chen Xiaoshui descended onto the little gold mouse with a slightly dazed expression. They were extremely curious. Why did the demon beast by Duan Lingtian's side want this demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life? It wasn't only them that were curious. Even Duan Lingtian was similarly curious. He'd won the bid for this demon beast egg because the little gold mouse wanted it. As for what the little gold mouse wanted it for, he didn't know the slightest. When the staff of the auction house received the money and left, they closed the door behind them. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 saw it in astonishment. Whoosh! The little gold mouse's figure moved, and it slightly expanded. At the same time, it grabbed the demon beast egg with one hand and directly stuffed it into its mouth. The demon beast egg just happened to be able to be swallowed by it. Gulp! At the instant the little gold mouse swallowed the demon beast egg, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 couldn't help but heavily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Luo Zhan's group of 3 had questioning gazes that descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he spread out his hands, and his expression showed that he didn't know beforehand. Little gold, you. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to ask the little gold mouse why it swallowed the demon beast egg, Duan Lingtian saw the little gold mouse shrink once more, and its fluffy and chubby body fell down as it fell asleep on the table. This state was no different than the state it was in after consuming the nether soul fruit that day. Could it be that little gold ate that demon beast egg as a spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian had a strange expression. Duan Lingtian, this jade-eyed heavenly mouse by your side is really strange. Luo Zhan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Chen Xiaoshui's eyes lit up. What a domineering name. Duan Lingtian, where did you find this little guy? If there's a chance, I'll get one and raise it. Back then, I also met it in the exchange hall. Speaking of which, I even spent a few million gold taels on it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scene when he bought the little gold mouse at the Ma clan's auction house in Black Wind City. Only a few million taels of gold? Luo Zhan's face was full of envy and jealousy. Duan Lingtian, your luck is really heaven-defying. He was very clear about how terrifying the little golden mouse by Duan Lingtian's side was. Although Chen Xiaoshui didn't say anything, he looked at Duan Lingtian with envy. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Su Li pondered for a short moment before his gaze abruptly lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this little gold mouse by your side is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Are you sure? At this moment, even Su Li's breathing became hurried. Su Li, you know of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse? It was the first time Luo Zhan had seen Su Li lose composure like this, and he asked curiously. Chen Xiaoshui looked over as well. Su Li muttered. If this little gold mouse is really a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, then Duan Lingtian has really struck it rich. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a few million gold taels? Su Li, since you know of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, then introduce it to us. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui both had faces full of curiosity. Su Li's loss of composure allowed them to realize that the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side was extremely not simple. Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian as if he was confirming something. Duan Lingtian nodded. Only now did Su Li look at the little gold mouse that had fallen asleep on the table as he said, I've once seen records related to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse in some ancient books, The jade-eyed heavenly mouse is an extremely formidable demon beast. When it matures, it's even capable of transforming into a demon and taking human form. As he spoke up to hear, Su Li's voice trembled slightly. Demon? Su Li's words caused Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Anything that could be called a demon was at least in existence at the fourth void stage, the void transformation stage. Even a 9th-level void interpretation stage demon beast didn't have the qualifications to be called a demon. Only a demon beast that had stepped into the void transformation stage and was capable of taking human form had the qualifications to be called a demon. Demon itself was the synonym of an expert. On Cloud Continent, every single demon was in existence with shocking strength. Some formidable demons even had the chance to become a demon monarch or even a demon emperor. A demon monarch was equivalent to a martial monarch amongst human martial artists. A demon emperor was equivalent to the Emperor Wu amongst human martial artists. Their strength was exceedingly high and was difficult to imagine. Demon. This jade-eyed heavenly mouse actually has the bloodline of a demon flowing within its body? Chen Xiaoshuai was dumbstruck. In other words, so long as it matures, it's extremely likely for it to transform into a demon and possess a formidable strength at the void transformation stage. At this moment, Luo Zhan was practically able to hear his own heartbeat. Yes. Su Li nodded. For a time, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai looked at Duan Lingtian with red eyes. A few million gold to buy a demon beast that could transform into a demon? Why didn't they have such luck? Only the two of you know about this matter. You must not spread it out. Su Li glanced at Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai with a warning gaze. Don't worry. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai hurriedly nodded. After they found out about the jade-eyed heavenly mouse's background, they knew that it was a hot potato. It was also because outsiders didn't know about the background of the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side. Otherwise they could imagine. Duan Lingtian would surely welcome the plundering of experts from all over. At that time, even if it was the top experts of the Darkhan dynasty, they would probably be interested in the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side. This little gold mouse was a future demon. Its potential was so great that it was shocking. Now, they'd already decided to bury this secret in the depths of their hearts. They wouldn't betray Duan Lingtian. Not because of anything else, but only because of Duan Lingtian's acknowledgement. Earlier, before Su Li spoke, he'd especially inquired about Duan Lingtian's gaze, and they'd clearly seen it. They knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's agreement, it would be impossible for Su Li to reveal the background of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Whereas since Duan Lingtian had agreed, it was sufficient to show that Duan Lingtian didn't take them to be outsiders. Give them a plum and return a peach. They weren't ingrates. Duan Lingtian, not only do you possess heaven-defying natural talent, even your luck is unimaginable. A few million gold to buy a future demon. Even I'm slightly envious. Chen Xiaoshuai sighed. Luo Zhan nodded and deeply agreed. Demon? Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart. Actually, when Su Li spoke those words from before, he knew that Su Li didn't understand the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. At the very least, Su Li was far from understanding it as Emperor Wu. In Su Li's knowledge, when the jade-eyed heavenly mouse matured, it would only be a void transformation stage demon. According to the memories of Emperor Wu, once the jade-eyed heavenly mouse matured, it wouldn't be as simple as an ordinary demon. In the history of Cloud Continent, there was no lack of existences that had become demon emperors in the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan, and their strength was exceedingly high and awe-inspiring. It's time to go. Duan Lingtian was the first to stand up. Then he grabbed the little gold mouse in his hand and placed it on his broad shoulder before calling out to Luo Zhan's group of 3. The 3 of them walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and left the room on the second floor of the auction house together. This time, besides Duan Lingtian, he'd bought many materials. Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chen Xiaoshuai had more or less bought some things. After the group of 4 left the auction house, they directly returned to the courtyard house. They returned to their rooms to cultivate. I wonder if any changes will occur to Little Gold after she swallowed that demon beast egg that had lost its vitality. I hope she'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian glanced at the little gold mouse that was still snoring loudly as he silently thought in his heart. The stronger the little gold mouse's strength was, the more help it would be to him. Once little gold wakes up, I ought to start looking for the ageless root. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. If I'm able to refine the rebirth pill before the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, perhaps I'll have the chance to break through to the void initiation stage in a short period of time, and even enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's feelings surged, as if he'd already seen his exceedingly bright future. Gradually, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Lightning WYRM form. Duan Lingtian's mind was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he'd forgotten time and forgotten everything. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the sky above Dubhe Peak. Suddenly, the clouds and mist in the horizon roiled as an enormous figure swooped down. Swoosh. The enormous figure's speed was extremely swift, and in the blink of an eye, it descended onto the vast platform on the peak of Dubhe Peak. Who's there? Right at this moment, 3 old men walked out from the trade hall that belonged to the 7-Star Sword sect at the side of the peak of Dubhe Peak. They were precisely the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Great Rock. The 7-Star Sword sect's Great Rock. The 3 old men looked at the great rock that stared fixedly at them, and their faces went grim. Damn it, why would it appear here? Flee! The hearts of the 3 old men trembled, and they didn't dare have the thought of going against the great rock, so they split into 3 directions and soared into the sky with the intention of flying far away. But, would they be able to flee? Swish! Suddenly, the great rock spread open its wings that were like wings that covered the sky, and it abruptly slapped the ground. Instantly, the dust on the ground was swept clean. Swoosh! The great rock seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed out swiftly to charge towards one of the old men. Even though the old man was a 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist, his speed was shocking. But that little bit of speed of his wasn't worth mentioning before the great rock. In the blink of an eye, he was caught up by the great rock. The great rock's sharp claws swept out to hold onto the old man's head and directly twisted it apart. 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist. Dead. Swoosh. Swoosh. Subsequently, the great rock repeated the same trick and successively caught up to the other 2 old men before killing them one by one. After killing the 3 old men, the great rock looked at the empty peak of Dubhe Peak, and its eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. Swoosh. The great rock spread its wings and started to search Dubhe Peak and even the surrounding 6 great sword peaks. Chapter 565. The 7 great sword peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect were dyed with blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, the rock unfolded its wings and flashed directly towards the peak of Migres Peak, seeming to have noticed something. Everywhere the rock passed, the clouds and mist dispersed. In next to no time, a crooked tree appeared before the eyes of the rock after the clouds and mist. Behind the crooked tree was a passageway that led to the cave inside. The rock's eyes abruptly became fierce. A pair of wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flickered with a frightening sheen. Within his origin energy, wind concept raged and suffused out. Right at this moment, light footsteps sounded out from within the cave passageway. In next to no time, a beautiful woman walked out with a sword in hand. Every step the beautiful woman took seemed to be able to give rise to a wave of fierce sword chi that swept ahead. 1 step, 2 steps. The beautiful woman had a serious expression. Until she walked out of the cave passageway and stood on the crooked tree, she saw the rock that circled in the sky before her. The seriousness on her face vanished into thin air. Elder Pang? The beautiful woman was precisely the former peak master of the 7-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. Presently, as she looked at the rock before her, Qin Xiang's delicate figure lightly trembled, and her beautiful eyes that were like water were filled with excitement. Xiang girl, you've returned. After the great rock saw Qin Xiang, the fierceness in its pair of eyes vanished without a trace. Replacing it was warmth. The current rock, when compared to the rock that carried out a bloody massacre on the 7 great sword peaks earlier, it was simply like a different bird. Elder Peng, I thought. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, and her beautiful face was extremely excited. Elder Peng. the former sect guarding revered elder of the Seven-Star Sword sect. An existence like this was still alive and well. Qin Xiang saw the hope of the Seven-Star Sword sect rising once more. Elder Peng. Meanwhile, another two figures walked out side by side from within the cave passageway. It was precisely Mo Yu and Zhang Song. The rock nodded when he saw the two of them, and slight sorrow was mixed within the depths of his pair of sharp eyes. Only these few people remained in the entire Seven-Star Sword sect. Little girl Xiang, it's good that all of you are alive. Presently, all the members of the Azure Forest Trisect on the Seven Great Sword Peaks have been completely slaughtered by me. From today onwards, I'll guard the Seven-Star Sword sect and won't allow anyone to encroach on it. The Great Rock's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness and overbearingness. Elder Peng, don't worry. We'll be able to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect sooner or later and revive the sect. Qin Xiang said to Elder Peng. We have Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Hearing this, the giant rock's sharp eyes flashed and he nodded. The young man it had brought out in the past. It was as confident as he was. Time always flies by. Unknowingly, another month had passed. Creak, creak. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian was awakened by a scream. Little Gold? Are you awake? Duan Lingtian awoke from his cultivation, and he opened his eyes that were dazzling like stars as he stared at the little gold mouse before him. Creak, creak, the little gold mouse nodded, and her jade-green eyes flickered with a crafty sheen. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop the little gold mouse, and he saw through the little gold mouse's current cultivation at the first possible moment. Little Gold, you didn't break through? Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that after swallowing the demon beast egg the other day, the little gold mouse that had fallen into deep slumber ought to have broken through. Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse's cultivation was still at the 8th level of the void prying stage, and there wasn't any change. Creak, creak. When the little gold mouse heard Duan Lingtian, she raised her little head and cried out complacently. What are you complacent for? You didn't break through. Duan Lingtian angrily rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. Looks like the demon beast egg I bought for you the other day is completely useless to you. But since it's useless to you, why did you sleep for another month? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse moved. She revolved around Duan Lingtian and flashed up. Strands of violet-colored energy floated up into appearance on the little gold mouse's body. Whoosh! In the sky, an enormous silhouette spiraled down to reveal its face. An ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouette above the little gold mouse and glanced at the violet-colored energy on the little gold mouse. Little Gold. You've comprehended first-level lightning concept? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Squeak. The little gold mouse replied and nodded like a chick pecking for rice. It's because of that demon beast egg? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall. 1 month ago, the demon beast egg that he bought at the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House emitted advanced lightning force before the vitality within it was annihilated. After a period of 1 month, the little gold that swallowed the demon beast egg that day had comprehended first-level lightning concept. This caused Duan Lingtian to have no choice but to link the two together. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. Looks like that demon beast egg wasn't wasted in the end. At the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, a sense of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The first-level lightning concept Little Gold had comprehended possessed the strength of an entire 8,000 ancient mammoths more than the advanced lightning force she comprehended before. It was even more terrifying than a breakthrough in cultivation. As an 8th-level void-prying stage demon beast, when Little Gold's origin energy exploded out completely, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon and 1,000 ancient mammoths. Now, coupled with first-level lightning concept. Without using a spirit weapon, Little Gold was able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and 1,000 ancient mammoths. If she utilized a spirit weapon. The spirit weapon in the little gold mouse's hand was a grade 4 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian. It was able to amplify strength by 60%. Although this amplification could only be used on one's own strength. But the little gold mouse's own strength possessed the strength of an ancient horned dragon and 1,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the grade 4 spirit weapon in her hand was able to amplify the strength of 6,600 ancient mammoths. Presently, once Little Gold exerts her full strength, she's able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and 7,600 ancient mammoths. There's practically no human or demon beast below the void initiation stage that's capable of defeating her. Even if there is, it's extremely rare. This was something that Duan Ling Tian firmly believed. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that descended onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder, and her jade green eyes were filled with complacency. You little fellow. I truly never imagined that a dead egg bought with a mere 1 million gold would actually be able to transform something rotten into something miraculous in your hands and assist you in comprehending first-level lightning concept. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the little gold mouse's experience. Little Gold, I intend to go on a long journey. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and spoke. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse instantly became excited when she heard this. Sure. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going? We're going to 2 cities. One of them is a comparatively special city in the Darkstone Empire, and the other is a city in the Darkhan Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian spoke of his plans. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Qi Ming. Vice Dean Qi, I have to leave temporarily for a period of time. When he saw Qi Ming frowning and seeming to want to say something, Duan Ling Tian spoke first. Don't worry Vice Dean Qi, I'll surely return half a year later at the latest, and I'll absolutely not miss the Young Genius competition 7 months from now. Duan Ling Tian guaranteed. So Qi Ming didn't continue persuading him. Be careful all the way, Qi Ming said. He was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian left in a hurry this time, and there was obviously something urgent. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then brought the little gold mouse along and left directly. He didn't even bid farewell to Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chen Xiaoshui. Duan Ling Tian had only just left the courtyard house when a person followed him in a concealed manner. What does this Duan Ling Tian want to do? A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes followed behind Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes flickered with icy cold lights. Prince Shang. But he hadn't taken a few steps when he heard an aged voice sound out from behind him. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body stiffened. Revered Elder Qi. He knew that it was impossible for him to make a move against Duan Ling Tian. At the same time that this caused him to be slightly aggrieved, he was filled with helplessness. It's all because the Azure Forest Trisect didn't keep their word. Otherwise, that Duan Ling Tian would have died long ago. He couldn't help but be enraged when he recalled the Azure Forest Trisect standing him up. He was from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family since he was young, and his status was noble. When had anyone dared stand him up? What an Azure Forest Trisect, you even dare play tricks on this prince. Prince Shang's expression was exceedingly gloomy. Qi Ming silently looked at Prince Shang's face that had sunk, and he didn't express anything. He naturally knew of Prince Shang's intentions. However, Prince Shang was the blood brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor after all. Even if Prince Shang committed a great mistake, it wasn't his turn to teach him a lesson. What he could do was stare at Prince Shang and protect Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh. Whereas now, outside the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, a golden light shot into the sky and vanished in the horizon in the blink of an eye. Above the clouds, the speed of the golden light doubled once more. Rumble! Waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps sounded out at practically the exact same moment, and it followed the golden light towards the northeast. The owner of the golden light was an enormous gold mouse. The gold mouse's entire body was furry, and it looked extremely cute. Yet now, a violet-clothed young man sat cross-legged on the back of this enormous gold mouse. The violet-clothed young man sat there and silently cultivated. This young man and mouse were precisely Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse. After notifying Qi Ming, Duan Ling Tian brought the little gold mouse along and left the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire at the first possible moment. His time was limited. I only hope that half a year of time is sufficient for me to find the ageless route. Duan Ling Tian only had a single objective for leaving the Darkstone Empire's imperial city this time. to find the final auxiliary medicinal catalyst required to refine the rebirth pill, the ageless root. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to successfully refine the rebirth pill. Once he refined the rebirth pill, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention surpassing Su Li. Even surpassing the little gold mouse wasn't impossible. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 566. Flourishing Summer City. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Flourishing Summer City? What's that place? The little gold mouse asked curiously. That's the largest trade city in the Darkstone Empire, and it's similar to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast. Supposedly, the Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city is even more chaotic than the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian continued. So, if it's not necessary, you must not cause trouble for me during this trip. Understand? As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was slightly stern. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse cried out and agreed. Flourishing Summer City was located in the northeast area of the Darkstone Empire. The little gold mouse flew at full speed, and her speed wasn't inferior to a first-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian saw the outline of Flourishing Summer City. Flourishing Summer City's 4 walls were completely pitch black like ink. Practically all the buildings within the city were constructed from black bricks. Today, the sky was dim as dark clouds converged in the horizon and enveloped the entire Flourishing Summer City within it. Coupled with the completely pitch-black Flourishing Summer City, it gave others the feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. Big brother Ling Tian, this is Flourishing Summer City? The little gold mouse asked. Exactly. Find a place to land outside. We'll enter the city. Duan Lingtian nodded and called out to the little gold mouse. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk once more and stood on his shoulder as he walked into Flourishing Summer City with large strides. Flourishing Summer City was extremely large, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City. After entering the city, what entered his eyes was a road that was excessively wide. There was an endless stream of people passing by, and carriages flowed without end. It gave others an extremely prosperous feeling. As expected of the #1 trade city in the Darkstone Empire. In terms of prosperity, even the Imperial City is unable to compare to it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Suddenly, swoosh, 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 swoosh. A wave of wind howls suddenly sounded out above Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked up. Only then did he realize that there were quite a few people flying at a low altitude, their speed as fast as lightning. Duan Lingtian quietly extended his psychic power. After a short while, he was able to determine the cultivation base of these people. Amongst these people, most of them were existences at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage or above, and there were even many existences at the Void Initiation stage. An empire is not something an empire can compare to. Duan Lingtian sighed. However, Duan Lingtian headed straight for the center of the city. Brother Lingtian, where are we going? The little gold mouse could see that Duan Lingtian was walking with a purpose. You'll know soon enough. Duan Lingtian didn't explain in detail and continued to walk forward with the little golden mouse. Finally, in front of a luxurious building in the center of Flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian stopped. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The luxurious building before Duan Lingtian's eyes was dazzling, and it occupied the best area of Flourishing Summer City. With a single glance, he knew that it wasn't the property of an ordinary power. Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. This treasure-gathering pavilion was precisely the destination of his trip to Flourishing Summer City this time. The treasure-gathering pavilion is the property of a formidable power of the Darkhan dynasty, and it has branches in the various empires under the Darkhan dynasty. Besides collecting the treasures in the world, the treasure-gathering pavilion also sells many treasures. The treasure-gathering pavilion disdains to collect ordinary treasures. For example, spirit weapons, Only spirit weapons above grade 5 have the qualifications to enter the treasure-gathering pavilion. Spirit weapons below grade 6 are utterly disdained by the treasure-gathering pavilion. Besides collecting and selling various treasures, the treasure-gathering pavilion also provides services like consignment sales. Of course, it can also offer rewards. All of this was what Duan Ling Tian had found out in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. And he'd come here this time precisely for the sake of offering rewards. Customer, may I ask what you need? Duan Ling Tian had only just entered the treasure-gathering pavilion when an attendant came over to greet him, and the attendant revealed a professional smile. Duan Ling Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict at the first glance of the attendant. Heavens! What have I seen? A mere attendant actually possesses a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage. This treasure-gathering pavilion is worthy of being the property of a formidable power of the Darkhan dynasty. What extravagance! Duan Ling Tian was greatly shocked in his heart. I need to offer a reward. Duan Ling Tian spoke to the attendant. Offer a reward? The attendant nodded, then brought Duan Ling Tian to walk up to the second floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion before welcoming Duan Ling Tian to a counter. Customer, what reward do you need to offer? You can register it here. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a calm expression, and it was impossible to discern his emotions. Fourth level of the void prying stage. When Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the cultivation of the middle-aged man behind the counter at the first possible moment. He never imagined. The cultivation of a martial artist that guarded the counter in this treasure-gathering pavilion was similar to his. Customer, may I know what reward you want to offer? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked slowly. Ageless root. I need a reward for the ageless root. Duan Ling Tian's gaze squinted, and his tone was resolute and decisive. Ageless root? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Customer, please describe the characteristics of the thing you want. Besides that, if it's convenient, I hope you can leave behind a diagram of it. Obviously, the middle-aged man didn't know what the ageless root was. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and after he casually described the characteristics of the ageless root, he waved his hand and drew the ageless root on the white paper the middle-aged man prepared. It's this thing. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. Customer, what reward do you want to offer? The rewards offered in our treasure-gathering pavilion don't accept gold or silver, and only accept treasures. The middle-aged man reminded. Slap. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade that flickered with an azure light appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and he directly slapped it on the counter. I'll offer this thing. Spirit weapon. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Customer, our treasure-gathering pavilion only accepts spirit weapons above grade 5. How do you know it doesn't have a grade 5 spirit weapon? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. This person didn't even look at the spirit weapon Duan Ling Tian had taken out before hastily coming to a conclusion. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. When he saw Duan Ling Tian for the first time, he'd underestimated Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian was young. After all, as far as he was concerned, a young man like Duan Ling Tian probably wouldn't be able to take out a spirit weapon above grade 5. But now that he'd seen Duan Ling Tian's composure, the middle-aged man realized that he might have underestimated Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man grabbed the spirit sword Duan Ling Tian placed on the table and fused his origin energy into it. In an instant, in the sky above the middle-aged man, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared first, and then another 3,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. The attendant that brought Duan Ling Tian in was dumbstruck as well. Heavens! What have we seen? Increase. An amplification of 59%. The attendant fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and had a shocked expression. For grade 4 spirit sword. The middle-aged man gasped, and the gaze he looked at Duan Ling Tian with was completely different. According to his knowledge, there seemed to be no grade 4 weapons craftsman in the Darkstone Empire. In other words, the grade 4 spirit sword the young man before him took out was extremely likely to be refined by a grade 4 weapons craftsman of the Darkhan dynasty. In the Darkhan dynasty, There were only a few people that could make a grade 4 weapons craftsman not hesitate to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. Those existences were all the leaders of the various powers of the Darkhan dynasty. This young man isn't simple. The middle-aged man's heart shook. How is it? This thing can be used as a bounty item? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, seeming as if he didn't see the shocked expression on the middle-aged man's face. Yes. Of course it can. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking for rice. Then he recalled how he'd underestimated the young man earlier and was slightly embarrassed. Then it's fine. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now, help me register it. Yes. The middle-aged man didn't dare dally and hurriedly withdrew a jade pendant. There was an obvious crack in the middle of the jade pendant. Right when Duan Lingtian was wondering why the middle-aged man withdrew a lousy jade pendant. Slap! The middle-aged man pulled open the jade pendant, leaving half of it behind and giving the other half to Duan Lingtian. Customer, the next time you come to our treasure-gathering pavilion, no matter if someone completes the bounty, no matter if it's to retrieve your grade 4 spirit sword or your bounty item, you have to use this token to exchange for it. The middle-aged man had a serious expression as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he received the other half of the jade pendant, he asked, "When do you usually come to confirm it?" "At least 3 months. Customer can come and collect it after 3 months." The middle-aged man continued. Because Duan Lingtian had withdrawn a grade 4 spirit sword, his attitude towards Duan Lingtian had undergone a tremendous change. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, "I heard that a certain handling fee is required to post a bounty in your treasure-gathering pavilion. I wonder how much I have to pay." The middle-aged man smiled. "Customer, our treasure-gathering pavilion has a rule that if a customer uses a grade 4 spirit weapon or above as a bounty item, then the handling fee can be waived." Waive the handling fee? Duan Lingtian was stunned. There's such a rule? With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, a grade 4 spirit weapon was an extremely rare item. It was understandable that the treasure-gathering pavilion would take care of a person that was able to take out a grade 4 spirit weapon as a bounty item. After all, a grade 4 spirit weapon usually represented a grade 4 weapons craftsman, whereas a grade 4 weapons craftsman was an extremely rare existence in the entire Darkhan dynasty. It was even rarer than void interpretation stage experts. "Then I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he put away the jade pendant in his hand before leaving hastily with the little gold mouse. After Duan Lingtian left, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. Then he muttered as he looked at the grade 4 spirit sword before him. He's willing to take out a grade 4 spirit weapon as a bounty item. What exactly is the background of that young man? Subsequently, the middle-aged man raised his head to look at the nearby attendant and said with a low voice, "Quickly report this to the pavilion master." Chapter 567. Big Brother Lingtian, you directly passed the grade 4 spirit sword to them. Aren't you afraid they'll take it for themselves? After they left the treasure-gathering pavilion, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Take it for themselves? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This treasure-gathering pavilion is renowned far and wide within the territory of the Darkhan dynasty, and it still has this bit of credibility. Moreover, even if they want to take it for themselves, they need to have the courage to do so. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. It caused others to associate it with a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Whereas all the grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darkhan dynasty were masters that were respected by everyone. Very few people dared offend them. So Duan Lingtian didn't think that the treasure-gathering pavilion would dare take his grade 4 spirit sword for themselves. Bang! Suddenly, an enormous bang sounded out by his ears. Duan Lingtian looked over and noticed a burly man with a bare upper body had smashed a middle-aged man flying with a single punch. Subsequently, the burly man stretched out his arms, and a pair of meteor hammers appeared out of thin air before flashing out and seeming to have transformed into a shooting star that smashed down towards the middle-aged man. Another enormous bang sounded out, and the middle-aged man was completely devoid of any signs of life. His flesh was badly mangled, and he was extremely miserable. Ninth level of the void prying stage? The ancient horned dragon silhouette and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above the burly man caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from glancing over. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian saw many similar bloody scenes. The rumors aren't wrong. This Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city is indeed even more chaotic than the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When he arrived, he'd headed all the way to the treasure-gathering pavilion and didn't pay attention to the surroundings. Now when he intended to leave, he paid attention to the surroundings, and it allowed him to feel the cruelty of flourishing summer city. Kid, hand over the spatial ring and this gold fur mouse in your hand. Otherwise, I'll fucking make you die a graveless death. When he saw the city gate was right before his eyes, a wave of arrogant voices sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Subsequently, a light flashed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This was a burly man with 3 hideous scars on his face. They looked like 3 centipedes and were extremely frightening. One of the scars ran from the left side of his face along his nose to the right side of his face. The scar-faced man held his broadsword and stared down at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were as big as gongs, and they were filled with bloodthirst and violence. Die without a burial place? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. You. The moment the scar-faced man appeared, Duan Ling Tian used his acute spiritual force to detect his exact cultivation at the first possible moment. The 9th level of the void prying stage. His cultivation was similar to that of the burly man with the meteor hammer. Brat, you've angered me. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's disdain, the scar-faced man went completely berserk. He swung the broadsword in his hand and smashed it down at Duan Ling Tian. I'll chop you into minced meat. Little gold. Duan Ling Tian's face was covered with a layer of frost as he lightly shouted. In an instant, a golden light flashed out from Duan Ling Tian's shoulder, who was as still as a mountain. Whoosh! An ear-piercing and swift sword whistle sounded out of nowhere. Amidst it, there was a light and ear-piercing sound of thunder. In the next moment, the scar-faced man who was originally charging towards Duan Ling Tian with a menacing aura stopped halfway and swayed. You! The scar-faced man stared at Duan Ling Tian, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Then, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his throat. Dazzling and eye-catching blood spurted out from the bloody hole, and it flowed out continuously as if it was free. Bang! Finally, the scar-faced man couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground with a bang, and he didn't make a sound. Dead. Squeak squeak, right at this moment, accompanied by a wave of sharp cries, the golden light flashed out once more, and the little gold mouse returned to Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the dumbstruck crowd in the surroundings. Then he brought the little gold mouse out of the city. Everywhere they passed, no one dared come forward to look for trouble. Lightning. Lightning concept. Someone only reacted to it when Duan Ling Tian's figure vanished before their eyes, and they exclaimed in a low voice. That demon beast is so terrifying. It actually comprehended lightning concept. At the city gate near flourishing Summer City, the group of people were astounded. Dao Ba is really unlucky this time, offending an existence that he shouldn't have offended. Yeah, Dao Ba's strength can be considered to be not bad. But before that rat-type demon beast, it's not worth mentioning, and he doesn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Many people looked at the corpse of the scar-faced man on the ground and shook their heads. Outside flourishing Summer City, Duan Ling Tian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had enlarged and continued on their way. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse asked. The Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke word by word. Dark Han Dynasty? The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes lit up when she heard this. There's surely many delicious things in the Dark Han Dynasty. Little fellow, what else do you know besides eating? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Hee. Big brother Ling Tian, where's the Dark Han Dynasty? The little gold mouse asked again. North. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the north and reminded. Swoosh. Instantly, the little gold mouse's figure flashed out, and it was accompanied by waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps as it headed north. Whereas Duan Lingtian instead silently sat on the back of the little gold mouse and closed his eyes to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM form. Presently, my cultivation is only a tiny bit away from being able to break through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy in his body flowed tirelessly. 3 days later. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body roiled and converged together before flashing directly towards the final bottleneck of the 4th level of the void prying stage. Bang! The vast origin energy charged at the bottleneck and caused the bottleneck to loosen. Still a little bit more. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate to once again converge his origin energy and carry out the second charge. Bang! The second time, he was still unable to charge through the bottleneck. Bang! The third time. Over and over again. Until the 9th time. Bang! Duan Lingtian's origin energy instantly charged through the bottleneck. And right at this instant, his origin energy underwent a transformation like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, and flowing lights flickered within his eyes like the dazzling stars in the night sky, causing everything in his surroundings to dim in comparison. 5th level of the void prying stage. Under his excitement, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed, and it seemed to have transformed into an enormous ball of flames. In the sky, 7,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Big Brother Lingtian, you've broken through? The little gold mouse's young and naive voice that was like a little girl entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Little gold, you have to work hard. Otherwise, I'll surpass you one day. Hee. I'll surely not allow Big Brother Lingtian to surpass me. I'm not far from the 9th level of the void prying stage. The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with confidence. Then we'll see. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. He believed that so long as he was able to refine the rebirth pill, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass the little gold mouse. Unfortunately, there's only one rebirth pill, and it can't be consumed separately. Otherwise, its medicinal strength would be greatly reduced. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Otherwise, if he made the little gold mouse consume the rebirth pill as well, then he would have a great assistance by his side. With the little gold mouse's current strength, once she consumed the rebirth pill, she would surely be even more terrifying. Never mind. No matter how strong little gold is, she's only an external source of strength to me. There are many times when I have to rely on myself in the end. Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. Only when he possessed an exceedingly formidable strength would he be able to be considered as a true expert. Rebirth pill. Ageless root. Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction of the Darkhan dynasty, and his feelings surged. Right when Duan Lingtian was heading towards the Darkhan dynasty, at the southwest area of the Darkstone Empire, a swift flowing light flashed past the horizon and headed directly towards the south. Above the clouds and mist, a beautiful young girl in yellow clothes flew in the sky. The young girl's beautiful face that was like carved jade was sufficient to make anyone feel pity for her. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, restless sounds came from beneath the young girl's sleeve. The young girl slowed down. She raised her slender hand and grabbed 2 little pythons from beneath her sleeve. The 2 little pythons, one black and one white. On the body of the black little python, there were bright golden striations that flickered with a dazzling sheen. On the top of its head, there was an extremely sharp golden horn that flickered with a frightening cold light. On the other hand, the appearance of the white little python wasn't much different from the black little python. The only difference was, the striations on the white little python's body were silver in color. The horn on the top of its head was similarly silver in color. Squeak squeak, the 2 little pythons coiled around the young girl's white wrists, and their eyes focused as they stared ahead and flickered with traces of human-like reminiscence. Little black, little white. Both of you are thinking of Big Brother Lingtian again? The yellow-clothed young girl lightly rubbed the little heads of the 2 little pythons and lightly smiled as she asked. The 2 little pythons lightly nodded, and their soft bodies were excited to the point they started trembling. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the two little pythons' figures flashed out, transforming into two extremely swift bolts of lightning that flashed directly towards the south. In the blink of an eye, they vanished before the yellow-clothed young girl's eyes. Little black, little white, wait for me. The yellow-clothed young girl followed up. Her graceful figure caught up to the two little pythons in the blink of an eye. Hiss hiss, the sharp eyes of the two little pythons flickered, and they were anxious to return home. Not long after, the yellow-clothed young girl and the two little pythons left the area of the Black Market Empire and entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Qing Nu probably won't notice that we've already left for a while. This time, we must properly play outside. The yellow-clothed young girl brought along the two little pythons and headed directly towards the south of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not long after, 7 mountains that were like sharp swords that shot into the sky appeared before the young girl's eyes. Hiss hiss, meanwhile, the two little pythons seemed as if they were injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. The yellow-clothed young girl stood in the sky above the 7 great sword mountains, and her beautiful brows frowned as she looked at the roiling clouds and mist below. Right at this moment, swoosh! Chapter 568. Spiraling up from the bottom of the clouds was an incomparably huge rock. The rock's wings were unfolded like clouds that covered the sky, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. A pair of fierce eyes stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky. The yellow-clothed young girl was slightly surprised when she saw the rock. I never imagined that I would be able to see a demon beast with the bloodline of a golden-winged rock here. Golden-winged rock. The rock's eyes squinted when he heard the yellow-clothed young girl, and he said via voice transmission, "Little girl, who are you? You're actually able to discern that I possess the bloodline of a golden-winged rock. You wouldn't know who I am even if I told you." The yellow-clothed young girl's gaze passed through the clouds and mist to descend onto a sword peak at the side of the 7 great sword peaks. "All right, I won't speak with you anymore. I'm going to look for Big Brother Ling Tian." As she spoke, the yellow-clothed young girl's figure flashed to descend. Big Brother Ling Tian? The rock was stunned, and then he asked via voice transmission. "You're talking about Duan Ling Tian? You know Big Brother Ling Tian?" The yellow-clothed young girl stopped moving and looked at the rock. "Of course I know him. But he's not here anymore." When the rock saw that the person that had arrived might be Duan Lingtian's friend, the fierceness in his eyes dissipated slightly. "He's not here anymore?" The yellow-clothed young girl was stunned. Hiss hiss, right at this moment, 2 small heads stuck out from beneath the young girl's sleeve, and their eyes flickered with slight disappointment as they flickered their tongues. "Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian went?" The yellow-clothed young girl asked. "I only know that he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 years ago," the rock said. "Crimson Sky Kingdom? Where's the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" The yellow-clothed young girl asked. "The Crimson Sky Kingdom is south of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city," the rock said. What it said was all learned from Qin Xiang. As for where Duan Ling Tian went now, he didn't know the slightest. Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. The yellow-clothed young woman nodded and raised her hand before her figure flashed out. "Little black, little white, let's go to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to look for Big Brother Ling Tian." Hiss, hiss. The 2 little pythons immediately jumped in excitement. Looking at the yellow-clothed girl's disappearing figure in the blink of an eye, the rock's pupils constricted, and its emotions surged. She looked to be about 16 years old. He actually had such a terrifying cultivation base. It couldn't help but feel a little scared. What kind of people does that little fellow Duan Ling Tian know? The rock muttered in its heart. The Dark Han dynasty was vast and boundless. Even with the little gold mouse's current full-speed flying speed, the little gold mouse was still unable to fly. After entering the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Ling Tian did not see even the slightest trace of human habitation for 2 consecutive months. What entered his eyes was a boundless desert. Don't tell me we've come to the southern wasteland of the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Ling Tian sat on the back of the little gold mouse as he looked down at the boundless desert, and he revealed a bitter smile. Dark Han dynasty. Southern wasteland. He'd heard of it. Supposedly, the southern wasteland was a place where even birds wouldn't shit. Not only were there few signs of human habitation, even wild beasts, fierce beasts, and demon beasts were extremely rare there. It could be said that the southern wasteland was a region that had never been developed. Originally, even if it hadn't been developed, as a region of the Darkhan dynasty, it shouldn't be so desolate. However, in this region of the Darkhan dynasty, there was something that caused even void interpretation stage experts to tremble in fear upon hearing its name. That was a sandstorm. Sandstorms came from nature, and their might was boundless. If it was a formidable sandstorm, then even a void interpretation stage expert would be unable to escape death upon encountering it. Although the strength of a void interpretation stage expert wasn't weak, but before the strength of nature, it was still like an ant that wasn't worth mentioning. I wouldn't have really arrived at the Darkhan dynasty's southern wasteland, right? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and prayed in his heart. I hope I don't encounter a sandstorm that's unique to the Darkhan dynasty's southern wasteland, little gold. Continue flying towards this direction, and you'll be able to leave this desert in the end. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse replied and continued flying forward swiftly. 3 days later. Duan Lingtian was originally cultivating with his eyes closed, when suddenly, an unusual gale blew towards him. As a martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, Duan Lingtian had an extremely acute intuition towards the wind. Even the little gold mouse was unable to compare to him in this aspect. It wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Duan Lingtian looked ahead and muttered. Not long after, Duan Lingtian's face went completely pale, because he saw that at the end of the desert ahead, an expanse of sand and dust that covered the sky had suddenly been lifted up, and then it flashed towards the direction he and Little Gold were at. The sand and dust arrived nearby in a short moment. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to feel a terrifying gale blow over, and it caused the little gold mouse to be unable to move an inch. Whoosh! Whoosh! A violent gale blew out in the distance, and the sand and dust that covered the sky was accompanied by a terrifying tornado as it swept over. Everywhere it passed, the ground of the desert cracked apart, and the airflow in the air flashed and emitted a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. Little Gold, turn around. Flee! Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and hurriedly shouted out explosively. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse had turned around and flashed back. Flee! Flee! Duan Lingtian felt the approaching sandstorm behind him, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. At this moment, the hairband on Duan Lingtian's long hair that was draped behind him had broken, and his long hair flowed along with Feng Qingyang, whereas the violet clothes on his body were blown by the violent gale to the point of fluttering. The violent gale grew closer and closer. Even if the little gold mouse moved at full speed, it seemed to be impossible for her to escape the pursuit of the sandstorm. I've really jinxed it. When he thought of the prayer from 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to slap himself. The good really didn't come true, but the bad did. Presently, the sandstorm behind him was practically boundless. With the little gold mouse's speed, there was utterly nowhere to flee. The speed of this sandstorm is probably sufficient to compare to the speed of an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Perhaps, a sandstorm of this level was nothing in the eyes of a Void Interpretation stage expert. But before Duan Lingtian, it was comparable to a scourge and a ferocious beast that might swallow him at any moment. Little Gold, flee to the left. Quickly. Duan Lingtian turned around, and after he saw the direction of the sandstorm with narrowed eyes, he hurriedly urged. Swoosh! The little gold mouse didn't hesitate in the slightest to flash towards the left. However, the speed of the sandstorm was truly too swift. The little gold mouse was utterly unable to leave the area swept by the sandstorm before it caught up. Big Brother Lingtian, I've tried my best. The little gold mouse's slightly immature voice was filled with helplessness. I never imagined that our luck would be so good. We encountered the sandstorm of the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty on our first visit to the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Right at this moment, the sandstorm grew closer and closer, and it was less than 500 kilometers away from Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse. Swoosh! The little gold mouse flashed with all her might. In the end, she was still swallowed by the sandstorm. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian felt a gust of violent wind assault him from behind, and accompanied by the sand that covered the sky, it completely covered his field of vision. Not only that, at this moment, he felt that he'd lost control of his entire body. He was brought along to spin in the air by an extremely strong violent wind, and it caused him to feel dizzy. Duan Lingtian's body tensed up as the origin energy on his body swept out. Half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force suffused out along with his origin energy. Even then, Duan Lingtian was still unable to resist the violent wind that enveloped him. The origin energy and force in his entire body were shattered by the violent wind. Gradually, Duan Lingtian gave up resisting. He allowed the sandstorm to bring him along and fly. Little Gold. Little Gold. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't forget the little gold mouse. But no matter how he shouted, his voice was pushed back by the sandstorm and entered into his ears. The little gold mouse had completely vanished without a trace. I hope little gold is fine, Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. Time silently flowed by. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed as well. He utterly didn't have the mood to calculate the time. Presently, he was swept flying by the sandstorm, and he could only use half-step advanced wind force to merge into the violent wind of the sandstorm and seek to merge with it. The result of doing this allowed Duan Lingtian to luckily escape calamity and not be killed by the sandstorm. Little Gold's strength far surpasses me, and she's even comprehended first-level lightning concept. She ought to be fine. Duan Lingtian, who felt the sandstorm ceaselessly weakening, thought in his heart. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian calmed down. He wasn't as impatient as before. After he calmed down, Duan Lingtian started to observe the sandstorm. The sandstorm was mainly formed from the violent wind that covered the sky, and the sand and dust within it were all blown up by the wind. Its essence was wind. The violent wind swept Duan Lingtian's extremely tattered clothes and slapped his cheeks. Duan Lingtian, who closed his eyes and allowed the violent wind to bring him along as he rode on the clouds and mist, and he gradually seemed to have merged into the violent wind. Wind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's comprehension towards wind force had changed. Duan Lingtian's mind had completely merged into wind force. He'd completely forgotten everything in the outside world. Wind is sufficient to sweep through everything. Just like the violent wind within the sandstorm, it's strong to the limit, and even those void interpretation stage and void transformation stage experts don't have the slightest ability to resist it. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt his body jolt, and his internal organs trembled. When he opened his eyes, only now did he notice that the sandstorm had already vanished, and only a light breeze that ceaselessly blew past remained. Before he had the time to think about where he'd been blown to, Duan Lingtian stood up and spread out his hands. On the surface of his body, strands of azure-colored energy abruptly condensed into form and suffused out. Wind force. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Wind force. I've finally attained the advanced stage. Duan Lingtian's mood surged, and he revealed an expression of wild joy. Not dying from encountering the sandstorm this time was already extremely fortunate. But he never imagined that he'd actually obtain a blessing in disguise and comprehend the advanced wind force from the violent wind within the sandstorm. Comprehending the advanced wind force also meant that Duan Lingtian's strength had advanced a level. After his wild joy, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Where's Little Gold? Chapter 569. Whirlwind. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered as he searched around. In the end, he didn't notice the slightest trace of the little gold mouse. This caused him to be rather helpless. I wonder where Little Gold is. Duan Lingtian was slightly worried. Although he could confirm that the little gold mouse ought to have been fine by the sandstorm. But the hearts of men were sinister, and if Little Gold were to encounter other martial artists, there would always be potential danger. Never mind if it was a weak martial artist. He was only afraid that Little Gold would encounter a strong martial artist. Presently. I utterly don't know where this place is. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings, and what entered his eyes was a boundless desert that he couldn't see the end of. He didn't know which direction the sandstorm blew him over from. Nor did he know where the little gold mouse was blown to now. I'll expand the area and go around the surroundings to see if I can find traces of little gold. If it really doesn't work, I can only leave this desert myself first. Duan Ling Tian had a plan in his heart. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian soared into the sky, and the origin energy beneath his feet flashed as he flashed out while accompanied by advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. Although his speed was inferior to the little gold mouse, it wasn't slow in the slightest. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were people ahead. In the distance, 3 small black dots appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes in the desert. When he got close to look, it was a young woman that was a little over 20 and 2 middle-aged men. The woman wore gorgeous clothes and was obviously of extraordinary birth. As for the 2 middle-aged men, they wore the same clothes and were obviously the servants by the woman's side. Presently, the 3 of them were covered in dust and were in an extremely sorry state. These 3 people were probably affected by the sandstorm as well. Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. What do you want to do? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard the woman's sharp cry. Subsequently he saw. The 2 middle-aged men that were dressed like servants blocked the young woman's path from the front and back, and both of them revealed frenzied expressions. You've gone mad. The woman's expression was livid and extremely unsightly. We're not crazy. One of the middle-aged men revealed a maniacal smile. Second young miss, eldest young master has never treated us as humans. Although you never said it, we all know that you have never treated us as humans either. That's right. Today, that sandstorm can be considered to have helped the 2 of us. Today we'll kill you, second young miss, and seize all the wealth in your spatial ring before fleeing far away. The other middle-aged man walked towards the woman step by step, his eyes shining with a strange light. Perhaps, we don't need to run away. We can just say that we've never seen second miss before. The sandstorm separated us from the eldest young master and the others. Who knew that the 2 of us would be together with second young miss? The middle-aged man in front said again. You. Don't do anything rash. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. As long as you send me back, I can ask my father and big brother to reward you. The wealth in my storage ring is limited. I can ask my father and big brother to reward you with more. The woman said in a panic. Second young miss, we're not 3-year-old children. We know clearly in our hearts that once we send you back, we'll die for sure. Second young miss, although we're greedy, we won't joke around with our lives. The 2 middle-aged men obviously didn't believe the woman, and they walked step by step towards her. A saber appeared in each of their hands. Origin energy flickered on the sabers, and 1,000+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above them as well. 2 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Duan Ling Tian looked down at the 3 people beneath him and his brows raised. As for the woman, although she didn't reveal her cultivation, but Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out and detected her cultivation at the first possible moment. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Before the 2 middle-aged men, she didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. OM. The saber lights in the 2 middle-aged men's hands flashed out as they attacked the woman in unison. Under the exchange of attacks of the 2 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, the woman's face went ghastly pale, and she even forgot to resist. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from the horizon. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and the 2 middle-aged men were directly blasted flying. They violently spat out blood, and their faces were ghastly pale as they fell to the ground in a sorry state. They struggled to stand up, and their expressions were gloomy as they looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood by the woman's side. Who are you? Why are you interfering in our business? One of the middle-aged men asked with a low voice. F***K off. The person that attacked was naturally Duan Ling Tian. Although the woman was unrelated to him, the 2 scheming and vicious servants by her side caused him to be extremely displeased. So he attacked. Moreover, according to his guess, the woman ought to be someone from the surroundings of the desert. After all, it was impossible for a nascent soul stage martial artist to easily enter the southern desolation of the Darkhan dynasty. Presumably, The woman knew the path in this desert and knew how to walk out of the desert in the shortest amount of time. Walking out of the desert was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most now. When the two middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's fierce shout, their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with terror. They didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly fled. "Why didn't you kill them?" Right at this moment, the woman's questioning voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. The woman's voice was filled with unwillingness. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the woman. "I have no obligation to help you kill them. Besides that, is this the attitude you have towards your savior?" Although the woman's appearance wasn't bad, but compared to his fiancé, Kerr, and Li Fei, she was still quite inferior. The woman's expression froze when she heard this. "Thank you for saving my life." The woman took a deep breath and expressed her thanks. But in the depths of her eyes, a trace of a fierce light was mixed within. This scene was naturally noticed by Duan Lingtian. "Looks like there's a reason why those two people wanted to kill this woman. I saved her, yet she's actually displeased with me in her heart, just because I didn't help her kill those two servants." At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest good impression of the woman. If it wasn't for wanting the woman to bring him out of this desert, he would have probably left long ago. "Benefactor, I hope you can protect me out of the southern desolation. So long as I return to the clan, I'll surely reward you generously." The woman looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke slowly. She was obviously worried that the two middle-aged men would return. "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and didn't refuse. The woman's request was exactly what he wanted. As for the reward, he didn't care. When she saw Duan Lingtian agreed so readily, in the depths of the woman's eyes, a trace of disdain flashed imperceptibly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed behind the woman and walked forward together. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found out about the woman's experience from before from her. It turned out that a few days ago, the woman followed her elder brother back from a city on the side of the southern desolation. They needed to pass through a corner of the southern desolation to return home. Unexpectedly, they encountered a sandstorm on the way and were separated. Duan Lingtian saw everything that happened after that. "Those two lackeys are ingrates. They ate our Zhu family's food and still dared to have evil intentions towards me. They truly deserve death." When the two middle-aged men were mentioned, the woman's beautiful face was filled with rage. Duan Lingtian listened silently, his expression unchanged. 5 days later, under the woman's lead, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the edge of the desert. An oasis appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. "Duan Lingtian, our Zhu family is in the abundant city ahead." The woman looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded. During these past few days, he'd found out about the woman's identity. A daughter of an aristocratic family. Xueqi. "Our Zhu family is a famous large family in Abundant City. This time, even though you let those two slaves go, you saved me after all. My father and elder brother shouldn't blame you," Xueqi said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. "Won't blame me? Shouldn't?" A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Looks like this Xueqi really took the matter of him saving her as a matter of course. Not long after, a city that was neither big nor small appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The reason this city was said to be neither big nor small was because it was larger than many cities Duan Lingtian had seen, yet smaller than many cities. Abundant City. Duan Lingtian followed behind Xueqi and walked into Abundant City. In next to no time, the two of them arrived before an estate that occupied a vast area. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he saw the plaque that hung on the entrance of this estate with a glance. Chu family. Second young miss. Meanwhile, the two guards at the entrance of the Zhu family estate revealed pleasantly surprised expressions when they saw Xueqi. "Second young miss, you've finally returned." During these past 2 days, the patriarch and eldest young master were almost driven mad with worry. One of the guards said. Xueqi nodded and brought Duan Lingtian along as she walked into the Zhu family estate. In the audience hall of the Zhu family estate, Duan Lingtian saw the patriarch and eldest young master of the Zhu family. "Father!" Xueqi pounced into the embrace of the patriarch as tears flowed down like rain. Your daughter was almost unable to see you again, father. Woo 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 woo. The patriarch's face went grim. What exactly happened? Did this kid bully you? Whereas the eldest young master of the Zhu family instead revealed a cold light as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. If he wanted to harm Zhu Qing, then at the moment they walked out of the desert and Zhu Qing lost her value, he would have already killed Zhu Qing. Father, it was Wang Zhu and Li Gong. After the sandstorm separated me and Big Brother, Wang Zhu and Li Gong were by my side. They wanted to kill me and seize my spatial ring. As she finished speaking, Zhu Qing's tears flowed down again. What? Those two slaves are so audacious? The patriarch and eldest young master of the Zhu family's faces went grim. The eldest young master of the Zhu family's eyes even emitted a ghastly cold light. Damnable slaves! So, it was he who saved you? The patriarch of the Zhu family looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze, as if he wasn't facing his daughter's savior, but a stranger. Yes. Zhu Qing nodded. Did he help you kill Wang Zhu and Li Gong? The eldest young master of the Zhu family asked. Chapter 570. No. The expressions of the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master went grim at the same time. After they found out about the sequence of events, they wished for nothing more than to tear those two Zhu clan servants into pieces. Now, they heard that someone had let those two servants go. Boundless flames of rage arose in their hearts. Why did you let them go? The Zhu clan's eldest young master looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a low voice. There was no lack of a questioning tone in his tone. Although the Zhu clan's patriarch didn't speak, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had imperceptibly become colder. At this moment, this pair of father and son seemed to have completely forgotten. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian making a move, the Zhu clan's second young miss, Zhu Qing, would have already become a dead soul under the blades of those two Zhu clan servants. When he heard the questioning tone in the Zhu clan's eldest young master's tone, Duan Lingtian frowned and said indifferently, "It seems to be none of your business who I let go, right? It's naturally none of my business if you let others go. But you let go of two servants that wanted to kill my younger sister. You're undoubtedly not taking my Zhu clan seriously." The Zhu clan's eldest young master shouted in a grim voice. Not taking the Zhu clan seriously? The words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. When he saved Zhu Qing, he seemed to have utterly not known of the existence of the Zhu clan, right? Moreover, even if he knew of the existence of the Zhu clan, so what? Was it the Zhu clan's turn to tell him what to do? Eldest young master Zhu, right? Duan Lingtian's calm gaze met the Zhu clan's eldest young master's gaze as he said with a chilly voice. Don't forget, if it wasn't for me, this younger sister of yours would have already died in the desert. Now you're denouncing me? Duan Lingtian's words caused the Zhu clan's eldest young master's expression to freeze, but the rage in his eyes didn't show any signs of dispersing. Not to mention that I didn't know of the existence of your Zhu clan before this. Even if I knew, so what if I didn't take your Zhu clan seriously? Duan Lingtian continued. As he finished speaking, he had a mocking smile. Could it be that a clan that treated its savior like that still want others to respect it? Laughable. How laughable. Duan Lingtian's words made the Zhu family's three patriarchs dumbfounded. You're courting death. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was the first to react. The origin energy in his body surged, and his aura was like a rainbow as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The third level of the void prying stage? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up in disdain. Done. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was the Zhu clan head who stopped his son. He's right. After all, he saved your sister's life. Our Zhu clan can't treat our savior like this. Although the Zhu family's patriarch said so. However, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely cold, as if he was trying to push people 1,000 miles away. Humph. Eldest young master Zhu coldly harumphed and glared at Duan Lingtian. Count yourself lucky. Sir, you've saved my daughter's life, and I thank you here. The Zhu clan's patriarch nodded to Duan Lingtian, And then he said indifferently, "But, we have something to do in a while, and I'm afraid we can't entertain you." "Do as you please." Duan Lingtian started laughing. Originally, he indeed intended to turn around and leave. But now, the attitude of the Zhu clan's father and son caused him to be extremely displeased in his heart. Trying to save a person, and even getting into trouble? If the Zhu clan's patriarch politely asked him to leave now, he would leave without saying a word and would absolutely not stay for a moment longer. After all, he'd never thought of obtaining any benefits from the Zhu clan. But the Zhu clan's attitude now caused him to feel that if he didn't obtain some benefits, then he would seem to be slightly unworthy of their warm hospitality. Zhu clan's young Mississippi. Duan Lingtian looked at the nearby Zhu Qing, who had a cold and indifferent expression, and he grinned. "If I'm not wrong, after I saved you that day, you'd once promised that you'd surely reward me generously after I sent you back to the Zhu clan. Now I've sent you back. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and reward me generously?" Duan Lingtian spoke word by word. "I think that second young Miss Zhu wouldn't go back on her word, right?" You, Zhu Qing's beautiful face flushed red, and she was speechless. She seemed to have indeed promised him this. But these were only polite words she'd said at that time. She had extremely complicated feelings towards her savior, who'd let go of 2 dogs that wanted to kill her, and she'd never thought of really wanting to reward him generously. Now the Zhu clan's patriarch had taken the initiative to mention this, and it caused her to be both angry and anxious. There's actually someone in this world with such thick skin? Duan Lingtian's words caused the faces of the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master to sink. "Kid, you arbitrarily let go of those 2 dogs that wanted to kill my younger sister. Yet you still want my Zhu clan to reward you generously?" The Zhu clan's eldest young master spoke with a low voice. His tone contained rage mixed within. "Eldest young master Zhu, you're mistaken." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Eldest young master Zhu, think about it properly. I've already saved your younger sister, and it's already an extremely great kindness to your Zhu clan. As for whether or not to kill those 2 people isn't my obligation. Of course, if your Zhu clan feels that the life of the Zhu clan's second young miss isn't worth mentioning and doesn't reward me generously, then it's fine as well. I'll leave now." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he turned around with the intention of leaving. Wait. Right at this moment, the Zhu clan's patriarch stopped Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. "Patriarch Zhu, do you still have something?" Duan Lingtian turned around and asked indifferently. "Although my Zhu clan can't be considered to be a clan that's ranked high in the Darkhan dynasty, it isn't a clan that doesn't know how to repay kindness. Speak, how do you want my Zhu clan to thank you?" The Zhu clan's patriarch spoke word by word with a low voice. Patriarch Zhu is straightforward as expected. Duan Lingtian started laughing. "How about this? I won't be greedy. Just give me 100 million gold." Duan Lingtian's voice entered into the ears of the 3 Zhu clan members, causing them to seem as if they were struck by lightning and be stunned on the spot. 100 million gold? This isn't greedy? Kid, don't be shameless. The Zhu clan's eldest young master shouted out furiously. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the Zhu clan's eldest young master, and instead looked at the Zhu clan's patriarch as he smiled indifferently. "What? Patriarch Zhu? Do you think your daughter's life isn't worth 100 million gold? Never mind. Since the Zhu clan's second young miss is so cheap in the eyes of the Zhu clan, then take it as I've never said these words." Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually waved his hand before walking out. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Zhu Qing stood at the side with an extremely unsightly expression. Never had she imagined that this violet-clothed young man that saved her would actually ask for such an exorbitant price. 100 million gold. Although it wasn't to the extent of hurting their Zhu clan, it was still an enormous amount of wealth, and it was enough to make their hearts ache. Wait. Finally, the Zhu clan's patriarch spoke once more, and his voice was incomparably low. "Father." The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face went pale. "Although this kid saved my sister, he let those 2 damnable servants go. At most, it can be considered as offsetting. You don't have to give him so much money." "Offsetting? At the instant the Zhu clan's patriarch opened his mouth, Duan Lingtian had stopped in his tracks. Now that he heard the words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master, his face instantly seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Now he suddenly felt that his previous actions were slightly wishful thinking. At that time, even if he looked on helplessly as Zhu Qing was killed, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. If he wanted to leave the desert, he didn't have to rely on Zhu Qing. So long as he coerced those two Zhu clan servants, they could similarly bring him out of the desert. Enough. If it wasn't for him, your sister would have died long ago. The Zhu clan's patriarch raised his hand to stop his son, then withdrew a thick stack of gold from his spatial ring. This is 100 million gold. From today onwards, our Zhu clan doesn't owe you anything. Thank you, Patriarch Zhu. The frost on Duan Lingtian's face instantly melted when he saw the Zhu clan's patriarch pass over the gold, and he received it without the slightest trace of politeness and put it away within his spatial ring. This caused the nearby Zhu clan's eldest young master to gnash his teeth with hatred. Whereas Zhu Qing's beautiful face was unsightly to the extreme as well. That was 100 million gold. Eldest young master Zhu. Second young Miss Zhu. Farewell. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian intentionally bid farewell to the other two people. Then he walked off in large strides. For a time, only the three Zhu clan members remained on the spot, each with thoughts of their own. After Duan Lingtian left the Zhu clan, he heaved a sigh of relief and his face revealed a brilliant smile. I truly never imagined that just lifting a finger would earn me 100 million gold. I wonder which direction of the Dark Han dynasty this abundant city is located at. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he started to inquire everywhere. In the end, he finally confirmed it. Abundant City was located at the southwest area of the Dark Han dynasty, and it was adjacent to the southern desert. After Little Gold and I entered the Dark Han dynasty, we entered the southern area of the Dark Han dynasty. Looks like that sandstorm forcefully blew us to this southwest area. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Even though the Darkstone Empire has a map of the Dark Han dynasty, it isn't very detailed. This is the Dark Han dynasty. I ought to be able to buy a more reliable map. Duan Lingtian searched for a while and finally bought a map of the Dark Han dynasty from a bookstore in Abundant City. Amongst the maps, there was even the symbol of Abundant City that he was currently at. In the entire territory of the Dark Han dynasty, Abundant City was only an existence that was even smaller than an ant. My destination this time is the most flourishing trade city in the Dark Han dynasty, Milky Way City. This is something that Little Gold knows as well. Perhaps I'll be able to meet Little Gold there. Duan Lingtian put away the opened map in his hand and prepared to leave Abundant City and head to Milky Way City. But he hadn't walked out of the city gate in time. Duan Lingtian noticed that he was being followed. Zhu clan members? Duan Lingtian frowned. Besides the Zhu clan members, he couldn't think of anyone that would target him. It's probably not someone sent by the Zhu clan's patriarch. The Zhu clan's patriarch wants to deal with me, and he made a move at the Zhu clan estate earlier, so it's impossible for him to give me 100 million gold. Chapter 571. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the people following behind him and directly headed out of the city. In next to no time, he'd exited the city. He'd just soared into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Three extremely swift howls of the wind sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian. Three figures stood in the sky and formed a triangle as they surrounded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by the appearance of these three people, and his gaze flashed past the three of them. These three middle-aged men were currently staring at him with icy cold gazes. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, and the cultivations of these three people were unable to hide. 2 4th-level void prying stage martial artists. 1 3rd-level void prying stage martial artist. To Duan Lingtian, these three people didn't pose the slightest threat. Your eldest young master sent all of you? Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. At practically this instant, Duan Lingtian's gaze didn't leave the three of them since the beginning, and he observed the slight changes in their expressions. In the end, Duan Lingtian noticed an inkling. At practically the instant he finished speaking, The expressions of the three people slightly changed. Looks like I guessed correctly. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually went cold. But your Zhu clan's patriarch didn't even speak, and only that Zhu clan's eldest young master gave the order, yet all of you were anxious to make a move against me. Aren't all of you afraid your Zhu clan's patriarch will blame you? Once we kill you, the dead tell no tales. One of the fourth-level void-prying stage martial artists spoke word by word with a voice that was cold like ice. Kill. The other fourth-level void-prying stage martial artist shouted out with a grim voice before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the other two people attacked at the same time. The three of them split into three directions and attacked Duan Lingtian at the same time. Three raging origin energies combined with the three spirit weapons and elementary force swept towards Duan Lingtian with torrential force. It seemed as if they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly went cold. In the next moment, he attacked. Sword drawing technique. As soon as the crepe myrtle flexible sword arrived in Duan Lingtian's hand, it turned into an extremely fast sword light, sweeping through the air. Two streams of blood spurted out. The origin energy on the bodies of the two fourth-level void-prying stage martial artists dispersed completely, and they fell down. Boom! Boom! Because they fell from a low altitude, Duan Lingtian and the remaining third-level void-prying stage martial artist were able to hear the sound of the two corpses falling to the ground. The expression of that third-level void-prying stage martial artist went completely grim at the instant his two fourth-level void-prying stage companions were killed. It became extremely pale. His expression was filled with despair. Now, he put away the spirit weapon in his hand and stood in the air, his body trembling. You. He looked at Duan Lingtian with trepidation. Although he didn't clearly see how many ancient mammoth silhouettes were above Duan Lingtian earlier. However, he could clearly see the gigantic phantom that was spiraling down from the sky. Ancient horned dragon silhouette. At this moment, his heart was filled with coldness. Duan Lingtian was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. So Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious. Duan Lingtian was at least at the 6th level of the void-prying stage. Even to the extent that Duan Lingtian was at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. A 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient horned dragon silhouette when utilizing a spirit weapon. Whereas a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist was able to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon without using a spirit weapon. 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist? 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist? Even their Zhu clan's strongest Grand Elder's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man before him. No. The middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian looked to be young, Duan Lingtian's strength was something that was difficult for him to reach. If Duan Lingtian had the intention, he would have died earlier. Speak of the person behind the scenes, then fuck off. Duan Lingtian's slanted brows stood up, and he instantly seemed to have transformed into an enraged King Kong. Although he'd already guessed that the Zhu clan's eldest young master was the person behind the scenes. But he still wanted to confirm it. It's the eldest young master. It's the eldest young master. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flash and vanish before his eyes. I can't stay in the Zhu clan any longer. The middle-aged man sighed and made a resolution in his heart. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a flowing light that shot out of the city and into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Zhu clan estate. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew past, and a violet-colored figure appeared out of thin air. Zhu clan's eldest young master. The owner of the violet-colored figure was precisely Duan Lingtian, who'd left and returned. Presently, Duan Lingtian looked down at the Zhu clan estate beneath him as he spoke out coldly. His voice contained origin energy and spread throughout the entire Zhu clan estate. Instantly, the entire Zhu clan was stirred. Someone's looking for the eldest young master? The person has come with ill intent. Many Zhu clan members raised their heads to look up into the sky. It's him. Why has he returned? The Zhu clan's patriarch was originally silently drinking tea in the courtyard, and his face sank when he heard this familiar voice, and he soared into the sky. He's not dead? In the Zhu clan's martial practice grounds, the Zhu clan's eldest young master's face sank as he soared into the sky. Subsequently, another 3 figures soared into the sky. Who's causing trouble in my Zhu clan? An aged figure was the first to arrive at the sky above Duan Lingtian, and his voice had already sounded out before he arrived. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard the voice. A white-browed old man was the first to appear before him. 7th level of the void prying stage? His spiritual force detected the old man's cultivation at the first possible moment. Looks like this person ought to be the Grand Elder with the strongest strength in the Zhu clan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, he'd come all the way to Abundant City under Zhu Qing's lead. On the way, Zhu Qing had frequently complacently praised their Zhu clan. Amongst them, she'd mentioned their Zhu clan's strongest Grand Elder, an existence at the 7th level of the void prying stage. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder looked at Duan Lingtian and was slightly dazed. Obviously, he'd never imagined that the person that came to provoke the Zhu clan would be such a young man. Young man, do you know that your actions have already provoked the dignity of my Zhu clan? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's voice was like muffled thunder, and it contained slight rage mixed within. The dignity of the Zhu clan? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Your Zhu clan has dignity to speak of? Truly a joke. Presumptuous. The voice of the Zhu clan's Grand Elder and another voice sounded out at practically the exact same time. Subsequently, the Zhu clan's patriarch was the second to make an appearance, and he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Zhu clan's Grand Elder as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. I've said it before, my Zhu clan and you are even. Now, you've openly provoked my Zhu clan. What exactly do you want? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder frowned, as he obviously never imagined that the Zhu clan's patriarch would recognize this young man. What do I want? Duan Lingtian started laughing as his eyes narrowed. Patriarch Zhu, your Zhu clan and I are indeed even. But that son of yours seems to not think in this way. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face went slightly grim when he heard this. What do you mean by this? Patriarch, Grand Elder. Right at this moment, another 2 figures soared into the sky and stood by the side of the Zhu clan's patriarch and Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out. The 2 old men that had arrived now had cultivations comparable to the Zhu clan's patriarch. Both of them were at the 6th level of the void prying stage. They ought to be Zhu clan elders. What do I mean? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly turned to converge onto the final figure that slowly soared into the sky. Patriarch Zhu, I'm afraid you have to ask your precious son about this. Ask him what good deeds he's done. As Duan Lingtian spoke the last 2 words, his voice intentionally became slightly heavier. Whoosh! The Zhu clan's eldest young master was the last to appear. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Duan Lingtian and stared angrily at him. Kid, you took 100 million gold from my Zhu clan and still dare behave atrociously in my Zhu clan? Looks like you're really tired of living. 100 million gold? The words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master caused the 3 Zhu clan elders, including the Zhu clan's Grand Elder, to be dumbstruck. Patriarch, what exactly is going on? The 3 of them asked the Zhu clan's patriarch. The Zhu clan's patriarch sighed and spoke of the sequence of events. The 3 of them came to a sudden understanding. Young man, since our Zhu clan is even, why are you still blabbering endlessly? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's white brows raised as he emitted a dignified aura. Blabbering endlessly? Duan Lingtian laughed in ridicule, then looked at the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Who's the one blabbering endlessly? You should ask your Zhu clan's eldest young master. Duan Lingtian's words successfully diverted the attention of the 4 higher-ups of the Zhu clan, including the Zhu clan's patriarch, for gazes descended onto the Zhu clan's eldest young master in unison. Kid, what do you mean by this? The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face sank as he asked with a shout. But in his heart he felt slightly weak. Could it be that he already knows that I sent people to kill him? Wait. Unless they fail, otherwise, it's impossible for him to know. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was extremely confident towards the 3 people he sent out. He didn't think that the violet-clothed young man before him was capable of killing those 3 people. So, he chose to pretend to be deaf and mute. What do I mean? Duan Lingtian's face seemed as if it was covered in a thin layer of ice. Eldest young Master Zhu, I originally took 100 million gold from the Zhu clan's patriarch, and we're even. But you actually sent 2 4th-level void-prying stage martial artists and a 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist with the intention of killing me when I left. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's voice was icy cold to the extreme, and it seemed as if it came from an icy pit. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the expressions of the 5 Zhu clan members went grim, especially the Zhu clan's eldest young master. His pupils constricted as his feelings surged. No. Impossible. How could he possibly know? Could it be that they failed? A bad premonition arose within the Zhu clan's eldest young master's heart. What did you do to my Zhu clan's 3 revered elders? The Zhu clan's eldest young master spoke with a low tone as he shouted out. They obeyed your orders and wanted to kill me. Yet now, I'm standing here perfectly fine. What do you think of them? Duan Lingtian laughed in disdain as he spoke sharply. You killed them? The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face went grim. What? You can send them to kill me, but I can't kill them? Duan Lingtian sneered. Originally, I saved your Zhu clan's 2nd young miss, yet all of you didn't appreciate my kindness. But you actually wanted to kill me and wanted to make a big deal out of this matter. Then I'll play with you properly. Chapter 572. Kid, do you think my Zhu clan's 100 million gold is so easy to obtain? When the Zhu clan's eldest young master saw the matter being exposed, he simply stopped concealing it and shed all pretenses. But, you actually dared kill 3 revered elders of my Zhu clan. You're dead today. At practically the instant he finished speaking, the origin energy on the Zhu clan's eldest young master skyrocketed. The origin energy on the bodies of the 4 Zhu clan higher-ups became restless as well, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. What? Doesn't your Zhu clan feel that you're in the wrong? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhu clan's patriarch, the Zhu clan's grand elder, and the other 2 Zhu clan elders as he asked with a low voice. In the wrong? The Zhu clan's patriarch's expression was extremely gloomy, and his gaze was icy cold to the extreme. Perhaps, my son has indeed gone slightly too far. But he didn't succeed after all. But you killed 3 of my Zhu clan's revered elders. So, you're dead today. The origin energy on the Zhu clan's patriarch raged like flames, and there were even strands of fiery red-colored energy leaping about within it. In the sky above him, 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. 6th level of the void-prying stage. Half-step advanced fire force. What a good didn't succeed. Duan Lingtian started laughing from extreme rage. Today, if his strength was inferior to those 3 revered elders of the Zhu clan, he would have already been killed. But now, the Zhu clan's patriarch was actually so casual when facing this matter. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly. The head of the Zhu family and the 3 elders of the Zhu family were now more protective of their children. You must pay with blood for killing members of my Zhu clan. You can stay here today. The Zhu clan's grand elder's white brows raised as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a low voice. Stay here. Duan Lingtian started laughing. Laughing brilliantly. Go ahead and laugh. You're bound to only be able to laugh at times like this in your lifetime. The Zhu clan's eldest young master sneered. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face instantly vanished, and his gaze descended onto the 4 Zhu clan higher-ups, including the Zhu clan's patriarch. Today, I came to your Zhu clan only for the sake of getting even with this eldest young master Zhu. Do you really want to get involved in this mess? Think carefully. Sometimes, a single choice is enough to end your life. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as ice. There was no lack of warning in his words. Although he resented the blindly protecting behavior of the Zhu family's 4 higher-ups, he was still angry. However, he still gave them a chance. As for whether or not the 4 of them would cherish this opportunity, it was not something he could interfere with. Duan Lingtian's words made all 4 of the Zhu family's upper echelons pale. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The Zhu clan's grand elder was the first to recover from his shock. His figure flickered like the wind as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Wang. A wide saber appeared out of thin air in his hand, and it carried strands of azure-colored energy as it slashed towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. It was as if it wanted to split Duan Lingtian in 2. Above his head, an ancient horned dragon silhouette wriggled down and swept out. Behind the ancient horned dragon silhouettes were over 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes tailing behind. It was as if they were escorting a supreme emperor as they moved forward. 7th level of the Void Prying Stage. Grade 6 Spirit Saber. Half-step Advanced Wind Force. This was the strength of the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. Since all of you don't cherish this opportunity, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Duan Lingtian's calm voice was filled with bloody killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a dim light started to flash in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into the soul brand and executed his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space was instantly constructed and enveloped the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder had a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Prying Stage. However, he wasn't an inscription master, and he hadn't comprehended advanced force. So, he was utterly unable to resist the soul skill, 1,000 souls, executed by Duan Lingtian with his 7th level Void Prying Stage spiritual force. Instantly, he was sealed within the illusory space. He was like a headless fly that bumped about everywhere. Suddenly, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder suddenly turned around and stared fixedly at the Zhu clan's eldest young master. That icy cold gaze caused the Zhu clan's eldest young master to feel a chill run down his spine. Grand Elder. He felt the killing intent in the old man's eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder attacked. His saber slashed down, carrying the might to split a mountain as it descended towards the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Grand Elder! The Zhu clan's patriarch's face went grim, and his figure flashed out, wanting to rescue the patriarch, yet it was too late. The Zhu clan's eldest young master's eyes stared wide open as he was split into 2 by the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. Blood sprayed through the sky as the corpse that was split into 2 fell to the ground. Instantly, a wave of Zhu clan disciples exclaiming in shock sounded out from the Zhu clan estate. Obviously, they were terrified by the corpse of the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Grand Elder, why did you kill my son? High up in the sky, the Zhu clan's patriarch's eyes were crimson red as he glared angrily at the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. The other 2 Zhu clan elders also looked at the Zhu clan's Grand Elder with dazed expressions. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the existence of Duan Lingtian. And Duan Lingtian was happy to watch the show. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil arc. Only he knew what had happened earlier. Earlier, in the illusory space that he constructed, he overlapped the position of him in the illusory space with the Zhu clan's eldest young master outside the illusory space. So, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder killing him in the illusory space was equivalent to killing the Zhu clan's eldest young master outside the illusory space. Humph. You can't even withstand a single strike from me, yet you dare to provoke our Zhu clan. You're simply courting death. At this moment, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder snorted coldly and put away the spirit saber in his hand. Obviously, he was still in the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had constructed with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. He only thought that he had killed Duan Lingtian. This scene caused the originally furious Zhu clan's patriarch to be dumbfounded. An absurd thought arose in his heart. Did the Grand Elder kill the wrong person? The other 2 Zhu clan elders looked at each other in dismay, not daring to believe that all of this was true. It's time for the show to start. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and he instantly withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. And that illusory space also shattered. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder regained his senses. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian standing in front of him unscathed, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Why aren't you dead? Just now clearly already. Grand Elder Zhu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh, You don't think that the person you killed just now was me, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused the Zhu clan's Grand Elder's expression to change drastically. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Look who's missing now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up slightly, and an evil arc appeared once again. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder looked around and discovered that only the Patriarch and 2 elders were left. The eldest young master, who was originally standing with them, was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he discovered that the Patriarch's expression was extremely unsightly, and his eyes were bloodshot. Could it be? His heart trembled, and his voice trembled. I killed Chang'er? The Zhu clan's eldest young master was called Zhu Chang. Since young, he had been treated as his own grandson. But now, he had actually died at his hands? No. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot as he shook his head continuously. In the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian and roared, "It must be you, it must be you!" Although he didn't know what had happened just now. But the Zhu clan's Grand Elder subconsciously believed that what had happened just now was definitely related to this purple-clothed youth. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder attacked Duan Lingtian once more with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian revealed a disdainful expression. 1,000 illusions. He executed his soul skill once more. The illusory space appeared once more and enveloped the Zhu clan's Grand Elder within it. In the next moment, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder seemed as if he'd been possessed, and he swung his saber towards the Zhu clan's Patriarch and the 2 Zhu clan elders. At the beginning, the Zhu clan's Patriarch and the other 2 were barely able to resist the Grand Elder's attacks. Gradually, their strength was unable to continue. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's saber descended and annihilated one of the Zhu clan elders. Elder Liang. The Zhu clan's Patriarch and the other Zhu clan elders' faces went pale. What exactly did you do? Presently, the Zhu clan's Patriarch had realized that the strange matter before his eyes was definitely related to Duan Lingtian, and he roared with a grim voice. Patriarch Zhu, don't blame me for not warning you. I've said it before. Sometimes, a single choice is sufficient to ruin your entire life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. But when his smile entered the eyes of the Zhu clan's Patriarch, it was like the smile of a devil. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder swung his saber down once more and killed the other Zhu clan elder. Grand Elder! It's me, it's me! Only the Zhu clan's Patriarch was left, and he roared endlessly, wanting to stop the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. But the current Zhu clan's Grand Elder was within the space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Yet he seemed to have been possessed, and was utterly unable to be awakened. Finally, the Zhu clan's Patriarch followed in the footsteps of the 2 Zhu clan elders. I'll give you a quick death. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and landed behind the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. Swish! He pointed out with a finger and took the life of the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. The Zhu clan's young master and the 4 upper echelons of the Zhu clan were all dead. Spatial ring. Duan Lingtian only remembered after a moment that he hadn't collected the Zhu clan's spatial rings, and he instantly descended from the sky. The Zhu clan's large martial arts practice field was stained with blood. Only one of the 5 corpses was intact. Around the martial arts practice field, the group of Zhu clan disciples had pale faces, and some with weaker mental fortitude even directly vomited. What exactly happened? How did the Patriarch and Grand Elder get killed? The Zhu clan disciples had no idea what had happened at all. There's someone in the sky! All of a sudden, someone cried out in alarm. Subsequently, all the Zhu clan disciples saw a purple figure descend from the sky and stand on the martial arts practice field for a moment. This was an elegant purple-clothed youth. But the actions of the purple-clothed youth were completely different from his temperament. Chapter 573. It was he who killed the Patriarch and Grand Elder? The group of Zhu clan disciples were all stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian. They only recovered from their shock when Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and vanished before their eyes in the blink of an eye. Such a young man actually possesses the strength to kill the Patriarch and the others. Who exactly is he? He's surely a member of those great powers. I wonder how the Patriarch and the others offended him. Fortunately, He didn't have the intention of making a move against our Zhu clan. Otherwise, our Zhu clan would surely be annihilated. The Zhu clan disciples discussed animatedly, and many of them even had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. They rejoiced that they'd escaped calamity. Duan Lingtian left. He left the Zhu clan and left Abundant City. To him, the incident that occurred in Abundant City was only a small matter that wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't long before he tossed it to the back of his mind. Milky Way City, the most bustling trade city in the Dark-Han dynasty. It was also the final destination Duan Lingtian came to the Dark-Han dynasty. My time is limited and I'm unable to head to the Dark-Han dynasty's capital. If I'm unable to find the ageless root in the Dark-Han dynasty's Milky Way City and the Darkstone Empire's flourishing Summer City, then I can only continue searching after the Darkstone Empire advances in the future and head to the Dark-Han dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian headed all the way to Milky Way City according to the map in his hand. During this period of time, he'd found a forest that was densely packed with demon beasts, and he used his soul skill, 1000 Illusions, to tame a 7th-level void-prying stage flying demon beast as a means of transportation. Even though the speed of this flying demon beast was slower than the little gold mouse, it wasn't much inferior. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the back of the flying demon beast as he cultivated in meditation. He'd forgotten the time while cultivating. Only when the flying demon beast jolted Duan Lingtian awake did Duan Lingtian awaken from his cultivation. I'm still slightly lacking from the 6th level of the void-prying stage. Presently, another 2 months had passed. Duan Lingtian's cultivation obtained a swift improvement. He was already close to the 6th level of the void-prying stage. That's Han River City? Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the flying demonic beast as it swooped down. A city appeared in front of him. This city was definitely the largest city Duan Lingtian had ever seen in this world. In terms of land area, even if the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire and the flourishing Summer City were added together, they wouldn't be able to compare to half of this city. As they approached the city, Duan Lingtian could see it clearly. One after another, swift figures flew across the sky or sprinted across the ground. They kept surging into Han River City in front of them. Among these figures, there were human warriors and monstrous beasts. The latter were all controlled by human ancient martial art practitioners. Duan Lingtian slowly stood up and stepped on the flying beast, allowing it to take him into the city. In Han River City, there were too many high-profile people like Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's arrival did not attract the attention of others. I should first look for the treasure-gathering pavilion to issue an assignment. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Subsequently, he descended from the sky and stopped a middle-aged man that passed by, then asked politely, "Big brother, may I ask?" "Don't disturb me. I have an urgent matter." The middle-aged man spoke impatiently. "Big brother, I want to ask about the location of the treasure-gathering pavilion." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then a gold bill of 10,000 appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Walk ahead and reach the end. Turn right and you'll reach the treasure-gathering pavilion." The middle-aged man took the gold notes, and his attitude changed drastically. Then he left. Really realistic. Duan Lingtian shook his head and soared up into the sky once more, then stood on the back of the flying demonic beast and urged it to continue forward. In next to no time, they arrived at the end of the road. After turning right, Duan Lingtian saw a large golden signboard on an independent building in the distance. Treasure-gathering pavilion. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion when an attendant came over to greet him. "Guest, please come in." One of the attendants respectfully welcomed Duan Lingtian in. Duan Lingtian nodded, then stepped on the flying demonic beast and entered the treasure-gathering pavilion. On the way, the attendant asked Duan Lingtian about the purpose of his visit. When he found out that Duan Lingtian had come for the sake of issuing a bounty, he didn't dare dally and brought Duan Lingtian up to the 3rd floor. "Guest, may I know what you need as a bounty? What are you using as a bounty?" The old man behind the counter looked at Duan Lingtian with a tranquil expression. "Ageless root." Duan Lingtian did the same as when he was at the treasure-gathering pavilion in flourishing Summer City. After he described the characteristics of the ageless root, he specially drew the ageless root. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a grade 4 spirit sword and passed it to the old man. The old man held the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand with a skeptical expression. Whoosh! Along with origin energy blossoming from the old man's hand, an ancient horn dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air at the side of the 2 ancient horn dragon silhouettes above him. First level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. When he entered, he didn't use his spiritual force to detect the old man's cultivation. Now, the old man revealed a cultivation at the first level of the Void Initiation stage, and it shocked him. As expected of the treasure-gathering pavilion in the most flourishing city of the Dark Han dynasty, a mere old man that was in charge of registering at the counter was in existence at the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised, but the old man was even more surprised than him. An amplification of 60%? The old man's stiff face revealed a shocked expression, and his muddy eyes flickered with a bright light. When he saw the old man looking over, Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded. "Senior, please help me register." The old man nodded and said slightly woodenly, "The handling fee can be waived for a grade 4 spirit weapon. 3 months from now, no matter if you've placed a bounty on the thing you need, you can use this half a jade pendant to exchange for your spirit weapon." As he finished speaking, the old man passed a broken jade pendant to Duan Ling Tian. The rules were no different than the treasure-gathering pavilion in the Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city. A grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 60%? The attendant that brought Duan Ling Tian in was completely stunned on the spot, and he seemed to be petrified. According to his knowledge, there seemed to be no grade 4 weapons craftsman in the Dark Han dynasty that was capable of refining a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 60%. Thus, the value of this grade 4 spirit sword was obvious. "I'll be troubling Senior." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded to the old man before urging the demon beast beneath him to leave. A grade 4 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 60%. Could it be that he's related to that person? Wait. Even if it's that person, he's only refined 2 grade 4 spirit weapons that provide an amplification of 59% after exhausting his entire lifetime's worth of effort. And there isn't a single grade 4 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 60%. A thought had only just arisen within the old man's heart when it was shattered by himself. In his eyes, the violet-colored figure that was disappearing into the distance was so mysterious. "You, quickly take this diagram to the first floor's hall and paste it on the notice board in the hall. Announce that no matter who it is, so long as they find the medicinal material on the diagram, they'll be able to obtain a grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 60%. The old man looked at the attendant and spoke with a serious expression. "Yes." The attendant replied and left, whereas the old man left the counter and walked up the stairs that led upstairs. After a short moment, he'd arrived outside a pavilion on the 5th floor. "Pavilion Master." The old man stood outside and bowed. The treasure-gathering pavilion was an industry under a formidable power of the Dark Han dynasty. It was distributed throughout the Dark Han dynasty. Even the various empires under the Dark Han dynasty had branches of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Every pavilion branch had a pavilion master. The Han River City was no exception. Not only that, because the Han River City was the most prosperous commercial city in the Dark Han dynasty, the pavilion master of the Han River City's treasure-gathering pavilion was an expert with shocking strength. No one knew how strong this pavilion master was. However, even though the Han River City's treasure-gathering pavilion contained numerous precious treasures, there were very few people that dared to come look for trouble. The deterrent force of this pavilion master could be seen from this. "Come in." A sonorous voice sounded out from within the pavilion. Following the old man in the pavilion, the old man walked into the pavilion. A middle-aged man that stood there with his back facing the old man appeared within his field of vision. "Is there something you need?" The middle-aged man turned around and stared at the old man with a gaze that was like lightning as he asked, "Pavilion Master, look at this." Although based on appearance alone, the old man was sufficient to be the middle-aged man's father, he was respectful and reverent when facing the middle-aged man and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. As he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand, a spirit sword. "This is?" The middle-aged man raised his hand and didn't seem to make any movements. The spirit sword in the old man's hand instantly flew up and firmly descended into his hand. It was as if it was guided by a shapeless force. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be indescribably shocked. This was because the technique the middle-aged man executed was a technique that allowed him to obtain an object from afar. Telekinesis. It seemed simple, but was actually extremely difficult. If it wasn't a martial artist with a formidable strength, it was utterly impossible to accomplish this. But the old man didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest when faced with the middle-aged man's telekinesis technique, as if it was a common occurrence. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the spirit sword in his hand. After a while, his eyes abruptly squinted. What a profound method of equipment refinement. This grade 4 spirit sword is at least able to provide an amplification of 59%. Could it be the masterpiece of that old fellow? As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. The old man that stood respectfully at the side wasn't surprised that the middle-aged man was able to discern the extraordinariness of the spirit sword with his naked eye. This was because he knew the pavilion master was a grade 4 weapons craftsman himself. He was also one of the only 5 grade 4 weapons craftsmen that the Darkhan dynasty knew of. Wait! In next to no time, the middle-aged man shook his head and muttered. I've seen the 2 top grade 4 spirit weapons refined by that old fellow, but there isn't a spirit sword. Could it be that this is his most recent creation? As he finished muttering to himself, the middle-aged man looked at the old man and asked with a low voice, "Who placed this sword in our treasure-gathering pavilion?" "It's a young man." Chapter 574. Besides that, Lord Pavilion Master, this grade 4 spirit sword doesn't provide a 59% amplification of strength. The old man looked at the middle-aged man and seemed to have thought of something. It doesn't provide a 59% amplification? The middle-aged man frowned and sized up the spirit sword in his hand. Could it be that I've misjudged? Is this spiritual sword just a facade? No. The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. Lord Pavilion Master, this spirit sword doesn't only provide a 59% amplification. It can provide a 60% amplification of strength. 60%. When the old man's words entered into the middle-aged man's ears, it was like a thunderclap. It caused the middle-aged man to be dumbstruck. A 60% amplification? In next to no time, the middle-aged man held the sword and tested it with a serious expression. Along with the origin energy on the sword in his hand rising, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons and ancient mammoths appeared in the sky above him. In the end, he finally confirmed it. It really is 60%. Instantly, the middle-aged man's face flushed red, and his eyes flickered with a dazzling bright light as he looked at the spirit sword in his hand. His breathing gradually became hurried. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The old man wasn't surprised when he saw the middle-aged man lose composure like this. As far as he was concerned, the pavilion master himself was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Seeing a grade 4 spirit weapon with such a terrifying amplification ability, it was normal for him to be elated. What does that young man want to use this spirit sword as a reward? The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a burning gaze as he asked. If it was possible, he wanted to obtain this grade 4 spirit sword as well. A grade 4 spirit sword that provided a 60% amplification. If it was in his hands, then after he carefully studied it, he might be able to improve his attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement. Perhaps, he would be able to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided a 59% or even 60% amplification because of this. Lord Pavilion Master, the thing that young man offered as a reward was a type of medicinal material. He called that medicinal material the ageless root. The old man replied, "Ageless root?" The middle-aged man frowned. "What's that? I've actually never heard of it. Even Lord Pavilion Master hasn't heard of it." The old man was stunned. As far as he was concerned, this was an extremely inconceivable thing. The Pavilion Master was a figure that stood at the peak of the Darkhan dynasty. Logically speaking, there was very little that the Pavilion Master didn't know. Did he say anything special about that medicinal herb? The middle-aged man continued asking. Yes. The old man nodded, And then he repeated the words of the violet-clothed young man in full detail. Not only that, but the old man also followed suit and drew the ageless root. The ageless root's characteristics were extremely obvious. Its entire body was completely natural. It was simply impossible for ordinary root-shaped medicinal herbs to grow to such an extent. What a peculiar medicinal ingredient! The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in surprise. With just one look, he could tell that this medicinal herb was not simple. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know what happened in the treasure-gathering pavilion after he left. At this moment, he was sitting in a restaurant in Han River City. He leaned against the window and looked at the people on the bustling streets outside, as well as the emptiness realm martial artists and demonic beasts that flew in the sky above the streets. I wonder where Little Gold is right now. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with worry. The little gold mouse was a person with no sense of direction. He was swept away by the sandstorm again. This made Duan Lingtian very worried. In next to no time, the fragrant dishes were served. However, Duan Lingtian didn't have much of an appetite. After a short while, the restaurant became more and more crowded, and at the same time, it became lively. Hey! Have you heard? The treasure-gathering pavilion just issued a reward an hour ago for a rare medicinal ingredient. A middle-aged man had just sat down when he spoke to his companion at the same table. Doesn't the treasure-gathering pavilion often have people offering rewards for medicinal ingredients? What's so strange about this? His companion was disdainful. Hee hee. You don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed. Do you know what the reward of this reward is? What is it? The latter was intrigued. A grade 4 spirit sword. The middle-aged man spoke with a clear voice, and he wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. What? Instantly, the restaurant that was packed with people was in an uproar. A grade 4 spirit sword with a reward for a medicinal ingredient? Really? Many customers in the restaurant didn't believe it. As far as they were concerned, how rare was a grade 4 spirit weapon? How could it be compared to a mere medicinal ingredient? Even the most precious medicinal ingredient they knew of was far inferior to a grade 4 spirit weapon in their eyes. If all of you don't believe me, you can go to the hall on the first floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion to take a look. That reward is hung on the most conspicuous notice board in the hall. The middle-aged man was instantly unhappy when he saw someone doubting him. When they heard the middle-aged man, the customers in the restaurant believed him slightly. Who's so generous to actually want to use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for a medicinal ingredient? After we finish eating, I'll surely go see what medicinal ingredient he wants to exchange for. Yeah, if we have that medicinal ingredient in our hands, then we'll have struck it rich. Quickly finish eating and go take a look. Many people started wolfing down their food and sweeping up the food on the table. Hee hee. All of you better hurry up. If you're late, it's very likely that someone will beat you to it. The middle-aged man laughed slyly when he saw this scene, and he said as if wishing for the world to be in chaos. Right, I forgot to tell all of you something. The grade 4 spirit sword in the treasure-gathering pavilion is a grade 4 spirit weapon that can provide a 60% amplification of strength. Silence. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the restaurant went deathly silent. Numerous gazes descended onto the middle-aged man in unison. After a short moment, slap, 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 slap. A wave of sounds of bowls and plates shattering sounded out, and it was the bowls and plates in the hands of some customers that were absent-minded accidentally falling down. A 60% amplification? Are you sure? In next to no time, someone gasped and looked at the middle-aged man to confirm it. That's what the treasure-gathering pavilion said. As for the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion, I presume all of you are aware that it would never exaggerate. The middle-aged man continued. Motherfucker! I'm not eating anymore. Attendant, get the bill. Instantly, someone paid the bill and left. After a short moment, only 2 tables of people remained in the entire restaurant. Besides the table of the middle-aged man, only Duan Lingtian's table remained. Presently, these 2 tables seemed to be like cranes among chickens. The middle-aged man was instantly slightly surprised when he saw someone was still able to remain so composed. Little brother, aren't you going to join in the fun? Perhaps you have that medicinal material in your possession. Duan Lingtian raised his head and smiled lightly. Perhaps. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to immerse himself in eating and drinking. Join in the fun? If this middle-aged man knew that the Grade 4 Spirit Sword was the reward item he'd placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, he probably wouldn't say these words. Looks like my plan wasn't wrong. The influence of the treasure-gathering pavilion is extremely great. I presume it won't be long before the news of a Grade 4 Spirit Sword that provides a 60% amplification in exchange for the ageless root will spread far and wide. After he ate and drank his fill, Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left, and he found an inn to stay in. No matter if there's an outcome or not, I must leave the Darkhan dynasty 3 months from now and return to the Darkstone Empire. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time for the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. After he stayed in the inn, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested as he lay in the bathtub that had steam rising from it. I hope Little Gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian thought silently in his heart. He'd never been able to let go of the little gold mouse in his heart. Even though Little Gold was the demon beast that followed by Little Black and Little White's side. But during these past few years, Little Black and Little White weren't here, and it was always Little Gold that followed by his side. He'd long since had a deep relationship with Little Gold. In his heart, he took Little Gold to be family. After he finished bathing, Duan Lingtian changed into a set of dry clothes, then sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to cultivate. After he consumed the void-strengthening pill, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM form. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtian planned to stay in Han River City and not leave. Firstly, it was because he wanted to cultivate in peace. Secondly, he was worried that Little Gold would appear in Han River City. Han River City was too chaotic. During these few days, Duan Lingtian could see many martial artists falling as he walked throughout Han River City. The definition of the law of the jungle was interpreted to be extremely perfect in Han River City. 2 months passed. Duan Lingtian carried out his final breakthrough. So long as he broke through the bottleneck, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the void prying stage in one go. This time, Duan Lingtian spent 3 days and 3 nights before smoothly breaking through. Whoosh! The origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body soared and roared. Whoosh! Gazing at the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were condensed into form after the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a wisp of a smile. I've finally broken through. Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. The next 7th level of the void prying stage is another critical point. If nothing unexpected happens, it's probably impossible for me to break through before the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition begins. This was something Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart. I hope that the ageless root has clues. Whereas the rebirth pill was a turning point. But unfortunately, if he wanted to refine the rebirth pill, he had to first find the ageless root. Otherwise, everything was just a dream. I'll have to leave in a month. I'll walk around during this month and see if Little Gold has come to Han River City. In the following month, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian wandered around Han River City. Of course, he never took the initiative to cause trouble. He also intentionally avoided those martial artists at the 9th level of the void prying stage or above. If a martial artist below the 9th level of the void prying stage offended him, he wouldn't be courteous and would directly execute a swift attack to kill the martial artist. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the void prying stage. His spiritual force had been pushed to the 8th level of the void prying stage as well. So long as it wasn't an inscription master, he was able to kill martial artists below the 9th level of the void prying stage. Bang! A corpse fell before Duan Lingtian. Chapter 575. After my spiritual force broke through, the illusory space constructed by the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, is sufficient to disregard advanced force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he looked at the corpse that fell beneath his feet, and he was slightly delighted. Now, even if I were to go against Su Li, I wouldn't be afraid of his advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. Only the surrounding crowd of void-prying stage martial artists that looked at Duan Lingtian with fear remained. This young man looks to be around the age of 25, yet his strength is actually so terrifying. With his natural talent and strength, he ought to not be an unknown figure in the Darkhan dynasty. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian, who'd just taken a few steps, frowned, and he seemed to have noticed something as he looked up into the sky. After he noticed there was no one in the sky, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. After Duan Lingtian left, high above in the sky, a tall figure appeared from behind the clouds and mist. This little fellow has such a cute intuition. I was actually almost noticed by him. The tall figure was a tall middle-aged man, and he had a surprised expression now. An 8th-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force died at his hands. It's truly rare for him to possess such strength at his age. The middle-aged man's brows raised. I wonder which one of the most renowned young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty he is. A month's time passed very quickly. During this month of time, although Duan Lingtian intentionally went all over to look for the little gold mouse, he came up empty-handed. Looks like little gold didn't come to Milky Way City. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian, who walked out of the inn, shook his head and sighed. Now, I can only hope that little gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Duan Lingtian was worried about the little gold mouse as he headed towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. After he arrived outside the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. I wonder if the whereabouts of the ageless root is there. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion. Walking into the treasure-gathering pavilion, he saw the bounty mission on the bulletin board in the middle of the hall. There was also a picture on it, and on the picture was the ageless root. Whew! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the end, he gained nothing. He was clear in his heart. If someone had found the ageless root, his bounty would have been removed a long time ago. The reward was still there, which meant that no one had found the ageless root in the past 3 months. Customer. Soon, a servant came up to him. Duan Lingtian recognized that this servant was the one who had brought him to the 3rd floor to post a bounty 3 months ago. Take me to that senior. I want to cancel this bounty. Duan Lingtian used his elemental energy to converse with the manservant. The manservant nodded and respectfully led the way. Since 3 months ago, when he witnessed the might of the spirit sword Duan Lingtian placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, he knew that Duan Lingtian's identity wasn't simple. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian possess such a heaven-defying grade 4 spirit sword? On the 3rd floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw the old man once more. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. You intend to cancel the bounty? The old man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw the broken jade pendant. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I probably won't be able to find the thing I want in a short period of time. I intend to think of a way in the future. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw to his astonishment. The old man gave the nearby servant a glance, and the servant sensibly left. Senior. Duan Lingtian revealed a puzzled expression. Young man, our Lord Pavilion Master said that so long as you cancel the mission, I'll take you to see him. Please. The old man left the counter and called out to Duan Lingtian as they walked out. Pavilion Master? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be because of that grade 4 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian quickly guessed the reason. When he thought of the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried that the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion would do anything to him. He followed behind the old man and walked up the stairs. Senior, why would the pavilion master want to see me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Young man, to tell you the truth, the pavilion master wants to see you because he's interested in the grade 4 spirit sword you placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion. The old man spoke frankly. As expected. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, then he said, Senior, if the pavilion master is able to find the ageless root, then I'll naturally hand over the grade 4 spirit sword with both hands. The old man shook his head and smiled. and he didn't continue. In next to no time, the old man brought Duan Lingtian to the 5th floor. Standing outside the pavilion, the old man respectfully said to the person inside, "Lord Pavilion Master, the guest that placed the grade 4 spirit sword has arrived. Please come in." A sonorous voice sounded out. Although it didn't contain any origin energy, it still caused Duan Lingtian's mind to shake. What a profound cultivation! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. "Young man, please come in," the old man said to Duan Lingtian. As for himself, he was standing at the side like a guardian. Duan Lingtian walked in large strides into the pavilion. A tall middle-aged man in blue clothes stood there like a statue. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and enveloped the middle-aged man. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He noticed. When his spiritual force fused into the middle-aged man's body, it was as if it had fused into a ball of cotton, and he had no place to exert force. It gave him a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Could it be? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and after a thought emerged in his mind, it was difficult for him to suppress it any longer. Only a void interpretation stage expert is capable of causing my spiritual force to lose effect. Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. Void interpretation stage expert. That grade 4 spirit sword was placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion by you? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man turned around, and his old-fashioned face faced Duan Lingtian as he asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Duan Lingtian recognized that this was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword he placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion. I'll get straight to the point. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm rather interested in this spirit sword, but I'm temporarily unable to find the ageless root you want. Duan Lingtian frowned. This void interpretation stage expert wouldn't be thinking of suppressing him with his strength and forcefully seizing his grade 4 spirit sword, right? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian knew that he was thinking too much. How about this? Lend me this grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years. For the sake of making up for your loss, I can refine an ordinary grade 4 spirit sword for you and give you 2 spirit fruits. The middle-aged man spoke frankly. Lend for 3 years? Using another grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits as compensation? You're a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian reacted to the middle-aged man and spoke in surprise. Hiss. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a strand of blue-colored flames appeared in the middle-aged man's hand with a flip of his palm. The blue-colored flames raged restlessly. It was precisely a grade 4 weapon flame. The weapon flame unique to grade 4 weapons craftsman. Yes, I'm a grade 4 weapons craftsman. The middle-aged man nodded. In this way, Pavilion Master wants to borrow my grade 4 spirit sword to study? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. He guessed the middle-aged man's intentions. It was none other than because the middle-aged man saw that the grade 4 spirit sword he stored in the treasure-gathering pavilion was able to provide an amplification of 60%, and the middle-aged man wanted to study the profundity within it to improve his own level of weapons refinement. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, then asked, Do you agree to my conditions? So long as you agree, I can give you my compensation right now. Besides that, I'll do my best to help you search for the ageless root within these 3 years. Needless to say, the conditions of the treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master were filled with temptation. It caused Duan Lingtian to find it difficult to refuse. Pavilion master, I want to know what spirit fruit you want to give me? Duan Lingtian asked. Void accumulation fruit. Spirit void fruit. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up when he heard this. The void accumulation fruit was a precious spirit fruit capable of improving a void prying stage martial artist's cultivation. It wasn't inferior to the void refining fruit he'd consumed in the past. As for the spirit void fruit, it was even more shocking. It was a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists to improve their cultivation, and if a void prying stage martial artist were to forcefully consume it, it was possible that the martial artist's body would explode and die. Duan Lingtian had never consumed these 2 spirit fruits in the past. They were undoubtedly precious treasures to Duan Ling Tian. Borrow my grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years. Give me an ordinary grade 4 spirit sword, and these 2 spirit fruits? Besides that, you still want to help me search for the ageless root? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was bursting with laughter in his heart. To him, this was an extremely good thing. It was only a grade 4 spirit sword. So long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. But the void accumulation fruit and spirit void fruit were precious treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. How about it? With a raise of his hand, 2 spirit fruits appeared in his hand. Besides that, there was also a spirit sword. Pavilion Master. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Pavilion Master. I agree to your conditions. The Pavilion Master was originally slightly perturbed. After all, even though he'd compensated Duan Ling Tian with a grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits. But in his eyes, the value of a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% was far greater than the sum of all the things he'd given out. Duan Ling Tian's agreement caused him to heave a sigh of relief. Pavilion Master, I'll trouble you with a matter of searching for the ageless root. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he casually put away the grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits that the Pavilion Master passed over. The materials of this spirit sword aren't bad. If I refine it once more, I'll similarly be able to possess a 60% amplification. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. To him, the grade 4 spirit sword that the Pavilion Master compensated him with only required 2 hours of time to transform into a top-grade spirit sword amongst top-grade spirit swords. At that time, the value of this spirit sword wouldn't be inferior to the grade 4 spirit sword in the Pavilion Master's possession that he'd refined earlier. It could be said that not only did he not suffer any losses, he even used a short 2 hours to earn 2 spirit fruits. More importantly, with the Pavilion Master of the Darkhan Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion helping him search for the ageless root, the efficiency would undoubtedly be much faster. All in all, Chapter 576. Don't worry. Even though I don't dare guarantee that I'll be able to find the ageless root, I'll surely try my best. The Pavilion Master of the treasure-gathering pavilion promised to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I feel that I can be considered to be extremely knowledgeable in the various dynasties, but I've never heard of the ageless root you're looking for. The Pavilion Master looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me what medicinal material the ageless root is and what use it has. Of course. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly and casually said, the ageless root is a medicinal material that's slightly similar to the claws of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Even though the ageless root is a medicinal material, it can also be taken as a weapon refinement material. Weapon refinement material? The Pavilion Master's pupils constricted. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I know a grade 3 weapons craftsman. He's able to use this ageless root as the main weapon refinement material to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. Grade 3 weapons craftsman. Grade 3 spirit weapon. Tempestuous waves arose on the calm face of the Pavilion Master. You know a grade 3 weapons craftsman? The Pavilion Master's breathing became hurried. He was a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and in the Darkhan dynasty and even the various dynasties, he was an existence that stood at the peak of the Tao of weapons refinement. There had never been a grade 3 weapons craftsman that had appeared in the various dynasties. A grade 3 weapons craftsman was an existence of legend to the members of the various dynasties, and it was unreachable. Supposedly, there were grade 3 and above weapons craftsmen in the mysterious and unfathomable foreign lands. But in the various dynasties, there were very few people that left the foreign lands and returned. So, grade 3 and above weapons craftsmen were extremely mysterious existences to the members of the various dynasties. As grade 4 weapons craftsmen, they were filled with yearning towards grade 3 weapons craftsmen. The Pavilion Master of the treasure-gathering pavilion was no exception. Pavilion Master, the grade 4 spirit sword in your hand was refined by that grade 3 weapons craftsman. Duan Ling Tian added. Although all of this was made up by Duan Ling Tian on a whim, he sounded like he was telling the truth. The pavilion master of Jubao Pavilion was convinced. No wonder. No wonder. Like I said, how could a grade 4 spirit weapon that provides a 60% amplification possibly appear in the Darkhan dynasty? So it was made by a 3rd grade weapon craftsman senior. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Duanling Tian was completely different now. If it was said that before this, he did not put this young man in his eyes. But now, he was treating the young man as an existence on the same level as himself. He did not dare to be negligent, because this was a young man who knew a grade 3 weapons craftsman. In his opinion, since this young man was able to make a 3rd grade weapon craftsman forge a weapon for him, he must have a deep relationship with that 3rd grade weapon craftsman. Little brother, what is your relationship with that 3rd grade weapon craftsman senior? The Jubao Pavilion master looked at Duanling Tian and asked excitedly. He is my master. Duanling Tian spoke frankly. Master. Little brother, so you're that senior's disciple. I was rude earlier. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion secretly took a deep breath, and when he spoke once more, his tone was slightly serious. The person standing before him was the disciple of a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Pavilion master, you're too kind. Duanling Tian smiled lightly. He wasn't surprised when he saw the attitude of the leader of the Jubao Pavilion undergo a tremendous change. A grade 3 weapons craftsman was sufficient to cause the leader of the Jubao Pavilion to let his imagination run wild. Little brother, I'm called Xueqi. Besides being the pavilion master of the Darkhan dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, I'm also the vice guild master of the Darkhan dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's main guild. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion, Xueqi, looked at Duanling Tian. I wonder how I should address you? Duanling Tian was shocked in his heart when he heard Xueqi. He never imagined that. Besides being the leader of the Jubao Pavilion, Xueqi actually had another respected identity. Pavilion Master, I'm called Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian introduced himself. Duanling Tian? A trace of surprise imperceptibly flashed past Xueqi's eyes. He'd never heard of this name. Could it be that he isn't a member of the Darkhan dynasty? Xueqi thought in his heart. Otherwise, with his shocking strength, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to be a nobody. Then how about I call you Brother Ling Tian? Xueqi lightly smiled as he asked. I'm overwhelmed by the favor the pavilion master is showing me. Duanling Tian smiled. Brother Ling Tian, may I know where your master is now? If it's possible, I hope to personally pay a visit. Since he found out that Duanling Tian was the disciple of a grade 3 weapons craftsman, Xueqi had become more and more courteous to Duanling Tian. Pavilion master, I'm afraid this won't do. My master usually doesn't like to meet strangers. Of course, if Pavilion Master is able to find the ageless root, then perhaps my master will be happy and be willing to meet Pavilion Master. Duanling Tian shook his head and added, that's right. The reason Duanling Tian added this sentence. Naturally, he wanted to make Xueqi work even harder to find the ageless root. As expected. Xueqi's eyes lit up when he heard Duanling Tian, and he said with a serious expression, Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian, I'll surely do my best in the matter of the ageless root. Xueqi already had a plan in his heart. He would mobilize his enormous network of relationships to search for the ageless root. Only for the sake of meeting that grade 3 weapons craftsman and properly seeking guidance. Then I'll trouble Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, it's getting late now, I ought to leave as well. Duanling Tian bid his farewells to Xueqi before leaving the 5th floor of the Jubao Pavilion. He left the Jubao Pavilion. My gains this time aren't bad. After leaving the Jubao Pavilion and walking out of Milky Way City, Duanling Tian, who sat on the back of the 7th level void prying stage flying demon beast, had a delighted smile on his face. With a raise of his hand, a spirit fruit that was completely translucent appeared in his hand. It was precisely the void accumulation fruit. A spirit fruit that was on par with the void refining fruit. When Duanling Tian was at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Dragon and Phoenix Academy that day, he obtained the additional reward, the void refining fruit, during his first training mission to go deep into Blackwind Ridge to annihilate bandits. After he consumed the void refining fruit, his strength rose swiftly. Behave yourself. Duan Ling Tian noticed that after he took out the void accumulation fruit, the flying demon beast beneath him became slightly restless. Obviously, it was attracted by the void accumulation fruit. Duan Ling Tian swallowed the void accumulation fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then he consumed a void-strengthening pill before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WYRM form. After consuming the void accumulation fruit, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was vast and powerful, and it wasn't long before it arrived at the critical point. Whereas the final charge to the 6th level of the void prying stage was completed 10 days later. Bang! Vast origin energy gushed out from the tough meridians in Duan Lingtian's body, and it easily charged through the final bottleneck. At the same time, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent a tremendous change. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes that flashed with a bright light, and slight excitement appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and lightly clenched his fists tightly. Origin energy suffused and raged on his fists. At the same time, an enormous and lifelike silhouette coiled down from the sky. It was precisely an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian's cultivation had finally broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Not much of the medicinal strength of the void accumulation fruit remains. I still have to rely on myself for my cultivation from now on. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the other spirit void fruit that Pavilion Master Xiang gave me, I can only consume it after I break through to the 1st level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, it's too risky. Presently, Su Li's cultivation has probably already broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. As for Luo Zhan and the others, they're probably slightly inferior. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought of Su Li and the others. Now that I've come out, the changes that I've undergone are probably enough to shock them. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. In next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face was restrained. Little Gold, where exactly are you now? When he thought of the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of worry in his heart. In his eyes, the little gold mouse was a complete idiot with no sense of direction. Asking her to return to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city by herself seemed to be slightly difficult. I hope she knows how to ask for directions from human martial artists. Duan Lingtian could only console himself like this. In the following part of the journey, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with worries, and he was slightly dispirited when cultivating. I'll be more or less able to arrive at the imperial city in another half a month. A few months later, Duan Lingtian, who'd entered the territory of the Darkstone Empire, thought in his heart. On the way back, Duan Lingtian walked in a straight line, so his efficiency was extremely high. The Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition is a month from now. I just happened to be able to make it in time. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian was currently at the northern area of the Darkstone Empire. Presently, an unexpected guest had arrived at the southern area of the Darkstone Empire. Swoosh! A yellow-colored figure flashed through the sky with an extremely swift speed. Everywhere the figure passed, the clouds and mist dispersed, and it seemed to have transformed into a heavenly path. The person that traveled was a yellow-clothed young girl that looked to be around the age of 16, and she had an appearance that was like carved jade and was extremely beautiful. It could be discerned from the young girl's immature appearance. When the young girl grew up in the future, she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, 2 light sounds sounded out from beneath the yellow-clothed young girl's sleeve. Following that, 2 small heads popped out. It was precisely the 2 little pythons. One of the little pythons was black and the other white. The former had a golden horn on its head, whereas the latter had a silver horn on its head. Little black, little white. We'll be able to see Big Brother Lingtian very soon. The young girl rubbed the little heads of the 2 little pythons as she spoke with a light smile. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, the little white python raised its head to look at the young girl, and its eyes revealed slight worry. Don't worry. The young girl lightly shook her head. Qing Nu probably won't come looking for us for now. But she'll probably come looking for us after she finishes dealing with the matters here. At that time, we'll have to leave again. Hiss hiss. The 2 little pythons drooped their little heads and were slightly listless. Don't worry. I'll surely sneak out again in the future and bring you two to look for big brother Ling Tian. When they heard the young girl's promise. Chapter 577. Darkstone Empire. Imperial City. Due to the approaching of the Young Genius competition, there were many new faces in the Imperial City. These new faces were either from the various great powers of the Darkstone Empire or from the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. In these past few days, the Imperial City's city guard army had started to get busy, only because battles would frequently occur in the various areas of the Imperial City. These battles were mostly caused by the various young geniuses that had gathered in the Imperial City. Every single one of the young geniuses that were able to come to the Imperial City to participate in the Young Genius competition were geniuses that were extremely arrogant and didn't submit to anyone. Along with the approaching of the Young Genius competition, the Imperial City once again recovered its calm. Supposedly, the Young Genius competition will be held at the central square of the Imperial City 3 days from now. I wonder if it's true. If it's true, then I'll surely go join in the fun. It's already been confirmed. This news is true. Now, the city guard army has already started to build combat rings at the central square of the Imperial City. Along with the approaching of the Young Genius competition, the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City became even more bustling. Within a spacious courtyard house in the Imperial City, the imperial family's revered elders from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Qi Ming, Prince Shang, Su Li, Luo Zhan, Chen Xiaoshui, and Long Yun were gathered together. Why hasn't Duan Ling Tian returned? The Young Genius competition is 3 days from now. Qi Ming frowned. Humph. That Duan Ling Tian utterly doesn't have the awareness to bring honor to our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he misses the Young Genius competition this time, I'll absolutely not forgive him. Prince Shang's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a cold light. Revered Elder Qi, if that Duan Ling Tian misses the Young Genius competition, at that time, I hope you won't interfere when I punish him. Prince Shang's words caused the faces of Su Li, Luo Zhan, and Chen Xiaoshui to go grim. They were able to discern the killing intent contained within Prince Shang's words. Prince Shang aroused killing intent towards Duan Ling Tian. 3 days later, at the central square of the Imperial City, 9 combat rings stood there. The 9 combat rings surrounded a spacious high platform. On this high platform, there were some neatly arranged seats. It was obvious that this was the audience area. He could imagine that this spectating area was surely prepared for the representatives of the various powers of the Darkstone Empire. Outside the 9 combat rings, streams of people flowed and were in an uproar. Presently, there were many young geniuses standing sparsely on the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform. In terms of age, among these young talents, the oldest was only 36 or 37 years old. Why isn't Duan Ling Tian here yet? Su Li, Luo Zhan, and Chen Xiaoshui stood together and looked around, but they didn't discover any traces of Duan Ling Tian. As for Qi Ming and Prince Shang, they were already seated on the high platform. Looks like Duan Ling Tian really doesn't take this Young Genius competition seriously. I'll surely teach him a lesson when he returns. Killing intent shot out from Prince Shang's eyes as he said in a deep voice. Prince Shang, I believe that Duan Ling Tian won't fail to keep his promise. Since he hasn't appeared yet, something must have happened to him. Qi Ming's eyes contained slight worry mixed within. Humph. Prince Shang grunted coldly and said in his heart, it's best if he's dead. Presently there were more and more people on the high platform. These people were the higher-ups of the various powers of the Darkstone Empire, and the members of the imperial families of the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Isn't this revered Elder Qi? An old man in azure clothes pretended to be surprised when he noticed Qi Ming. Qi Ming's face sank when he saw the azure-clothed old man. Wei Kuan, I thought that no one from your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would come. According to my knowledge, the natural talent of the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be extremely ordinary. The corners of Wei Kuan's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. No matter how ordinary they are, they won't be inferior to your grandson. Qi Ming spoke indifferently. Qi Ming, you. Qi Ming's words caused Wei Kuan to burst into rage, and the origin energy on his body surged as he instantly wanted to attack. Revered Elder Wei. The middle-aged man that stood by Wei Kuan's side stopped the old man and reminded, "This is the Darkstone Empire's imperial city." Wei Kuan took a deep breath when he heard this, and the origin energy that hadn't completely surged on his body gradually vanished. But the gaze he shot at Qi Ming was filled with provocation. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clouds and mist in the distant sky shook. Subsequently, a luxurious palanquin appeared. There was a total of 8 void-prying stage martial artists at the front and back of the palanquin, and they carried the palanquin and acted as the palanquin's bearers. On the side of the palanquin, a large word was written in flamboyant calligraphy. Yo. After a short moment, the 8 void stage martial artists carried the palanquin to the side of the high platform. This scene caused many young geniuses that came from all over to be dumbstruck. What a grand display! Lo Cheng's pupils constricted as he said in astonishment. Could it be that the person within the palanquin is the Emperor of the Darkstone Empire? The Emperor of the Darkstone Empire probably won't come. It ought to be some great figure of the Darkstone Empire. Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. It's King Yong. Right at this moment, Suli spoke out. King Yong? Lo Cheng and Chen Xiaoshui were stunned. The King Yong that's said to be the closest to the void interpretation stage in the Darkstone Empire? Luo Zhan had a surprised expression. Darkstone Empire. King Yong. He'd heard of it since long ago. Supposedly, the Darkstone Empire's King Yong was the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. Early on when we were young, this King Yong was publicly acknowledged as the expert closest to the void interpretation stage in the Darkstone Empire. According to me, it's very likely that he's already stepped into the void interpretation stage now. Chen Xiaoshui said. It's possible. Luo Zhan nodded. When King Yong became famous, he was only a youth. Now, over 10 years had passed. King Yong's strength was surely even more terrifying. Although they're both princes. But our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Shang is far from being able to compare with this King Yong. Chen Xiaoshui's gaze stared fixedly at the palanquin in midair. Making 8 void-prying stage martial artists at or above willingly act as the palanquin's bearers. Such a grand display wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. Greetings, King Yong. Meanwhile, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform stood up successively and respectfully bowed towards the direction of the palanquin. Qi Ming and Prince Shang were amongst them as well. Prince Shang, who had a face full of killing intent when he mentioned the Duan Lingtian earlier, had a face full of humility when facing this palanquin now. Meanwhile, the curtain of the palanquin was pulled open. A tall figure walked out slowly. This was a middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold. He had a firm expression and a dignified expression between his brows. There was a conspicuous cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. It was precisely the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. King Yong. After King Yong left the palanquin. Long live King Yong. Meanwhile, everyone that stood outside the 9 combat rings bowed respectfully to King Yong. King Yong looked at the surroundings and nodded indifferently. After that, he descended onto the high platform with a calm expression and sat at the seat of the head at the center. The young geniuses that the representatives brought ought to be all present, right? King Yong's gaze flashed past the various representatives on the high platform. For a time, besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Qi Ming and Prince Shang, the others nodded successively. In next to no time, the two of them had become the center of attention. What? The young geniuses you brought haven't arrived? King Yong looked at Qi Ming and Prince Shang as he asked indifferently. Although his tone was calm, everyone present was able to feel a trace of pressure from it. King Yong, before King Yong, Qi Ming felt extremely pressured, and he took a deep breath and wanted to explain. But he hadn't finished speaking when he shut his mouth. Swoosh! High above in the sky, a violet-colored figure seemed to have transformed into a violet-colored bolt of lightning that instantly flashed over to descend on the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform. Duan Lingtian. Qi Ming's gaze lit up, and then he looked at King Yong and said respectfully, King Yong, the young geniuses of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom have all arrived. King Yong nodded indifferently and withdrew his gaze from Qi Ming. Meanwhile, The gazes of the numerous people present descended onto the violet-clothed young man that had just arrived. Most of them were shocked by the violet-clothed young man's age. This young man that looks to be around the age of 25 is one of the young geniuses that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is participating in the Young Genius competition this time. The various Imperial Kingdoms under our Darkstone Empire only have 5 positions each. 2 young men that aren't over 30 have actually come from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like there's really no one left in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Yeah, otherwise, it wouldn't be to the extent of allowing these 2 young men to seize the positions to participate in the Empire's Young Genius competition. No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and Imperial Kingdoms on the high platform or the people that were watching the show from afar, all of them were discussing animatedly. Qiming, looks like there's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to my knowledge, any one of the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be over 30, right? These 2 people ought to not be figures amongst the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The azure-clothed old man that entered into conflict with Qiming earlier ridiculed. Wei Kuan, wait until the young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are able to defeat the 2 of them. Now, shut your stinking mouth. Qiming replied bluntly. Humph. Looks like you're extremely confident towards the 2 of them, Qiming. Wei Kuan grunted coldly, and disdain was mixed within his brows. 2 little kids that weren't over 30 years old. As far as he was concerned, they didn't pose the slightest threat to the young geniuses of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, why have you only arrived now? Lo Cheng looked at the violet-clothed young man that had just descended by their side, and he asked curiously. I encountered some things on the way and was delayed. The violet-clothed young man was precisely the travel-worn Duan Lingtian. Originally, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, he ought to be able to return to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City a few days ago. However, he was delayed by some things on the way. 7 days ago, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range north of the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City, and he unexpectedly noticed 2 9th-level void-prying stage demon beasts fighting to their heart's content. He originally thought that the 2 demon beasts were fighting for some treasure. So when the 2 demon beasts were exhausted, Duan Lingtian killed them before starting to search the surroundings. But after searching for a few days, he still came up empty-handed. Chapter 578. Actually, it was no wonder that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand. Those 2 9th-level void-prying stage demon beasts had similar strengths. According to the law of survival of demon beasts, unless it was because of some treasure, otherwise, 2 demon beasts with similar strengths would normally not fight to the death. I can only go take a look when I have the time in the future, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Fortunately, you rushed over in time. Chen Xiaoshui heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out under his curiosity to detect the cultivations of the 3 people by his side. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and he looked at Suli in astonishment. Heavens! What did he notice? Suli had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void-prying stage. I originally thought that after breaking through to the 7th level of the void-prying stage this time, I would be able to catch up to Suli in terms of cultivation. But I never imagined that he would actually break through 3 levels like me. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Whereas the improvement of Chen Xiaoshui and Luo Zhan's cultivations caused him to be shocked as well. 6th level of the void-prying stage. They'd both broken through 2 levels. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the saber young master, Long Yun. 8th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Long Yun's improvement was actually almost the same as Su Li's. Looks like their improvement is related to the master behind them. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian easily guessed this. Who's that person? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze looked towards the high platform and noticed the old man that was in confrontation with Qiming. I don't know him. Luo Zhan and the others shook their heads. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a gaze that contained killing intent had locked onto him. Duan Ling Tian didn't have to look as he was able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was definitely that Prince Shang. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to Prince Shang, and instead looked at the white-robed middle-aged man that sat at the head of the high platform. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white robe with golden edges. He had an imposing appearance. At first glance, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Especially that blood-soaked red mole between his eyebrows. It was even more unforgettable. This is the Prince of Yong. Luo Zhan introduced it to Duan Ling Tian with a dignified expression. Prince of Yong? Duan Ling Tian stared blankly, curiously asking, who is this Prince of Yong? King Yong is the second brother of the current emperor of the Darkstone Empire, and he's the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. More than 10 years ago, there were rumors that his cultivation was close to the void interpretation stage. Luo Zhan said, close to the void interpretation stage more than 10 years ago? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Doesn't that mean that it's very likely that the current him has already broken through to the void interpretation stage? He has most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. Chen Xiaoshui nodded. Profound void martial stage? Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the Prince of Yong. His spiritual force stretched out to envelop Prince of Yong with the intention of prying into Prince of Yong's cultivation. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed. When his spiritual force touched Prince of Yong, it was as if it had collided with a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. This feeling was no different than when he investigated the pavilion master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, Xiang Ying. As expected, he's an expert that has stepped into the third void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked as he confirmed it. He was confident. Even if it was a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist, he would be able to detect it with his current spiritual force. Only martial artists at the void interpretation stage and above would cause him to be powerless. His current spiritual force was pushed to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage, along with his cultivation breaking through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. It was 2 levels higher than his cultivation in the end. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his spiritual force in a timely manner. If time passed, then as a void interpretation stage expert, Prince of Yong, even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would still be able to notice that someone was spying on him. A void interpretation stage expert wasn't as simple as possessing shocking strength. Everyone! Prince of Yong, who was on the high platform, suddenly stood up and looked at the surroundings, and his voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Firstly, I respectfully represent the Darkstone Empire's imperial family to welcome everyone to the Darkstone Empire and the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire. It's been hard on you from the long journey. Prince of Yong's words were obviously spoken to the representatives and young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Thank you for your concern, Prince of Yong. Instantly, the representatives of the various imperial kingdoms stood up and were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Prince of Yong nodded. And then he continued. Today, the young geniuses of the various powers of my Darkstone Empire, and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms have gathered here for a single purpose. That is to decide on the 10 strongest people to head to the Dark Han Dynasty, and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty, and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Prince of Yong's words were spoken clearly and resounded like thunder in the ears of everyone. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as Prince of Yong finished speaking, the gazes of the group of young geniuses including Duan Ling Tian lit up. They were standing here today for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The rules of the young genius competition today are extremely simple. Decide on the 9 great ringmasters and the #1 young genius of the empire that's capable of suppressing the 9 great ringmasters. Prince of Yong continued. #1 young genius of the empire? Prince of Yong's words caused the breathing of most of the young geniuses present to become slightly hurried. What sort of special honor was this? Amongst the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only Duan Ling Tian and Xueqi were comparatively composed. Duan Ling Tian, do you think the #1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Xueqi asked Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. There ought to be. After all, the young genius competition this time is held by the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian guessed. Prince of Yong. Suddenly, a young genius from some unknown power or imperial kingdom looked at Prince of Yong and asked respectfully. I wonder if the person that obtains the honor of being the #1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Duan Lingtian and Su Li looked at each other and smiled. Looks like it wasn't only the two of them that were concerned about this. For a time, the young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms, and all the representatives looked at Prince of Yong. Even the spectators that were watching the show looked at Prince of Yong. Obviously, they were all curious. Of course, Prince of Yong's expression remained unchanged when faced with a myriad of gazes, and he nodded. Subsequently, under the focused gazes of the numerous burning gazes, Prince of Yong continued. Today, the person that becomes eminent in the young genius competition held by our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, and seizes the honor of being the #1 young genius of the empire will obtain the Void Fuse fruit that our imperial family has prepared for him. Void Fuse fruit. As soon as Prince of Yong said this, everyone present was moved. Void Fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and his eyes burned with extreme desire. No matter if it was the Void Refining fruit, Void Reserve fruit, or this Void Fuse fruit that Duan Lingtian had consumed earlier, all of them were spirit fruits consumed by Void Prying stage martial artists. The medicinal strength of the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit were equal. The medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit was instead the sum of the two spirit fruits from before. Moreover, it wouldn't conflict with the medicinal strength of the two spirit fruits from before. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian had consumed the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit earlier, the situation of the medicinal strength gradually decreasing wouldn't occur after he consumed the Void Fuse fruit. The Void Fuse fruit is able to allow a martial artist that has just broken through to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage to break through to the Void Initiation stage in one go in a short period of time. Someone cried out in shock. Instantly, the atmosphere of the scene was lit ablaze. I'm determined to obtain the Void Fuse fruit. Humph. In your dreams. This Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. I think all of you are dreaming. The Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. The group of young geniuses started debating. Everyone was filled with confidence towards themselves. Void Fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with bright lights, and he had a resolute expression. With the medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit, once I consume it, I might even be able to break through 2 levels in one go in a short period of time and step into the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. In this way, even if I'm unable to obtain the Ageless Root and refine the Rebirth Pill before the Dynasty Martial competition of the Darkhan Dynasty, I'll similarly have the chance to break through to the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. So long as I break through to the Void Initiation stage, I'll work together with the other 8 people to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's mood surged to the extreme. The Ageless Root was too difficult to come by. He didn't dare completely place his hopes on it. Whereas now, the Void Fuse fruit would be another opportunity for him. I wonder if there's an existence at the Void Initiation stage or above amongst the young geniuses present. If there is, I'll surely not be a match for them. Whereas even if he obtains the Void Fuse fruit, it wouldn't be of much use. At that time, if I use a Grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for it, I presume he wouldn't refuse. If there's no existence at the Void Initiation stage or above, I wonder if there's a 9th level Void Prying stage Inscription Master present. An existence like this is the most troublesome to me. My soul skill, 1000 illusions, is useless, and he probably wouldn't give up the Void Fuse fruit for a Grade 4 spirit weapon. As Duan Lingtian's thought spun, he was slightly worried as he thought up to this point. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out with the intention of detecting the cultivations of the young geniuses present. But his spiritual force had only just stretched out. He noticed 3 spiritual forces that were even stronger than him sweeping over, and it shocked him to the point he hurriedly withdrew his spiritual force. Void Initiation stage spiritual force? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and then he looked towards the high platform. Looks like there are 3 more Inscription Masters on this high platform. Earlier, I used my spiritual force to detect King Yong. And the reason they didn't react was probably because they were afraid of King Yong's dignity. Earlier, when I wanted to detect the ability of the young geniuses of the various powers, their spiritual forces appeared. Duan Lingtian quickly guessed this. Of course, Even if those three inscription masters noticed Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, they didn't know exactly who the owner of the spiritual force was. After all, Duan Lingtian had withdrawn his spiritual force at the first possible moment. On the other hand, because Duan Lingtian didn't follow those three spiritual forces, he was unable to discover who the owner of those three spiritual forces was. Looks like I can only take one step at a time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, if he were to use his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of the young geniuses present, it was very likely that he would be obstructed by those three inscription masters. Chapter 579. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When faced with the temptation of the void fuse fruit, most of the young geniuses, including him, were filled with yearning. Only two people seemed to not care in the slightest. Xueqi, Long Yun. They each have a master that came from the foreign lands. Perhaps, they've already consumed the void fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. The effect of the void fuse fruit would be greatly reduced the second time it was consumed, and the assistance it provided was next to nothing. Xueqi, you've consumed the void fuse fruit? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Xueqi via voice transmission. Xueqi nodded when he heard this, and he replied via voice transmission. Not long ago, Master gave me a void fuse fruit. I haven't completely digested the medicinal strength. So long as I completely digest the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit, it'll be sufficient for me to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. Void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at Xueqi with slight astonishment. Xueqi, you've comprehended sword concept? Xueqi said that so long as he finished digesting the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit, he'd be able to directly break through to the void initiation stage. These words were sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian's imagination to run wild. Yes. Xueqi nodded lightly. I comprehended it 2 months ago. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian was right. He comprehended sword concept 2 months ago? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Xueqi's comprehension ability shocked him. Thinking back to that day, Xueqi had appeared before Duan Lingtian as a sword cultivator. The red-clothed youth that showed outstanding talent in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had actually grown to such an extent today. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Even if Xueqi's cultivation was accumulated by Xueqi's master from the foreign lands using various treasures of heaven and earth. However, Xueqi's comprehension of concept was completely dependent on his own comprehension ability. Xueqi's comprehension ability could be said to be shocking. Xueqi was simply a sword cultivator that was born for the sword. Duan Lingtian, I'll do my best in the Young Genius competition this time. If I obtain the first, then I'll give the void fuse fruit to you. Xueqi's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more. It made Duan Lingtian's body tremble slightly. He could hear the sincerity in Xueqi's promise. Warmth rose in his heart. Xueqi, don't underestimate me. The current you might not be a match for me. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice and laughed. His tone was filled with confidence. I'll wait and see. Hearing this, Xueqi's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with anticipation. Right at this moment, King Yong, who stood on the high platform, spoke out once more. Now, I'll give all of you 15 minutes to rest and reorganize. After 15 minutes, the Young Genius competition this time will officially begin. 15 minutes. Hearing the Prince of Yong's words, the originally tense group of young talents all breathed a sigh of relief. A portion of them started to stretch their limbs. The young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms were in a state of mutual hostility. Duan Lingtian, I'll defeat you today. A voice that was filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't turn around, he was still able to discern that this was the voice of the saber young master, Long Yun. I really look forward to it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and he seemed to not take Long Yun's words to heart. Looks like it's just as revered Elder Wei said. There's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. An extremely mocking voice sounded out by the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was the first to look over with a frown. He saw a young man around the age of 35 walk over shoulder to shoulder with another 4 young men around the age of 30, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and the others with mocking expressions. The person that mocked them was precisely the young man around the age of 35. 2 little kids that I've never heard of in the past actually occupied 2 of the positions of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like the so-called 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are only a joke. Another young man ridiculed. Ridicule appeared on the faces of the other 3 young men. Right when the faces of Luo Zhan, Chen Xiaoshui, and Long Yun went grim. Idiots! Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 5 of them as he slowly spat out 2 words. Right at that instant earlier, Duan Lingtian received Qi Ming's voice transmission. He found out about the identities of these 5 people. The 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Whereas the old fellow that went against Qi Ming earlier was precisely the revered elder of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. And he was one of the 2 representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. That old fellow was called Wei Kuan. So, Duan Lingtian wasn't the slightest bit courteous to the 5 people that took the initiative to provoke him. You! What did you call us? The expressions of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom went grim. Haha! Luo Zhan started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and wanton. You idiots! Is there something wrong with your ears? I heard long ago that the Bazo Imperial Kingdom is filled with idiots. Now that I've seen it today, it really deserves its reputation. Chen Xiaoshui ridiculed as well, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Obviously, Chen Xiaoshui and the others had received the reminder of Qi Ming's voice transmission, and they knew the identities of these people. Trash. Long Yun glanced at the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom with contempt, and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, Long Yun stood on the same side as Duan Lingtian and the others. They represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They shared honor and disgrace with outsiders. Idiots? Trash? The faces of the 5 young men from the Bazho Imperial Kingdom were livid, and their bodies were even angered to the point of shivering. When had they been humiliated like this? All of you are courting death. The young man around the age of 35 from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Once the young genius competition begins, I'll surely trample all of you beneath my feet. I'll let all of you know who's the real trash. All of you've infuriated me. All of you are dead. The other young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom licked his dry lips, and his gaze was filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. You 2 little kids, your hair hasn't even grown fully, yet you dare come to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition. Today, I'll surely teach all of you a good lesson. Another young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li with a gaze filled with viciousness. The remaining 2 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had killing intent flickering within their eyes without exception. Then we'll see. Luo Zhan sneered. Along with the departure of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the area Duan Lingtian's group of 5 were at return to calm. This was only a small incident. It didn't even draw the attention of many people. Only the 4 representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bazo Imperial Kingdom paid attention to this. 15 minutes of time passed by quickly. Now, a combat ringmaster will ascend each of the 9 combat rings, and the others can go up and challenge them one-on-one. In the end, the 9 great combat ringmasters and the number 1 young genius of the empire that's capable of defeating the 9 combat ringmasters will be decided. King Yong stood up once more, and his extremely sonorous voice sounded out. Only spirit weapons can be utilized in the Young Genius competition today, and no other external forces are allowed. King Yong continued. Other external forces included inscriptions and other forces that didn't belong to one's own. Duan Lingtian, where's little gold? Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian's shoulder and asked curiously. In the past, the little gold mouse had always stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and he'd already become accustomed to it. Earlier, he felt that Duan Lingtian was missing something. Through King Yong's reminder, he finally recalled the little gold mouse. I don't know where it is now. It's lost. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Got lost? Luo Zhan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. How did it get lost? Chen Xiaoshui asked. Even though Suli didn't ask, he looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. It's a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian sighed. Sandstorm? Luo Zhan and the others were first stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to go pale. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. You went to the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty? Chen Xiaoshui took a deep breath and asked. In the Darkhan dynasty, only the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty's territory had a sandstorm. This was something that anyone with a bit of common sense knew clearly. Luo Zhan and Suli were no exception. You didn't die even after encountering a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian. You're really lucky. Long Yun looked at Duan Lingtian as battle-intent sword in his eyes. Looks like even the heavens want you to lose at my hands. Long Yun. You seem to be extremely confident of yourself now. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Long Yun. The latter raised his head, and his face was filled with pride. Duan Lingtian, why did you go to the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty? Suli asked via voice transmission. His tone was filled with bewilderment. I originally intended to go take a look at the Darkhan dynasty, but unexpectedly, I actually entered the southern desert by mistake. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. He didn't speak the truth. After all, the rebirth pill was his secret. Perhaps, Suli wouldn't covet his rebirth pill. But the temptation of the rebirth pill was truly too great. Even Suli's master that came from the foreign lands would probably be unable to resist the temptation of the rebirth pill. So, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not expose the rebirth pill. For the sake of protecting himself and the people by his side. Suli nodded with sudden understanding and didn't doubt it. Meanwhile, there were already 9 young geniuses that were the first to ascend the 9 combat rings, and they became the first arena masters of the combat rings. Besides the 9 young geniuses that followed up, the remaining young geniuses stood outside the combat rings as spectators. In next to no time, the 9 fierce battles began. On the 9 combat rings, numerous figures moved like the wind as sabers and swords moved about, and the battles were like a raging fire. 12 4th-level void prying stage martial artists, 6 5th-level void prying stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw through the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes above the 18 people on the combat rings. In next to no time, the outcome of the 9 combat rings was decided successively. 6 5th-level void prying stage young geniuses obtained victory as they wished. On the other 2 combat rings, one of the 3 4th-level void prying stage martial artists relied on the might of the spirit weapon in his hand, and the other 2 relied on the force that surpassed their opponents to defeat their opponents. Good. Chapter 580. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous deafening noises sounded out from the 9 combat rings. It was the numerous figures that were either standing on the combat rings or floating in the air above the combat rings that were fighting each other until the outcome was decided. Occasionally, there would be someone that wasn't able to admit defeat in time and was killed. Every time this happened, the expression of the representative of the power that the young genius that was killed belonged to would be extremely gloomy. But they didn't dare do anything. The Darkstone Empire's young genius competition had a rule. So long as one ascended one of the 9 combat rings, one had to either leave the combat ring far away and admit defeat, or open their mouths and admit defeat. Otherwise, even if one died, it would be a meaningless death. It's that person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoshui's voice caused Duan Lingtian to recover from his shock. Duan Lingtian followed Chen Xiaoshui's gaze and looked over. One of the 5 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had already ascended the combat ring. His opponent was a 5th-level void prying stage young genius that had comprehended half-step advanced force. Their ages were similar. You're not a match for me. The young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke indifferently with a voice that was cold like ice. We'll only know if I'm a match for you after we try. His opponent naturally couldn't bear to see his arrogance, and directly attacked. Whoosh! The figure of the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom swayed like the wind as he stepped on origin energy that skyrocketed beneath his feet, and it was suffused with strands of azure-colored energy. Half-step advanced wind force. The strength of this young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom was equal to his opponent. But because of the advantage of wind force in speed, his opponent was unable to keep up with his speed. Don't flee if you have the balls. His opponent's expression was gloomy as he shouted out furiously. As you wish. At the instant he finished speaking, the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom turned around and pounced towards his opponent. Swish! A swift 3-foot-long blade whistled out, and it was filled with raging origin energy as it fiercely stabbed towards his opponent. Clang! The sound of iron colliding sounded out as the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom easily blasted open the spirit saber in his opponent's hand. Subsequently, swish! The spirit sword in his hand was sent into his opponent's chest, and it passed through his body. His opponent had been killed by him. Pinger! Immediately, on the high platform, an old man stood up, trembling. His voice was incomparably mournful. The gaze he shot at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was filled with killing intent. Sit down! A dignified voice rang out, causing the old man to tremble and obediently sit back down. The owner of the dignified voice was precisely the Prince of Yong. In next to no time, someone dragged the corpse of the young genius away. Grade 5 Spirit Sword. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian had watched the battle from the beginning to the end. The reason the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was able to win was because he relied on the Grade 5 Spirit Sword in his hand. His opponent only had a 6th grade Spirit artifact. After the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom killed his opponent and obtained victory, he looked provocatively at the place Duan Ling Tian and the others were at, and he laughed in ridicule in a loud voice. Trash of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Do any of you dare come up and battle me? The trash from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The words of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom caused the gazes of most people present to become strange. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his figure moved slightly, intending to ascend the combat ring. Slap! Unexpectedly, a hand descended onto his shoulder first and stopped him. I'll do it! The person that stopped him was precisely Chen Xiaoshui. Swoosh! Chen Xiaoshui's figure flashed to descend onto the combat ring. Not bad. You finally have some courage. I thought that the members of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were all cowards. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Chen Xiaoshui with eyes filled with killing intent. But since you've ascended the combat ring, then don't think of leaving alive. As soon as the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. This young man wants to kill this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Look at his attack earlier. It was extremely ruthless and without the slightest mercy. This young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is probably doomed. I don't think so. Since this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dares ascend the combat ring, I presume he's extremely confident of himself. I think so as well. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Some looked favorably upon the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and some looked favorably upon Chen Xiaoshui. How's your strength amongst the 5 people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom? Chen Xiaoshui looked indifferently at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he asked indifferently. Humph. My strength can only be considered to be at the bottom amongst the 5 people from my Bazo Imperial Kingdom. But it's more than enough to deal with you. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly as he spoke with disdain. Is that so? Chen Xiaoshui laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that kills you is one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you look down upon. Sword Young Master. Chen Xiaoshui's words were spoken word by word, along with him finishing speaking. Whoosh! Chen Xiaoshui moved, and he instantly approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 5th level of the void prying stage. Many people present couldn't help but be stunned, as they never imagined that Chen Xiaoshui was only a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. He's actually at the 5th level of the void prying stage as well? Many people broke out in cold sweat for Chen Xiaoshui. This fellow is actually still pretending to be weak to eat the strong. Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze. He'd seen through Chen Xiaoshuai's cultivation since long ago. Presently, Chen Xiaoshuai was already in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Whereas the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom had even more disdain in his eyes when he saw Chen Xiaoshuai flash over and reveal a strength at the 5th level of the void prying stage. When he saw Chen Xiaoshuai arrive nearby before him and condense a sword with a raise of his hand, and he didn't even utilize a spirit weapon. Since you want to seek death, then I'll let you die. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out coldly, and the sword in his hand casually swung out. He couldn't even be bothered to utilize his full strength in this sword strike. He only utilized the strength of 9,000 plus ancient mammoths. As far as he was concerned, there was utterly no need for him to utilize his full strength against an arrogant 5th level void prying stage martial artist that didn't utilize a spirit weapon. Qi Ming, your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom sword young master is probably going to die at the hands of a young genius from my Bazo Imperial Kingdom today. Ha 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 ha. On the high platform, an arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Qi Ming's ears. Wei Kuan, aren't you happy a little too early? Qi Ming wasn't willing to show weakness, and he sneered as he replied via voice transmission. Practically at the instant that the revered elder of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, was stunned. A tremendous change had occurred in the situation on the combat ring. The origin energy on the sword condensed from origin energy in the hand of Chen Xiaoshuai, who approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom abruptly skyrocketed. The 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky had instantly increased to 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. 6th level of the void prying stage. He concealed his cultivation. At this instant, the same thought emerged in the minds of everyone present. Wei Kuan's face went grim, and then he consoled himself. So what if he possesses the strength of 8,000 ancient mammoths? Presently, it's already too late for him to utilize a spirit weapon. Unless he comprehended advanced force. Otherwise he'll die for sure. Swish! Along with the sword condensed from origin energy in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand flashing out, it transformed into a bolt of lightning that moved to intercept the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Strands of peerlessly sharp aura started to jump about on the bolt of lightning in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand. Whoosh! In the sky, another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes converged into an ancient horned dragon silhouette that coiled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Advanced sword force. Instantly, many people in the surroundings of the combat ring shouted out in shock. How could this be possible? Wei Kuan even left his seat as his face went grim. He was still consoling himself earlier. It ought to be impossible for this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master to comprehend advanced force. Yet at this instant, the young man had played an enormous joke on him. He had really used the minute force. Chen Xiaoshuai's sword strike that contained the strength of an ancient horned dragon whistled out to blast away the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. At the instant the young man's face went grim and intended to utilize an even stronger strength. Swish! The sword that was condensed from origin energy in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand was sent into the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Along with his origin energy dispersing, a hideous bloody hole appeared on the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and fresh blood seemed as if it was free as it ceaselessly gushed out. No! No! The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom stretched out his hand to hold tightly onto his throat, and his body trembled as he struggled to look at Chen Xiaoshuai. After a short moment, fresh blood dyed his hands red. Bang! Finally, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom crashed to the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. Of course, he wasn't surprised that Chen Xiaoshuai was able to kill this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. He was surprised that Chen Xiaoshuai didn't even use a spirit sword to kill the young man. Carelessness caused him to die instantly. But even if he wasn't careless, even if he exerted his full strength, so long as sword young master utilized a spirit sword, he would similarly be able to kill him instantly. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. At the moment sword young master, Chen Xiaoshuai, ascended the combat ring, the fate of this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was already determined, and it was irreversible. 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Advanced Sword Force. Grade 5 Spirit Sword. If an existence like this wanted to kill a martial artist that had merely comprehended half-step Advanced Wind Force and was only at the 5th level of the Void Prying stage, it couldn't be any easier. I never imagined that he would have comprehended Advanced Sword Force. Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Xiaoshuai and sighed in his heart. Even though he'd used his spiritual force to detect Chen Xiaoshuai's cultivation since long ago. But he was completely unaware of Chen Xiaoshuai's comprehension of sword force. There's actually a person with such comprehension ability in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Look at his age, he's only a little over 30. Comprehending advanced sword force is truly shocking. I've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This sword young master seems to be only ranked 4th. What? He's only ranked 4th? Doesn't that mean that there are 3 people that are stronger than him? On the high platform, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms discussed animatedly. Some of the representatives of the imperial kingdoms had heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 581. As Sword Young Master displayed his astonishing strength. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was well known by the people present. After all, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the numerous imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Many people of the Darkstone Empire hadn't even heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before today. Ranked 4th among the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Now, many people were looking forward to it. They anticipated that the top 3 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would make a move. Humph. On the other hand, the expressions of Wei Kuan and the other representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that sat on the high platform were extremely unsightly. Especially Wei Kuan. Just now, he was still being smug in front of Qi Ming. In this short while, he slapped his own face. He couldn't help but feel extremely ashamed. Reverend Wei, thank you for letting me win. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan, who had an unsightly expression, and spoke via voice transmission. There was no lack of schadenfreude in her tone. Wei Kuan's body trembled slightly as his eyes flickered with cold killing intent. His gaze quickly descended onto the young man around the age of 35 amongst the 4 remaining young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Chong Xian, go kill him. The person Wei Kuan called out was precisely the strongest person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. The 4 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, including Chong Xian, were extremely ashamed and furious at the instant they saw their companions being killed. Now, when Chong Xian heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, his eyes emitted frightening cold lights as he nodded lightly. Whoosh! Chong Xian's figure moved, flying out and standing on the battle arena, facing off against Chen Xiaoshuai. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master? Today, I, Chong Xian, the number 1 figure in the younger generation of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, will battle you. Chong Xian said in a deep voice. His cold eyes were fixed on Chen Xiaoshuai. He was looking for an opportunity. An opportunity to catch Chen Xiaoshuai off guard and kill him in one fell swoop. Sword Prince. Duan Lingtian, who was outside the combat ring, withdrew his spiritual force that swept towards Chong Xian, and he frowned as he sent a voice transmission into Chen Xiaoshuai's ears. He's a 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist. 7th level Void Prying stage? Chen Xiaoshuai's pupils shrank when he heard this. Chong Xian dared to come out at this time. He knew that Chong Xian was stronger than the person he had just killed. But he never thought about it. This Chong Xian was actually a 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian, how did you know? Chen Xiaoshuai was stunned. Don't ask so many questions now. Just admit defeat. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he saw the elemental energy on Chong Xian's body begin to fluctuate. He used his elemental energy to urge Chong Xian. I admit defeat. Chen Xiaoshuai heard the urgency in Duan Lingtian's words. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly admitted defeat. Admit defeat? This scene caused everyone present to be stunned. They were originally looking forward to a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? You actually admitted defeat? Changxian looked at Chen Xiaoshui with a gloomy expression. The yuan power on his body gradually rose. You're at the 7th level of the void prying stage, and you ought to possess a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if you haven't comprehended advanced force, I'm still not a match for you. Chen Xiaoshui smiled and left the combat ring in a poised manner. Only Changxian's expression went grim. You? How did you know? At the instant Changxian's expression went grim, the origin energy on his body rose to the limit. Whoosh! In the sky above him, an ancient horned dragon silhouette condensed into form, and it was lifelike. It's really the 7th level of the void prying stage. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Damn it! On the high platform, Wei Kuan's expression was unsightly to the extreme. How does this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom Sword Young Master know of Changxian's cultivation? Qi Ming instead started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Duanling Tian, thank you. After Chen Xiaoshui left the combat ring, he stood by Duanling Tian's side and looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouette in the sky above Changxian, and he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. When did you become so polite? Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled as he replied via voice transmission. If it wasn't for you reminding me, I wouldn't have been able to escape death if I wasn't prepared. Chen Xiaoshui had a serious expression. Sword Young Master. How do you know that he's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist? Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui and asked curiously. Chen Xiaoshui shrugged and smiled, and he didn't say anything. Luo Zhan thought that Chen Xiaoshui had something that was difficult to say, and he didn't ask any further. Perhaps Luo Zhan never imagined no matter what. Earlier, it was utterly not Chen Xiaoshui that saw through Changxian's cultivation. Duanling Tian, how did you do it? Chen Xiaoshui asked Duanling Tian via voice transmission. It's a secret. Duanling Tian glanced deeply at Chen Xiaoshui, and Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes in return. But he discerned that Duanling Tian didn't want to say, so he didn't continue pursuing the matter. Do members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom only know how to flee in the face of battle? They don't even have the courage to battle me. Changxian. How lamentable. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice of ridicule sounded out. The expressions of Duanling Tian and the others went grim as they glared angrily at Changxian, who stood on the combat ring. What are you glaring at? Could it be that I'm wrong? Does anyone in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dare battle me? Changxian ridiculed. The members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are trash as expected. Exactly, a group of trash. The other 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and the others had become the center of attention. Even the battles on the other 8 combat rings weren't watched by many people. Right at this moment. Humph. A cold snort sounded out abruptly. Subsequently, a swift figure dashed out like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had flashed onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with Changxian. Long Yun. Duanling Tian originally intended to ascend the combat ring and put an end to Changxian's might. But never had he imagined that the saber young master, Long Yun, had ascended the combat ring before him. Is the saber young master a match for him? Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui were slightly worried. Don't worry. Duanling Tian and Su Li practically spoke at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. Subsequently, the 2 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. When they saw Duanling Tian and Su Li being so confident towards Long Yun, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they couldn't be considered to be familiar with Long Yun. But Long Yun now represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and shared both honor and disgrace with them. They naturally hoped that Long Yun would be able to win. Looks like your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom really doesn't have anyone else. Your age seems to be even younger than that sword young master, right? Changxian looked at Long Yun and said with disdain, Changxian, don't kill nameless people. Who are you? State your name. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that all of you look down upon. Saber Young Master. Long Yun's tone was calm and didn't contain the slightest emotion. Saber Young Master. As soon as Long Yun finished speaking, it gave rise to a wave of shocked exclamations. Saber Young Master? Looks like he's one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I wonder what rank this saber young master is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters. Many people were bewildered. I've heard of saber young master. This saber young master is the person that's ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Some people that knew the answer. What? The one that's ranked at the bottom? There's no one else in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Instantly, many people were dumbstruck. Saber young master? You're courting death. On the high platform, Xueqi revealed an insane smile. As far as he was concerned, a figure that was ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters, and his strength might even be inferior to the sword young master, yet he actually dared to ascend the platform. Simply courting death. But when he saw Qi Ming sitting there with a calm expression, his heart couldn't help but jerk as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Right when he intended to stop Chang Xian, he noticed that Chang Xian had already made a move. Saber young master? Ranked at the bottom of the 5 great young masters? At the same time that Chang Xian ridiculed, his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning. If there's an afterlife, remember well, don't stand out. Chang Xian's words obviously took Long Yun to be a dead man. Chang Xian's figure flashed out as a spirit saber that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared out of thin air in his hand. The spirit saber was suffused with origin energy as it tore through the sky and swept towards Long Yun. In the sky, 4,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Obviously, the spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand was a grade 5 spirit saber. Hiss! Along with the origin energy leaping on the grade 5 spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand, strands of fiery red energy gradually condensed into form. Instantly, the spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand transformed into a flaming saber that slashed towards Long Yun. Another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Advanced Fire Force. An ancient horned dragon silhouette took the lead and dragged along 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes behind it as it charged towards Long Yun. Advanced Fire Force. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai's faces went grim as they never imagined that Chang Xian had actually comprehended Advanced Fire Force. For a time, they broke out in cold sweat for Long Yun. On the high platform, Qi Ming's expression became serious as well. As for Xueqi, when he noticed Qi Ming's serious expression, he started laughing instead. His gaze once again returned to the combat ring. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Long Yun being killed by Chang Xian. At that time, he would be able to hold his head high and flaunt his might before his old rival, Qi Ming. Not bad. At this moment, even King Yong couldn't refrain from speaking out and nodded with praise. This caused Xueqi to be even more excited, as if he'd taken stimulants. Do you think only you've comprehended advanced force? Right when most people thought that Long Yun would be killed by Chang Xian, Long Yun finally made a move. The origin energy on Long Yun's body skyrocketed as the spirit saber in his hand swept out, and a swift saber light accompanied by origin energy and saber force condensed into a demonic lotus that moved to intercept the flaming saber in Chang Xian's hand. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the demonic lotus that was formed from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand easily destroyed the flaming saber. Ah! A miserable shrill cry resounded out in the surroundings, and it caused most people present to be unable to refrain from shuddering. In next to no time, the shrill cry stopped abruptly. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, Chang Xian fell. Eighth level of the void prying stage. On the high platform, the representative of some power looked at the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun and cried out in shock. For a time, Long Yun, who was on the combat ring, had become the absolute center of attention. Long Yun, Saber Young Master. The last of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 582. Impossible. On the high platform, the representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Xueqi, and the other representative stood up together, and both of them stared blankly at Long Yun, who was on the combat ring. They were unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Amongst the 5 young geniuses from their Bazo Imperial Kingdom that had come this time, Chong Xian was undoubtedly the strongest. He possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage, comprehended advanced fire force, and even possessed a grade 5 spirit saber to rely on. However, even so, he was still killed. Most importantly, Chong Xian was killed by someone from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was unbearable for them. Because their Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a rare mineral vein that was situated at the common border of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they'd been incompatible with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom since long ago. It was even to the extent that every 20 years, the two kingdoms would hold a martial competition between the young geniuses of the two kingdoms. The winner would get the right to mine the lode. For many years, it had always been the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that obtained the right to mine. So, in the eyes of the members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had always been trampled beneath their feet. Today, the young genius of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had killed the #1 genius in the younger generation of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom with a single strike, and it was something that they were slightly unable to accept. How is that possible? Chong Xian was killed by him. 8th level of the void prying stage. An 8th level void prying stage martial artist has actually been born in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The expressions of the remaining 3 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were extremely unsightly. When they looked at Long Yun, who was on the combat arena, their eyes were filled with terror. Subtle saber force. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Long Yun, and tempestuous waves arose in his heart. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Besides that, he used a grade 5 spirit saber this time. Looks like he hid his strength during the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year ago. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still remembered that the spirit saber Long Yun used that day was only a grade 6 spirit saber. Looks like we've already been left far behind by Long Yun. Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui with a wry smile. Crazy young master. Has your fire force broken through to the advanced stage? Chen Xiaoshui asked. Not yet. Luo Zhan shook his head and sighed. Now, I'm at the bottom amongst the few of us. Luo Zhan's words were filled with sorrow. He, crazy young master, was the leader of the 5 great young masters that were widely known in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But now, his strength had already been surpassed by Chen Xiaoshui and Long Yun, who were ranked at the end amongst the 5 great young masters. This made him feel very uncomfortable. The 3 of you. Come at me together. Long Yun stood on the combat ring with his saber held horizontally before him, and his fierce gaze descended onto the remaining 3 young geniuses of Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he spoke indifferently. 1 against 3. Instantly, the crowd burst into an uproar. This Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom saber young master is so arrogant. He's arrogant because he has the qualifications. If it was another person, that person would probably not even be a match for that Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Chong Xian. The faces of these 3 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have gone pale. Looks like they don't dare ascend. Didn't you hear what Chong Xian, who was killed by Saber Young Master, said earlier? Chong Xian was the #1 figure in the younger generation of Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Even the first person was killed. Are you still counting on them? The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. When these words entered into the ears of the 3 young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, it caused them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. But when faced with Long Yun's challenge, they instead tacitly didn't move in the slightest. Their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, and they were unable to move in the slightest. If someone carefully observed them, the person would surely be able to notice that the bodies of these 3 people were currently shivering. What a joke! Even Chong Xian was killed. If they went up, wouldn't they be looking for a beating? The 3 of them were only 6th level void prying stage martial artists. All of them had only comprehended half-step advanced force. Although all of them possessed grade 5 spirit weapons to rely on, they felt that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to be a match for Long Yun. Trash. Long Yun grunted coldly and spoke with disdain. Haha. Wei Kuan, looks like the members of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are only a group of cowards. You don't even dare ascend when fighting 3 against 1. On the high platform, Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan with a voice transmission that was filled with complacency. Wei Kuan's face sank, yet he was speechless. This time, the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had lost a great deal of face. The three of you ascend the other combat rings later and try your best to provoke the two youngest people of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As for that slightly older person, don't offend him. Wei Kuan's voice transmission entered into the ears of the remaining three young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Right in the next moment. Duan Lingtian was originally chatting idly with Su Li when he suddenly felt three burning gazes lock onto him and Su Li, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Duan Lingtian, looks like the members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have taken the two of us to be soft persimmons. Su Li smiled. Then let's see if they have the ability to crush us. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Since the trash of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom don't dare ascend the combat ring. Is there anyone else that wants to battle me, Long Yun? Long Yun's voice was like a sonorous bell as it sounded out. I'll do it. Right at this moment, a figure that was like the wind flashed out to ascend the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35 with a handsome appearance and eyes that were like an array of stars, and he had a graceful bearing as he stood there. The young man was dressed like a scholar, and he held a folding fan in his hand. This folding fan wasn't an ordinary folding fan. There was only the frame of the fan and not the surface of the fan. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he discerned the background of the folding fan in the young scholar's hand. Darkstone Empire's Imperial City's Gao clan. Gao Yuhai. The young scholar looked at Long Yun and lightly smiled. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Long Yun. Long Yun replied indifferently. Please. Gao Yuhai's bearing was graceful, and even if he was facing a battle with Long Yun, he still revealed his bearing. It's young Master Yuhai. Young Master Yuhai is so handsome. Young Master Yuhai, I love you. Waves of sharp voices sounded out from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The owners of these voices were all women, and there was no lack of beautiful widows amongst them. This Gao Yuhai looks like he's putting on airs. Chen Xiao Shui grunted. Sword Young Master, why do I feel your words are slightly sour? Luo Zhan smiled. Sword Young Master is probably jealous of him, right? Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head. I'm jealous of him? Chen Xiao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. I can't be bothered with you. On the combat ring. Swoosh. Long Yun chose to gain the initiative by striking first, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a fierce tiger that pounced towards Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai daring to ascend the combat ring was undoubtedly because he was extremely confident of his own strength. He didn't dare care. Demonic Lotus Blade Technique. The origin energy on the grade 5 spirit saber in Long Yun's hand skyrocketed before converging to transform into a demonic lotus, and it was like a fierce tiger that had opened its bloody mouth as it bit towards Gao Yuhai. Long Yun had utilized his full strength in the first move. The origin energy of the 8th level of the Void Prying stage exploded out completely. The amplification of the grade 5 spirit saber was fully displayed. There was also advanced saber force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow under the escort of over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. On the other hand, the smile on Gao Yuhai's face had been completely restrained. Swoosh. In the next moment, Gao Yuhai moved. He actually chose to greet Long Yun head-on, and the origin energy on the folding fan in his hand skyrocketed and mixed with strands of fierce aura as it swept towards the demonic lotus that came along with Long Yun. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Advanced saber force. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Gao Yuhai revealed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was the force Gao Yuhai executed. It was actually advanced saber force as well. Gao Yuhai's saber force perfectly fused into the folding fan in his hand, and it swept out horizontally as if transforming into a crescent moon that collided with the demonic lotus. Clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding abruptly sounded out, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Amongst the surrounding crowd of spectators, some people with comparatively lower cultivations felt their eardrums hurt from being pierced, and their faces flushed red as their bodies trembled. Bang! Vast origin energy and saber force abruptly collided together. Instantly, the air seemed to have been sucked out. Vast airflow swept out with a point of collision as the center, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of ripples that gave rise to waves of violent winds. The clothes of the people present were successively blown up by the wind. However, no one paid attention to this point. The gazes of everyone descended onto the combat ring. All of them were curious about the outcome. On the combat ring, the two people that collided with each other separated along with this. Long Yun took 2 steps back, whereas Gao Yuhai instead took 5 steps back. On Long Yun's body, there were faint strands of saber chi that were gradually withdrawn into his body. Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. I admit defeat. Meanwhile, Gao Yuhai spoke out and admitted defeat. He admitted defeat? Weren't they evenly matched? The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar, and all of them felt disbelief. In their eyes, Long Yun and Gao Yuhai's strengths were equal. Gao Yuhai had admitted defeat after only a single move? What's going on? I, Yuhai, am wholeheartedly convinced of Saber Young Master's strength. I wonder what Earth-rank defensive martial skill Saber Young Master executed earlier? Gao Yuhai looked at Long Yun and asked with a sincere expression. Earth-rank defensive martial skill? Gao Yuhai's words caused the surroundings to go deathly silent. For a time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Long Yun. Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Normally, only martial artists that had comprehended Earth force and Earth concept were able to execute it. Of course, there were a small number of Earth-rank defensive martial skills that could be executed when combined with other force and concept. This sort of martial skill was extremely rare. Although it was inferior to the defensive martial skills executed by Earth force and Earth concept, it was sufficient to rely on it to occupy an advantage in an evenly matched battle. Just like the current Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Saber Force Protection. Long Yun spoke indifferently. Saber Force Protection. I'll remember it. Gao Yuhai nodded and descended from the combat ring in a graceful manner. Although he'd lost extremely gracefully. It caused others to be unable to help but be convinced. Saber Force Protection? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. It's slightly similar to the Iron Wall sword body that Ji Feng executed that day. But, Ji Feng's Iron Wall sword body is at most a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Chapter 583. I never imagined that this Saber Young Master has actually cultivated an Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Moreover, it seems to not be an ordinary Earth-rank defensive martial skill. If it was a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, then even if it was cultivated to the perfection stage, it might not be able to withstand young Master Gao's attack. Cultivating an Earth-rank defensive martial skill with Earth force and Earth concept is the way to go. An Earth-rank defensive martial skill cultivated with other forces and concepts is greatly lacking in the end. It's very likely that the Earth-rank defensive martial skill cultivated by this Saber Young Master is a middle-grade or high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill. The surrounding crowd of spectators moved in succession. Even the representatives of the various factions and imperial kingdoms on the high platform had a grave expression on their faces. Although a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill that was executed with force and concept other than Earth was rare, it wasn't impossible for them to obtain it if they wanted it. But a defensive martial skill of this level wasn't of much use to martial artists whose strengths were close to the Void Initiation stage or even above the Void Initiation stage. Even if it was executed, it would be like paper before an opponent with a similar strength. On the other hand, a middle-grade and high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill was different. A middle-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill was extremely useful to a Void Initiation stage martial artist. Of course, once a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above attacked with his full strength, practically all of them were able to disregard a middle-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill. As for high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skills, they were quite useful before one stepped into the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. For a time, many gazes that looked at Long Yun were filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. All of this was only because of the Earth-rank defensive martial skill Long Yun executed earlier. The other 8 combat rings were extremely bustling. The 8 combat ringmasters were ceaselessly replaced, and their strengths grew stronger and stronger. Whereas the combat ring Long Yun was in didn't have anyone challenge him for now. Duan Ling Tian. Long Yun stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze, and his eyes were filled with burning battle intent. But, from the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian utterly didn't have the intention to pay attention to him. Meanwhile, one of the 3 remaining young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had defeated the combat ringmaster on another combat ring and became the new combat ringmaster. You and you. Do you dare to come up and fight me? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at Duan Ling Tian before looking at Xueqi as he shouted with a low voice. Suddenly, there was a burst of booing around. People from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom are specifically picking on soft persimmons? Amongst the 5 young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, besides the Saber Young Master that's already on another combat ring, the Sword Young Master has fought as well, and only the other 3 people haven't fought. One of them is the oldest, and he's probably a figure that's ranked in the top amongst the 5 great young masters. As for the other 2, they shouldn't be at the level of the 5 great young masters. These 2 people, the older one seems to be only 27 or 28 years old, and the younger one seems to be only 25 years old. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Many people scoffed at the choice of the youth from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Xueqi, he wants to challenge you and me? Do you want to go first, or should I? Duan Ling Tian looked at Xueqi and asked with a smile. I'll go first. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, he'd already leaped onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. You're a figure amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom seemed to want to confirm Xueqi's identity. No. Xueqi spoke indifferently. Meanwhile, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes were suffused with a bloody sheen. Then don't think of returning alive this time. You want to kill me? A strand of killing intent was faintly brewing in the depths of Xueqi's gaze. Of course. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke as a matter of course. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but glance at the young man with pity when he heard the ruthless words that the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke. This fellow, a mere 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, wants to kill Xueqi? Then let's see if you have the ability. Xueqi laughed instead of being enraged, but the killing intent in the depths of his gaze had already been brewing. Humph. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly. Then his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards Xueqi. In his hand, the Grade 5 spirit weapon's origin energy skyrocketed, and it carried strands of gentle blue-colored energy. Half-step advanced water force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was escorted by over 2,300 ancient mammoth silhouettes as they gushed towards Xueqi's 6th level of the void-prying stage. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Dang! The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out explosively as he pounced towards Xueqi with the intention of killing Xueqi with a single strike. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was only inches away. Xueqi made a move. In Xueqi's hand, origin energy gradually pulsated to instantly form a 3-foot-long blade, and the tip of the blade flickered with origin energy, causing it to be extremely swift and fierce. Along with Xueqi's origin energy pulsating, an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air in the sky above him while being escorted by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Ninth level of the void-prying stage. Instantly, someone exclaimed in shock. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Only now did the people present realize that Xueqi's current actions didn't utilize force, nor did he utilize a spirit weapon. Only pure origin energy drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to form an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was obviously the symbol of a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. So strong. Presently, the young geniuses from the various powers and imperial kingdoms were all fighting in the ring. This included the young geniuses that were fighting intensely on the other 8 combat rings, and all of them stopped successively as they stared blankly at the phenomenon above Xueqi, 9th level of the void-prying stage. This Xueqi. Qi Ming and Prince Shang couldn't help but be moved. Slap. On the other hand, the representative of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, exerted strength in his hand to shatter the armrest of his chair without him realizing it. He's a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Quickly admit defeat. At the same time, Wei Kuan hurriedly sent a voice transmission to pierce into the ears of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom that was pouncing towards Su Li. But, would he still be in time? Swish! On the combat ring, after Su Li condensed a 3-foot-long blade with origin energy in his hand, he abruptly pierced it towards the combat ring beneath his feet. Right at this instant, strands of extremely sharp aura suddenly stretched out from the 3-foot-long blade in Su Li's hand. Whoosh! At that moment, another silhouette of an ancient horned dragon appeared in the sky. Bang! At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in Su Li's hand descended onto the combat ring, whereas he was instead carried flying by the recoil, and he easily avoided the menacing strike of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. In the next moment, Su Li moved behind the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. I admit. Meanwhile, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom received Wei Kuan's voice transmission, and he opened his mouth with the intention of admitting defeat. But he didn't have the time to say the word lose. Swish! A 3-foot-long blade that was like a stroke of genius pierced through his back. Along with the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy dispersing. Bang! Fresh blood sprayed violently from the chest and back of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and his entire body fell into a pool of blood. After twitching a few times, he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. But besides the few people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the others didn't have the time to care about his life and death. The gazes of most people descended onto the combat ring in unison, and it descended onto the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were accumulating force and waiting to attack in the sky above the red-clothed young man. 1. First-level sword concept. 9th level of the void-prying stage without using a spirit weapon, yet with the addition of the strength of an ancient horned dragon. This red-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has comprehended first-level sword concept. This red-clothed young man has already taken half a step into the Void Initiation stage. He's entirely capable of breaking through to the Void Initiation stage before the Dynasty Martial competition of the Darkon Dynasty begins. He'll surely occupy one of the 10 positions today. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Su Li's strength had shocked them. 9th level Void Prying stage, first level sword concept before the age of 30. King Yong's sonorous voice slowly sounded out. What's your name? King Yong's gaze descended onto the red-clothed young man as he asked. Instantly, many young geniuses present looked at Su Li with envy. After all, not just anyone was able to make King Yong take the initiative to ask for their name. Su Li, on the combat ring. Su Li nodded to King Yong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Su Li, I'll remember you. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded, and he was extremely kind to Su Li. Alas. Revered Elder Wei, I'm truly sorry. These little fellows are too impulsive and don't know how to show mercy. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan and shook his head as he sighed, and then he said via voice transmission, why don't you take the remaining 2 young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom and leave, so as to avoid only 2 people from the 7 of you returning in the end? Qi Ming. Wei Kuan's body trembled, and he was angered to the point his face flushed red and his eyes almost split apart. His throat felt sweet, and he almost spat out blood. On the other hand, the remaining 2 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at each other, and they were able to see terror in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, no one else ascended the combat ring Su Li was in to battle him. The 2 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom each occupied a combat ring. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be considered to be in the limelight this time. Yeah, such 2 monstrous geniuses have actually appeared in a tiny Imperial Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 ought to be able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Darkon Dynasty. Many people looked favorably upon Su Li and Long Yun. Time silently passed by. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui ascended the other combat rings successively. But unfortunately, with their strengths, they were still unable to become arena masters that no one could challenge. Duan Lingtian, the 2 of us probably have no fate with those 10 positions. Everything will depend on you, Su Li, and Long Yun. Luo Zhan sighed. No wonder they say that the experts in the Empire are numerous like the clouds. I originally thought that my strength could already be considered to be not bad since I broke through to the 6th level of the void prying stage. But today, if I don't possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above, it would be extremely difficult for me to become one of the final 9 arena masters. Chen Xiaoshui deeply agreed. Don't be discouraged. Besides Su Li and Long Yun, all these martial artists at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above are older than all of you. When all of you are of the same age as them, you might not be inferior to them. Chapter 584. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui nodded when they heard Duan Lingtian's words of consolation. But the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a wisp of bitterness. Duan Lingtian noticed the disappointment of Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his words of consolation didn't have any effect, and then he sent a voice transmission into the ears of Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui. Both of you don't have to belittle yourselves. No matter if it's Su Li, Long Yun or I, all of us obtain fortuitous encounters while wandering the outside world to attain our current accomplishments. If we didn't have fortuitous encounters, we might not be able to compare to both of you. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. When Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui heard Duan Lingtian, their dim eyes abruptly lit up at this moment. Fortuitous encounter. Both of them looked at each other, and they saw tacit understanding in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian didn't really pay attention to this. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto one of the 2 remaining young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This person ascended the combat ring and battled a 6th-level void prying stage martial artist on the combat ring. In the end, he obtained victory. Moreover, his ability was completely revealed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. 6th level of the void prying stage. Half-step advanced force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, amongst the 5 of you, it seems that only you haven't ascended the combat ring. You occupied a position from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You wouldn't have come just to watch the show, right? The young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom stood on the combat ring and looked at Duan Lingtian with a provocative gaze. Do you dare ascend the combat ring to battle me? This caused the people that originally intended to ascend the combat ring to battle the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom to stop moving. They were happy to watch the show. For a time, Duan Lingtian had become the absolute center of attention. This young man is one of the 5 great young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Up until now, he hasn't ascended the combat ring. He looks to be around the age of 25, and he's even younger than Su Li. Just like before, the people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom like picking soft persimmons. Haha, they were just treating Su Li as a soft persimmon. I'm dying of laughter. I wonder if this young man has Su Li's talent and comprehension ability. I don't think so. Even in our Darkstone Empire, Su Li's natural talent and comprehension ability can be considered to be at the top. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that descended onto the combat ring, confronting the youth from Bazho Imperial Kingdom. On the other hand, when the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom saw Duan Lingtian so straightforwardly ascend the combat ring, he felt slightly guilty. He had originally thought that the other party would not dare to enter the arena. This way, he would be able to humiliate the other party without restraint. What? Do you regret provoking me? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom and spoke indifferently. The expression of the youth from Bazo Imperial Kingdom sank slightly. He did regret it. But could he say it out loud? Could he afford to lose face like this? How about this? I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended outside the combat ring, and it descended onto the last young genius from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. You, come up together. I, alone, challenge both of you. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone became slightly heavier. Of course, if both of you don't dare, then you can admit defeat. Duan Lingtian's face quickly revealed a brilliant smile, and he seemed as if he'd already firmly believed that the two young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom would admit defeat. Humph. Deliberately mystifying things. On the high platform, Wei Kuan grunted coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression as if he'd already seen through Duan Lingtian's tricks. There were two reasons why Wei Kuan would think like this. Firstly, he saw Qi Ming frown. Secondly, he didn't feel that this violet-clothed young man that was only around the age of 25 was strong. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, since he insists on courting death, then both of you properly fulfill his wish. Wei Kuan's voice transmission sounded out. The two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wei Kuan. Since you want to court death, then Hu Wei and I will send you off. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom outside the combat ring, Huang Dong, flew out and descended onto the combat ring. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Hu Wei, and they stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian together. Wait. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from the high platform. It was Qi Ming who looked at King Yong and said with a serious expression, King Yong, these two young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom are going 2 against 1, and it seems to violate the rules of the competition between young geniuses, right? Qi Ming. King Yong hadn't spoken when Wei Kuan couldn't help but ridicule. Earlier, everyone present heard it clearly. It was a member of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that threatened to challenge the joint forces of 2 young geniuses from our Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Now, you want to go back on your word. Do you still take King Yong seriously? Wei Kuan's words were spoken with a strong sense of righteousness. Begin. King Yong finally spoke out and tacitly agreed to the 2 young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. It was just as Wei Kuan had said. This matter was started by the people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all. Since they spoke out, then they had to pay the price. Qi Ming sat back down with an extremely unsightly expression. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Ming and was slightly bewildered. What's Vice Dean Qi doing? He doesn't have confidence in me? Right at this moment. Duan Lingtian, seize the opportunity while those 2 young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom don't know your ability. Kill them before they admit defeat. An excited voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Vice Dean Qi Yu. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He was able to discern that this was Qi Ming's voice transmission. But Qi Ming, who was on the high platform, instead seemed to be a different scene. In next to no time, he came to an understanding. Qi Ming was intentionally showing weakness to make the 2 representatives of Bazo Imperial Kingdom let down their guard. He's really an old fox. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. We'll send you on your way right now. The Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Huang Dong and Hu Wei revealed frenzied smiles as their figures flashed out to dash out. They utilized all their ability as soon as they attacked. 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Half-step advanced force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 figures that were swift like the wind flashed out like 2 venomous snakes that had gone berserk, and they bit towards Duan Lingtian in unison. It was as if they wouldn't stop until they bit Duan Lingtian to death. Idiot! A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and a dim light flashed deep within his eyes. 1,000 illusions! Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into his soul brand and executed his soul skill. An illusory space instantly enveloped Huang Dong and Hu Wei. Duan Lingtian instead stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Has this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom gone mad? Is he courting death? The surrounding crowd of spectators were all dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian, who didn't make the slightest move when facing the joint attack of the 2 people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. But in the next moment, they were all stunned in unison. Heavens! What did we see? Under the gazes of everyone present. At the instant that the attacks of Huang Dong and Hu Wei were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, they actually turned abruptly and flashed to the side. Huang Dong and Hu Wei split up and charged towards the empty space at both sides of the combat ring. They executed their attacks towards the air. It was as if they'd gone mad. For a time, besides the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were prepared since long ago, all the people present were shocked. Including King Yong, they were completely dumbstruck. The entire square at the center of the imperial city was filled with streams of people, yet it was terrifyingly silent at this moment. Only waves of heavy breathing could be heard. What ability is that? King Yong was the first to recover from his shock, and he had a serious expression. Have these two young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom gone mad? They're actually attacking the air. They've gone mad. The surrounding crowd of spectators gradually recovered from their shock as well. On the high platform, the expressions of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Wei Kuan and the other representative were unsightly to the extreme. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, what are the two of you doing? Wei Kuan's voice transmission pierced into the ears of Huang Dong and Hu Wei. But the two of them seemed as if they'd utterly not heard his warning, and they remained indifferent and still exerted all their strength to attack the air. When Wei Kuan instinctively looked at Qi Ming, he instead noticed that Qi Ming was looking at him as well. At this moment, there wasn't the slightest trace of worry on Qi Ming's face. Wei Kuan suddenly realized. Perhaps I've been tricked by Qi Ming. Look, quickly! They're killing each other. All of a sudden, someone shouted. Wei Kuan glanced over. Yet he noticed that his Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Huang Dong and Hu Wei had actually started attacking each other, and their eyes had gone completely red. Who can tell me what the fuck is going on? When he saw Huang Dong and Hu Wei attacking each other with all their strength, and if this continued, they would sooner or later perish together, Wei Kuan's face went gloomy, and he felt that he was about to go mad. Especially when he saw the violet-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom standing at the side of the combat ring and watching the show leisurely. Puh! Wei Kuan's vital blood roiled, and he was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. King Yong, I admit defeat for the two of them. Wei Kuan looked at King Yong and slightly lost his composure as he spoke. Wei Kuan didn't doubt in the slightest. If this continued, then the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom he'd brought over would surely all die. It's only effective if they admit defeat. This is the rule. King Yong replied indifferently. Wei Kuan's body shook, and his eyes went crimson red. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, both of you stop. When he saw his voice transmission was useless, Wei Kuan shouted out with a grim voice, and he wanted to stop Huang Dong and Hu Wei. But unfortunately, Huang Dong and Hu Wei still didn't hear him and continued fighting each other. It wasn't long before their bodies were covered in injuries. Bang! Finally, Huang Dong saw a flaw and killed Hu Wei, who had a strength that was almost on par with him. Whereas Huang Dong, who was covered in injuries, was on the verge of collapse now. Ha 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 ha! The members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are only Huang Dong stood there and laughed loudly with his head raised. His laughter quickly suppressed the clamorous and bustling scene. It caused the scene to return to deathly silence once more. After a short moment, has this Huang Dong really gone mad? Does he think he's killing members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Looks like he's really gone mad. Many people looked at Huang Dong with strange gazes. Puh! On the high platform, Wei Kuan was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body started trembling intensely. What exactly is going on? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.